Chapter 1. Awakening from Cadmus. In the deep of night, within the underground laboratory of Cadmus, an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the facility. Robin, Kid Flash, and Aqualad, having come here to prove themselves, found themselves fleeing from the frenzied, mutated creatures pursuing them as the massive door ahead threatened to close. Kid Flash swiftly accelerated forward, lifting a nearby canister to temporarily block the closing gate. Robin, Aqualad, hurry! Once all three had made it inside, Aqualad, the last to enter, kicked the canister aside to ensure the door shut completely. Robin immediately hacked into the system, securing the door with a definitive lock. Good, I've locked the door. They won't be able to follow us for now. Hey, you guys, take a look at this. Before either could breathe a sigh of relief, Kid Flash's words drew their attention once more. Following the direction of Kid Flash's finger, a colossal incubation chamber came into view. Kr. Is this the elemental symbol for Krypton? A clone? As he surveyed the youth lying within the chamber, Kid Flash voiced his hypothesis. Robin accessed the system. Assured it was evident that Robin, raised by the Batman, handled the system as easily as if he were drinking cool water. After a series of operations, pertinent information soon materialized before them. Weapon designation: Superboy, clone, accelerated growth period, 16 weeks. DNA sourced from Superman, stolen from Superman. Aqualad remarked with a tone of displeasure. Kid Flash chimed in. That big guy probably has no clue about this. Robin continued to decipher the information. The solar suit allows him to absorb radiation from the yellow sun at all times. What are those creatures above him? Aqualad inquired, pointing at three bizarre beings hovering over Superboy. Genetic mutants, telepathic, forcibly indoctrinated for education. While the term educational indoctrination sounded appealing, the harsh reality was akin to brainwashing. The trio, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. These individuals were utilizing the laboratory above as a facade for the creation of biological weapons beneath. Realizing the severity of the issue, they sought to contact the League, but alas, being 20 floors underground with numerous barriers, their signal could not penetrate. What do we do now? In response to the inquiry, Aqualad gazed at the slumbering Superboy and declared, "We must awaken him. We cannot leave him here." That Aqualad's intentions were noble. Even a clone possessed life and consciousness as an independent entity, and he would not allow it to be reduced to a mere weapon for others. However, in hindsight, Aqualad's actions proved to be unwise. Meanwhile, outside the door, are they still inside, coexisting with the weapon? The hurriedly arrived Dr. Desmond, breathless, hardly had time to calm himself. Yes, the Guardian responded calmly. We cannot open the door. Furious, Desmond pointed at the mutant known as Firestorm, exclaiming, "Use your telekinesis." "I've tried. It's ineffective. Ugh. Useless. A bunch of incompetence." It was no wonder Dr. Desmond was in such a frenzy. The council behind Cadmus was an entity he could not afford to offend. If today's events were to leak, his life would be in grave danger. Where is Subject 126? Bring him here. Stepping forward, Firestorm replied, Subject 126 has just completed an experiment and is now returning to the sleep chamber. Damn it, damn it. The scene shifted to a boy being dragged like a lifeless dog by two guards. This unconscious youth was the Subject 126 Dr. Desmond referred to. Upon closer inspection, the boy's body was marred with numerous fresh wounds, rapidly healing before their eyes as time progressed. Soon, the two guards reached the boy's chamber, carelessly tossing him into the sleep pod, activating it before turning to leave. As the sleep pod powered up, the artificial sunlight bathed the boy, accelerating the healing process of his injuries. Yet unbeknownst to all, at that moment, a soul from another world had entered the boy's body, guided by some external force. Where am I? Zhao Kuo glanced around, finding himself enveloped in darkness. Recalling moments prior, he had been walking home when a blaring horn startled him, and then he lost consciousness. By the time he regained awareness, he found himself in this peculiar place. Could it be? I've crossed over. As Zhao Kuo pondered the situation, his thoughts were inexplicably drawn toward a certain direction. There knelt a boy, entirely unclothed. That moment, Zhao Kuo could distinctly see the gruesome scars that marred the boy's body. I can't go on. I can't endure any longer. Why? Why must you treat me this way? I don't want this. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Before Zhao Kuo could fully comprehend the situation, these anguished words echoed in his ears, laden with boundless fury, sorrow, and confusion. As if under a spell, Zhao Kuo found himself moving towards the boy, gently placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. Before Zhao Kuo could utter a word, the boy's form transformed into particles of starlight, dissipating before him, and with the boy's disappearance, the surrounding space began to fracture, buzz. With the final shatter of space, Zhao Kuo suddenly opened his eyes wide, discovering he was confined within a sleep pod, the light intensely bright, yet oddly comforting. In quick succession, a torrent of knowledge and memories surged into Zhao Kuo's mind. What? No way, DC? Am I dreaming? As he sifted through these memories, Zhao Kuo realized that he had indeed traversed into the DC universe. And to make matters worse, he was not an ordinary individual. He was merely an identity-less experiment, endowed with immense power but reduced to a mere puppet at the mercy of others. The boy who had vanished before him was undoubtedly the original owner of this body. Enduring such harsh training daily, it was no surprise that the boy bore numerous wounds and despair. But how do I escape this? While pondering a solution, Zhao Kuo instinctively pushed against the pod. With a crack, the door of the sleep pod emitted a metallic distortion, followed by a hissing sound as it gradually opened. Stepping out of the sleep pod, Zhao Kuo stretched his limbs and turned to operate the devices adjacent to the pod. Chapter 2. Subject 126 inches. A moment of disorientation. Zhao Kuo found himself acting purely on instinct, unaware of his own actions. When he finally regained his senses, the information related to him had already been displayed on the screen before him. Weapon name: Experiment Body 126. Adaptive physique, capable of self-adjustment and evolution in response to its environment and external stimuli. Derived abilities: super strength, super hearing, super intellect, self-healing. As he gazed at the information regarding this formidable body, Zhao Kuo was astonished to discover the immense power he had inherited. Judging by this, if I operate efficiently, establishing a foothold in this world should pose no challenge. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Those guards are truly careless. They left the experiment body unsecured. Turning around, he saw that the speaker was none other than the mutant Blaze, who had been accompanying Desmond. Zhao Kuo remained silent, staring intently at Blaze. After all, the original 126 was just like this. Unlike most super kids who spent their time in a nurturing pod, absorbing knowledge from a goblin, Experiment Body 126 was far more direct. It was a product of an accidental cloning, possessing no extraordinary abilities aside from its adaptive physique. Consequently, Dr. Desmond conducted numerous experiments on 126 to ascertain that it could grow stronger through external influences. Since then, 126 had frequently engaged in battles against mutants with sharp claws and fangs. Through continuous injuries and healing, it developed rapid regeneration, and through relentless combat, it gained super strength. However, enduring such a high-pressure environment for an extended period caused 126 to gradually lose responsiveness to the outside world, becoming mute, emotionless, and devoid of resistance, ultimately transforming into a bona fide biological weapon. Present, Robin, Kid Flash, and Aqualad had unwittingly discovered the Super Kid, and upon releasing him, they were all swiftly subdued by the irate Super Kid. According to the Council's directive, the three were to have their DNA extracted for cloning, while the original would be destroyed. However, following Aqualad's verbal provocation, they successfully activated the Super Kid, who not only dealt a resounding blow to the Guardians and other security personnel of Cadmus, but also liberated all three of them. To prevent exposure, Desmond promptly activated Experiment Body 126, which explained Blaze's presence at that moment. This is your combat suit. Don it and fight for Cadmus. Reluctantly, Zhao Kuo accepted the combat suit presented by Blaze, knowing that now was not the time to confront him. You would have to take things one step at a time. Yet, as Zhao Kuo reached for the suit, Blaze held on momentarily before relinquishing it. Despite Cadmus's somewhat dehumanizing treatment of Zhao Kuo, the design of the combat suit was quite impressive. Its overall black color facilitated concealment in the shadows, and its unique material bore similarities to Batman's suit, albeit Zhao Kuo's was styled as a nocturnal owl. In a lengthy corridor ahead, they found themselves obstructed by several massive titans, while behind them, they were pursued by clawed mutants. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, the four showed no intention of succumbing to despair. Especially the Super Kid, who was on the verge of gaining true freedom. Faced with titans several times his size, he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, leaping high to deliver a punch to the titan's head. It was undeniable that the Super Kid, a product of Superman's DNA, was formidable. With a single blow, he knocked the titan to the ground, incapacitating it. Even when another titan brought him down, he quickly sprang back to his feet, launching a counterattack without hesitation. Observing the Super Kid's rampage, Aqualad cautioned, "Our goal now is to escape, not to fight." Realizing his focus, the Super Kid seized a fallen Titan and hurled it at their pursuers, successfully halting them. Meanwhile, Desmond, seeing Blaze and Zhao Kuo approaching, remarked, "Why the delay? Never mind, 126, head to the 13th floor. We need to intercept them there." At that moment, the four were rapidly ascending the elevator shaft, ultimately compelled to enter the 13th floor. As the elevator doors opened, they beheld Zhao Kuo clad in combat attire. Besides the Super Kid, they have clones too? Regardless of whether he's a clone, just bring him down. With that, Robin decisively threw 3 shurikens. To Zhao Kuo, the swiftly flying shurikens appeared to move in slow motion, allowing him to easily catch them, but in the next instant, boom! One of the shurikens exploded, engulfing Zhao Kuo in a violent blast almost instantaneously. Previously, Zhao Kuo had little understanding of the so-called adaptive physique, but as the battle unfolded, its advantages became evident. The explosion's force was partially absorbed by his suit, with the remainder impacting Zhao Kuo directly. Yet, he felt little pain. Perhaps he had grown numb to it, or his body was resilient enough. Before the smoke could clear, Zhao Kuo propelled himself from the haze, launching a punch at the nearest Kid Flash. It soon proved unwise to attack Kid Flash first. As Flash's sidekick, Kid Flash effortlessly evaded Zhao Kuo's strike. Zhao Kuo's punch crashed into the wall behind him. Boom! Watching Zhao Kuo's arm lodged into the wall, Kid Flash gulped nervously. "Hey, there's no need to hit so hard on our first meeting." The Super Kid, however, was not as chatty as Kid Flash. Recognizing that the newcomer was there to obstruct him, he charged forward and landed a solid punch to Zhao Kuo's chest. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, Zhao Kuo was sent flying, crashing against the wall. What is 126 doing? Why is he fighting like a toddler learning to walk? From the surveillance cameras above, Desmond and his team observed the unfolding struggle between Zhao Kuo and the four. Rising from the ground, Zhao Kuo gingerly touched his chest. From the sound of the crack, he surmised that a rib had indeed been broken by that punch. But as he examined it now, it felt as good as new, and the pain was rapidly dissipating. Yet the onslaught from the four was far from over. 2 electric wires struck Zhao Kuo, and an intense current surged through his body. Having spent considerable time alongside Batman, Robin possessed a multifunctional tactical belt, of which this electroshock device was one component. Initially, the current caused Zhao Kuo considerable agony, but gradually he realized that the pain was subsiding. This was not due to a weakening of the current, but rather because Zhao Kuo's adaptive physique was kicking in, gaining resistance through sustained exposure to the electrical shocks. Quite intriguing. Chapter 3. Release. These 4 individuals truly embody the essence of the future Teen Titans founding members. Despite having never undergone cooperative combat training, their synergy was remarkably extraordinary. Had they been up against a typical adversary, they likely would have secured victory by now. Unfortunately, their opponent was Zhao Kuo. The initial impression of Zhao Kuo, fighting as though hindered, was due to his incomplete integration with the original memories of this body. More often than not, he relied on the muscle memory of this physique in battle. As the fight progressed, the memories of Subject 126 gradually merged with Zhao Kuo, allowing him to engage in combat with greater finesse and fluidity. Moreover, with the enhancement of Zhao Kuo's adaptive body, the initial impact of the quartet's assaults became increasingly negligible, soon rendered ineffective by the subject's super regeneration. As their adjustments took effect, the damage inflicted diminished further. What is happening? Why does he grow stronger with each encounter? This is troubling, extremely troubling. The submarine boy observed Zhao Kuo rising once more from the ground and remarked, "Our attacks are having diminishing effects. We can no longer afford to prolong this fight. We must find an opportunity to escape." No, they cannot escape. In the monitoring room, Desmond's expression shifted to a smile as he witnessed Zhao Kuo gaining the upper hand. Initially, he had intended for Subject 126 to defeat them, gathering experimental data to support future plans. However, upon realizing that the submarine boy and his comrades sought to flee, he promptly ordered the Guardians to lead all mutated creatures in pursuit. Zhao Kuo, now fully immersed in the exhilaration of combat, felt his strength amplify with each exchange. He could distinctly sense that with every punch landed by the Superboy, his own power surged. His reflexes had sharpened to the point of nearly locking onto the Lightning Boy's rapid movements. In this state, Zhao Kuo would not easily allow the four to escape. Ducking low to evade a straight punch from the Lightning Boy, he then sprang up, delivering a vicious hook to the boy's abdomen. The injured Lightning Boy was sent flying. "Lightning Boy!" the submarine boy exclaimed, attempting to rush to his aid, but Zhao Kuo would not grant him that opportunity. In an instant, Zhao Kuo positioned himself beside the submarine boy, launching a punch at his side. Be careful, submarine boy. Robin attempted to assist, yet amidst the myriad of gadgets, he chose the least effective, an electric stun gun. As two wires connected to Zhao Kuo, electricity surged through him once more. However, the current barely registered against the evolved Zhao Kuo, merely causing a fleeting pause, with little impact thereafter. With a resounding thud, Zhao Kuo's fist landed squarely on the submarine boy's side. Lacking Zhao Kuo's extraordinary regenerative abilities, coupled with the fact that he exerted 80% of his strength, the blow shattered two of the boy's ribs. Fortunately, the timely arrival of the Super Kid prevented Zhao Kuo from having the opportunity to continue his pursuit. Give it to me, get lost. The Super Kid leapt forth, executing a textbook superhero landing that forced Zhao Kuo to retreat. With a sudden burst of strength, he unleashed a fist the size of a sandbag aimed directly at Zhao Kuo's face. Adhering to the principle of brute force conquering all, the Super Kid's combat style lacked finesse, relying solely on sheer power to rain down blows. Unfortunately, while a superhero might possess the aptitude to employ such a strategy, the Super Kid clearly had not yet reached that level of prowess. In contrast to the Super Kid, who had absorbed knowledge from various fields, Zhao Kuo, trained as a biological weapon, had received no such broad education. His training had solely imbued him with combat techniques. As the battle progressed, these memories began to merge with Zhao Kuo's current self, becoming indistinguishable. Faced with the Super Kid's forceful strike, Zhao Kuo adeptly countered with a soft touch, effortlessly sending him crashing against the wall. Then, with a swift step forward, he unleashed a precise combination of punches aimed at the Super Kid's head. Just as Zhao Kuo was relentlessly delivering blows, preparing to drive the Super Kid deeper into the wall, a piercing sound suddenly erupted in his mind. This unforeseen disruption provided the opportunity for the submarine kid to strike back, transforming his weapon into a hammer of water and forcefully sending Zhao Kuo tumbling aside. Together with the lightning kid, they pulled the Super Kid from the wall. Where's that bastard? I want him dead. I want him dead. It was evident that as a clone of a superhero, the Super Kid had a clear understanding of his identity. Never having experienced such humiliation before, his immediate reaction upon being extracted from the wall was to seek retribution. Super Kid, our priority now is not to fight, but to leave this place swiftly, urged the submarine kid, pulling the Super Kid away as Zhao Kuo struggled against a headache, unable to continue the fight. Useless. All of you are useless. Desmond seethed with anger as he witnessed victory slipping away, the chance to capture them all dissolving in an instant. Calmly, the Guardian, accompanied by the Goblin, stated, I will take my team to intercept them. You all go ahead. I need to retrieve something from the Giant Man project, Zhao Kuo replied, his pain dissipating as he watched the four depart. Standing expressionless, he contemplated their retreat. This was Zhao Kuo's strategy. According to the unfolding narrative, this location would eventually be discovered by the Justice League. When chaos ensued during its collapse, he could seize the opportunity to escape. However, Zhao Kuo's headache was no mere pretense. He had indeed felt immense pain initially, but it was swiftly alleviated by the adaptive capabilities of his body. What followed was an act, allowing the four to leave unimpeded. As the attention of everyone was fixated on the four individuals, Zhao Kuo found himself unnoticed. Seizing the opportunity to take decisive action, with determination, he approached a computer terminal. After a series of deft maneuvers, he successfully breached multiple firewalls and established a connection to the main system of Cadmus, revealing all confidential documents. Once he ensured that nothing was overlooked, Zhao Kuo promptly descended to the 9th underground level, traversed a lengthy corridor, and paused at the final corner. Upon catching sight of Desmond, clad in a lab coat, hastily exiting the laboratory, Zhao Kuo made his move. Utilizing the password he had acquired beforehand, he entered the laboratory without hesitation and immediately collected all the vials containing reagents from the temperature-controlled chambers. Before departing, he did not forget to dismantle the storage hard drive from the nearby computer, taking it with him. Chapter 4. Solitude. It became evident that the original storyline had not deviated due to Zhao Kuo's presence. The highly intelligent Eternal Flame had long grown weary of their kind being exploited as tools by humanity. In anticipation of this very opportunity, he had exerted considerable effort. The laboratory above Cadmus caught fire due to his orchestration. The three divers discovered the elevator's peculiarities thanks to his design, and the guidance provided during their escape was all his doing. After a multitude of mutants cornered the four, they braced themselves for a desperate final stand. However, in the next moment, the small horns atop the goblins' heads emitted a crimson glow. The intense pain caused all but the Super Kid to collapse to the ground. In light of the plight of their fellow gene mutants, our brother, the Super Kid, was compelled to make a choice. At that moment, Eternal Flame stepped forward from the throng of mutants, projecting his thoughts directly into the Super Kid's mind through telepathy. It is you. Yes. I am the one who ignited the fire, leading your new friends to Cadmus. I awakened them in their hour of crisis, and I guided you towards escape. But why? In response to the super kid's confusion, Eternal Flame elucidated, because you are our hope, the hero of the mutants. You shall carve a path for all our kin, illuminating the way to our freedom. At that instant, the goblin that had been perched on the Guardian's shoulder departed, and the Guardian, previously under control, regained his autonomy with the goblin's departure. What is happening? It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Ignoring the now conscious Guardian and the slowly awakening divers, Eternal Flame once again focused his gaze on the super kid. What choice will you make, brother? I choose freedom. Upon the super kid uttering the word freedom, Eternal Flame nodded in satisfaction, proving that he had not misjudged. Unfortunately, it was evident that strength was not solely possessed by Eternal Flame and his mutants. I beg to differ. A voice emerged, causing numerous mutated beings to scatter. The speaker was Desmond, who held a vial of blue serum in his hand. The Titan's plan will grant me the strength to restore order to Cadmus. With a deafening roar, the building trembled violently. Zhao Kuo realized that Desmond, in his attempts to rectify the chaos, had consumed the imperfect serum and transformed into a monster. He knew he must hasten his pace. The battle between Desmond and the quartet was nothing short of cataclysmic, creating substantial commotion, which allowed Zhao Kuo to navigate through the turmoil successfully and reach the ground level. Observing the four engaged in a fierce struggle against Desmond in the Grand Hall, Zhao Kuo showed no inclination to assist. He merely cast a few glances before turning to leave. As the plot unfolded, the four managed to defeat Desmond by collapsing the supporting pillars of the hall, bringing the entire structure crashing down. Such a significant disturbance inevitably attracted the attention of the Justice League. Perhaps prior to this, the League had just completed a crucial mission, gathering their ranks, allowing for a display of numerous renowned DC superheroes. Superman descended from the skies, followed closely by Martian Manhunter, Shazam, the Sorcerer Zatara, and Red Tornado. This was merely the initial wave. Shortly thereafter, Captain Atom, Hawkman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Hawkgirl also arrived on the scene. All of this was, of course, witnessed by Zhao Kuo from a distance. Although the spectacle was undeniably awe-inspiring, Zhao Kuo remained indifferent, opting not to reveal himself, instead choosing to depart. To avoid detection or being tracked, Zhao Kuo willingly discarded the combat suit prepared for him by Cadmus. After all, if Luthor could conceal a tracker within a mere insignia, who could say how many might be embedded within his own attire? The most prudent course of action was to dispose of it entirely. Fortunately, before leaving Cadmus, Zhao Kuo had managed to procure a lab coat from the researchers. While it appeared somewhat peculiar, it was preferable to wandering about in his undergarments. Walking alone along the dimly lit streets, he gazed upward. The skyscrapers were aglow with numerous lights, yet not a single one illuminated for Zhao Kuo. Although he had escaped Cadmus's control and attained a semblance of freedom, as an outsider traversing a realm devoid of identity, he found himself at a loss as to where to proceed next. Just as Zhao Kuo contemplated his subsequent actions, an unsettling voice reached his ears. "Hey kid, hand over the money." Following the direction of the voice, he spotted a thug clad in a leather jacket, adorned with a questionable gold chain around his neck. His body inked in tattoos and wielding a revolver. "Kid, are you even listening?" As Zhao Kuo remained motionless, the self-conscious thug stepped forward, pressing the gun to Zhao's forehead. "I will count to 3. Hand over everything you have, or you will witness your own brain matter." Observing Zhao's continued silence, the thug became increasingly agitated, beginning his countdown. 1, 2, 3. Just as he reached 2, a sharp sound echoed from a distance, capturing the thug's attention. In that fleeting moment, an arrow soared through the air, striking the revolver from his grasp and sending it flying. A second arrow followed swiftly, bursting upon impact to envelop the thug in a mass of foam. As the foam solidified, he was rendered immobile. At that moment, a striking figure emerged from the shadows, a woman clad in a green uniform, with flowing golden hair and vibrant eyes. The bow in her hand and the quiver of arrows at her back indicated that she was the source of the earlier shots. She assessed Zhao Kuo and remarked, "This place is perilous, especially at night. You, a defenseless young boy, ought to return home at once." With that, she released a grappling arrow and vanished from Zhao's sight. Home? How am I supposed to get home? In the initial excitement and sense of danger upon his arrival, Zhao Kuo felt no other emotions. Yet as those feelings faded, an overwhelming emptiness engulfed him. After all, he was merely an ordinary person before his journey, with parents and friends. Now, thrust into this unfamiliar realm, how could he possibly adjust? "Mom, Dad, what will you do without me?" Chapter 5. The World Management Bureau gazing at the moonlit sky, filled with thoughts of his loved ones, Tears began to stream down Zhao Kuo's cheeks uncontrollably. As he became lost in his memories, the thug, still trapped in foam, struggled violently. As a longtime street dweller, he understood that these so-called superheroes adhered to a no-kill principle, and this newcomer appeared far less experienced than the seasoned veterans. All right, enough with the fantasies. Just as Zhao was mired in sorrow, the loathsome voice of the thug broke through again. The freed thug aimed a gun at Zhao's head once more. Let us see who comes to save you this time. Initially, Zhao had been numb to the thug's threats. But now, disturbed by the thug's triumphant demeanor, anger surged within him. No one is coming to save you. With that, Zhao seized the revolver from the thug's grasp. In a moment of shock, the thug watched as Zhao's hand exerted force, effortlessly crumpling the revolver into a twisted piece of scrap metal before his eyes. No, you are not human. You are a demon. Devil, these street thugs are just as such. They may appear formidable, brandishing their firearms and engaging in all manner of violence. Yet in truth, they are mere paper tigers. Once you exhibit sufficient strength, they immediately crumble. Just like now, confronted by the panicked ruffians, Zhao Kuo showed no mercy, delivering a swift kick that sent one of them crashing into a dark alley nearby, after which Zhao Kuo followed suit. When Zhao Kuo emerged once more, the incongruous white lab coat had been replaced by the leather attire of the thugs. With this newfound outlet, Zhao Kuo felt an invigorating sense of relief. It was at this moment that a door materialized in the space before him. Zhao Kuo, ever so cautious, especially in a world teeming with grotesque entities like DC, perceived that such an unexpected door could hardly herald anything good. Perhaps growing impatient, the wooden door swung open, and a powerful force drew Zhao Kuo inside. Letting you in is quite a hassle. Following the direction of the voice, he beheld a bespectacled female clerk. Indeed, she was a woman with a neat ponytail, clad in a uniform, exuding an air of efficiency. Yet, it was evident that she was quite busy. Her desk was piled high with stacks of documents resembling small mountains. You are, Zhao Kuo began, only to be interrupted by the woman. I know what you wish to say. You travelers are all the same. You may call me Sister Zhao. I am your liaison in this world. Your various metrics align perfectly with the standards for traversal, so we will consider you accordingly. You may take a look for yourself. Perhaps finding it too cumbersome, or perhaps overwhelmed by her workload, the woman, self-styled as Sister Zhao, tossed a small sphere towards Zhao Kuo. For reasons unknown, despite being capable and having bested for young titans, Zhao Kuo found himself unable to evade the casually thrown sphere, ultimately allowing it to enter his being. As the sphere entered him, a wealth of knowledge flooded Zhao Kuo's mind, and he came to understand. It turned out that the world in which Zhao Kuo now found himself had birthed a self-aware will, known as the world will. Ordinarily, this would not be particularly remarkable, as many worlds possess such a consciousness. However, the peculiarity lies in the fact that while other worlds' wills often arise with some external influence, this world awakened its will entirely autonomously, without any external force. It was precisely this unusual circumstance that garnered the attention of the World Management Bureau. Originally, the Bureau had its own agents among travelers who would enter worlds with a world will in order to provide covert protection. However, this world was so exceptional that it actively repelled outsiders whose natures did not harmonize with its own. Following the formation of the world will, a prolonged period of growing pains ensues, during which the world's barriers exhibit vulnerabilities, allowing various harmful entities from the void to infiltrate. Should these harmful substances be left unchecked, they would not only inflict irreversible damage upon the nascent world consciousness and its realm, but could also distort it into a grotesque and unfathomable terror. Consequently, every world endowed with a burgeoning consciousness is overseen by a regulatory agency that dispatches traversers for its protection. Their mission transcends mere data collection. It is imperative to eradicate the invasive harmful substances to ensure the world functions normally. Thus, for this particular realm, the agency implemented an emergency protocol, swiftly identifying Zhao Kuo as a suitable candidate for acceptance into this world through advanced data screening, successfully facilitating his transition. This method of boarding before payment left Zhao Kuo quite dissatisfied. However, he recognized that now was not the time to confront the agency, especially considering his current insignificance in the face of such a colossal entity. Any display of hostility or defiance could easily lead to his obliteration, as effortless as squashing an ant. Nevertheless, these concerns did not occupy Zhao Kuo's thoughts at the moment. After assimilating the information, he hastened to the adjacent machine, skillfully activating the device and inputting a sequence of data coordinates. A familiar image soon materialized before him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he beheld the two figures he recognized. Rest assured, your parents are safe, came Zhao Jie's voice. Unbeknownst to him, She had approached his side, gently patting his shoulder. Although we brought you here without your consent, the agency has extended substantial compensations for your parents. Subsequently, Zhao Jie utilized her authority to reveal the compensatory measures enacted by the agency for Zhao Kuo's parents prior to his transition. They would employ special methods to ensure his mother would conceive swiftly, and during their repose, an administered agent would alleviate them of all known ailments, enabling them to live healthily for at least 120 years. As Zhao Jie continued to adjust the parameters, she elaborated on the financial aspect. His former parents would receive a lawful and reasonable compensation totaling 13 million, a sum that would extend to their descendants for 3 generations. Thus, his departure would undoubtedly be a boon for them. Upon hearing Zhao Jie's words, the tension in Zhao Kuo's clenched fists finally eased. Chapter 6. A new beginning. Noticing that Zhao Kuo's emotions had stabilized, Zhao Jie concluded her tasks and began to explain. You are likely aware of the specifics. This individual is the consciousness of your world. Once you grasp her hand, the contract shall be formally established. Following the direction of Zhao Jie's finger, a regal and elegant woman appeared before Zhao Kuo. Though it was their first encounter, the unparalleled warmth radiating from her made it difficult for him to divert his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kuo finally uttered a bewildered question. Is this what the world's consciousness looks like? Certainly not, came the reply. Sister Zhao, appearing utterly naive, remarked that this was merely a form one could accept. She embodied the collective will of the world, capable of manifesting as a stone, a tree, or anything at all. Indeed, at that moment, the world's will spoke. Its voice, somewhat stammering yet ethereal, enveloped Zhao Kuo in an indescribable comfort. I can be anything you desire, it declared, transforming once more, instantaneously shifting from a noble woman into a towering stone over 2 meters high, and then into a small tree radiating golden light. No. I preferred your initial form, Zhao Kuo interjected. Upon hearing this, the world's will reverted to the enchanting appearance of the beautiful woman. As the saying goes, since we are here, let us find peace. Given that everything had already been determined, what more could Zhao Kuo possibly request? Knowing that his parents could continue to live happily was sufficient. After all, in Zhao Kuo's view, with the meager abilities he possessed before his transmigration, even a lifetime of struggle might not yield a fortune of 1 million, let alone 10 million. Enough of such futile thoughts, Sister Zhao urged somewhat impatiently. I have much to attend to. Let us conclude the contract swiftly. Prompted by her insistence, Zhao Kuo grasped the hand of the world's will. In an instant, golden light erupted between them, weaving into threads that enveloped Zhao Kuo, forming a golden chrysalis. As time ticked by, the world's will observed intently, while Sister Zhao, who had previously been urging haste, produced a device resembling a camera to document everything transpiring around Zhao Kuo. At the moment the chrysalis broke open, Zhao Kuo felt as if he had been reborn. When he gazed at the world's will, an unfamiliar emotion stirred within him. Unfazed by these sentiments, Sister Zhao retrieved a device akin to a thermometer, sliding it over Zhao Kuo's form. After collecting the data, she reviewed it and remarked, Truly remarkable, Zhao Kuo. You have undergone a transformative evolution. As Sister Zhao stated, Zhao Kuo, being the subject, was most acutely aware of the changes within his body. Unlike others, his most significant distinction lay in his adaptive physique, an ability that could be deemed rather overpowered. Now, blessed by the world's will, this capability had experienced another enhancement. After conveying a few requirements from the administration to Zhao Kuo, she sent him on his way. As Zhao Kuo pushed open the doors of the administration and stepped outside, the dawn had just broken. The sun's rays illuminated him, and the street began to hum with the sounds of bustling life. Everything enveloped Zhao Kuo in the sensation of rebirth. With a newfound purpose, he resolved to embark on a grand endeavor. Time flowed swiftly, and the scene shifted to a lottery shop. Billy, an utterly ordinary citizen of the United States, led the life of a typical office worker. He harbored no gambling addiction. Yet on every payday, he would visit this lottery shop to purchase a ticket. Is it that same set of numbers again? The lottery shop owner was exceedingly familiar with Billy, as this fellow visited every month, always purchasing the same numbers, too lazy even to change them. Naturally, these were his lucky numbers. While the owner was preparing a ticket for Billy, the idle Billy surveyed the shop's decor and inadvertently noticed a peculiar individual. The reason for deeming him peculiar was not due to any unusual physical traits, but rather because he was staring blankly at the wall-mounted winning number display, utterly motionless, resembling a statue. Here you go, Billy said, taking the ticket from the owner, and gestured toward the strange man, inquiring, Who is that? I haven't seen him before. That's him, the owner replied, casting a sidelong glance at the individual. Just a guy who has gone mad with the desire to get rich. He has been coming here for 7 or 8 days now, and aside from buying a few scratch cards initially, he just sits there every day. The man referred to was none other than Zhao Kuo. Just as the owner finished speaking, Zhao Kuo, who had been lost in thought, suddenly stood up and approached the counter. His bizarre behavior prompted both the owner and Billy to instinctively step back, with the owner subconsciously reaching for his concealed handgun. However, what Zhao Kuo did next astonished both men. He pulled out some coins from his pocket, placed them on the counter, and pointed to the scratch cards inside the glass case, stating, "I want one of those." The owner, though slightly annoyed, realized that the man had indeed paid, and as a seller of lottery tickets, he had no valid reason to refuse. Just as the owner was about to tear off the first card, Zhao Kuo stopped him, indicating the fourth card instead, saying, "I want this one." "What a hassle," the owner muttered, but despite his words, his hands continued to move without hesitation. After receiving the ticket from the owner, Zhao Kuo immediately scratched it with the only coin he had left. "This is impossible." The owner was utterly astonished at the result Zhao Kuo revealed. This scratch card offered a maximum prize of $5,000, but due to its low price, the odds of winning were remarkably slim. Yet, Zhao Kuo had managed to win the top prize with just one ticket. What a fortunate fellow. One would expect Zhao Kuo to be ecstatic upon winning the grand prize, particularly since $5,000 was a substantial sum in the eyes of the owner. However, Zhao Kuo displayed no outward change in expression. After receiving his winnings from the owner, he pointed to another set of scratch cards, declaring, "Boss, I'll buy another one." "Young man, luck doesn't come around all the time," the owner cautioned. And it was understandable given that this scratch card boasted a grand prize of $100,000. Yet, Zhao Kuo remained unfazed. After making his selection, as he scratched the last section, he, unsurprisingly, won again. Wow, is this for real? Chapter 7. The doorway to death. If one were to describe Zhao Kuo's initial stroke of fortune as mere luck, his subsequent windfall of $100,000 from the lottery can only be attributed to a dalliance with the goddess of fortune. As Zhao Kuo exited the lottery shop, buoyed by his winnings, the shopkeeper's face betrayed a sinister smile. No sooner had Zhao Kuo departed than the shopkeeper placed a clandestine call. "It's me. We have another big catch, a fortunate lad. Don't worry, he hasn't been gone long." Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo, clutching a bag of money, swiftly entered a computer store. Upon his emergence, the cash had transformed into a high-spec laptop. Do you believe that Zhao Kuo's consecutive wins stemmed from sheer luck? No, it was the result of scientific prowess. However, Zhao Kuo had no intention of relying solely on lottery tickets for sustenance. To establish himself in this world, personal capability was essential, but more importantly, he needed to convert that capability into wealth. The $100,000 he won merely served as starting capital. The real drama was yet to unfold. "This is your room." In a rental apartment, the landlord opened the door, introducing Zhao Kuo to the amenities, which included an independent bathroom and brand new furnishings. "You're quite fortunate. Do be careful during your stay. Damaging anything will require compensation." Once the landlord departed, Zhao Kuo promptly powered on his laptop, executing a series of operations that allowed him to infiltrate the official system of the United States. It must be acknowledged that this body was remarkably adept. Had it been before his transmigration, even 2 decades would not have sufficed for Zhao Kuo to achieve such a feat. Zhao Kuo's objective in hacking into the official system was straightforward: to forge an identity for himself. After all, as a biological weapon of Cadmus, he had not been afforded a legitimate identity, and without the aid of the Justice League, he was left to fend for himself. Fortunately, this remarkable body enabled him to swiftly create a plausible identity, complete with a fabricated history from birth through education, culminating in graduation, a flawless narrative. Once completed, Zhao Kuo closed the laptop and prepared to leave. The combination of a high-performance computer and the rental of this apartment had considerably strained his already limited startup funds. To further his plans, Zhao Kuo resolved to visit a few more lottery shops. Just as he opened the door, a figure clad in black stood rigidly at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Kuo, the figure uttered no threats or words. Without hesitation, he drew a handgun and fired a shot into Zhao Kuo's head, followed by another directed at his heart. The execution of this grim sequence was seamless and efficient, and to spare others the disturbance, the assailant had even affixed a silencer to the weapon. As Zhao Kuo crumpled to the floor, the figure in black swiftly entered the room, shutting the door behind him, and began to rummage through the space. "What are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist you." As the man in black remained utterly focused, a sudden voice startled him, compelling him to turn swiftly. However, Zhao Kuo was even quicker. With a swift kick, the man in black fell to his knees, and Zhao pressed his head firmly against the table. "Impossible. You are still alive?" With people wearing their underwear outside in broad daylight, what could possibly be deemed impossible? Without engaging in further banter, Zhao Kuo snapped one of the assassin's fingers and demanded, "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" Initially, Zhao expected this assassin to be a tough nut to crack, but to his surprise, the man was remarkably forthcoming. With merely the breaking of a finger, the assassin divulged everything. He claimed to belong to a gang called the Hound Gang, led by a notorious local crime lord known as the Hound. They had come to kill Zhao Kuo based on a tip-off that he possessed a substantial sum of cash, which led to this murderous plot. Oh, how did I not realize that? Zhao Kuo remarked, appearing enlightened. He had originally intended to amass funds through more rudimentary means to eventually establish a company and let it grow, for in this capitalist society, money reigns supreme. Yet, the appearance of the assassin had illuminated a new path for Zhao Kuo. After resetting the broken finger, Zhao Kuo pulled the man up from the table and, before his eyes, crumpled the very gun that had been intended for his demise into a useless mass of metal. Are you a mutant? The assassin instinctively began to feel fear as he recalled the recent events. No matter what you say, if you wish to preserve your life, take me to your boss. Under the threat of death from Zhao Kuo, the assassin quickly acquiesced. Guided by him, Zhao Kuo arrived at a place called the Old Dog Bar. Despite the assassin's submissive demeanor in front of Zhao Kuo, his efficient and ruthless method of killing indicated that he held a significant position, at least in that locale. When the security guard at the entrance attempted to intervene, he quickly fell silent and allowed them entry upon recognizing the man in black. The two approached the bar, where the bartender promptly inquired, "How may I assist you, sir? Is the boss in?" Upon hearing this, the bartender glanced around and quietly replied, "Indeed, the boss is here. But he is not in a good mood and is currently in the back venting his frustration." "All right, I understand." After dealing with the bartender, the assassin turned to Zhao Kuo and said, "You heard that. Our boss is inside. Are you certain you want to go in? He is not in the best of spirits. Lead the way." With his life hanging in the balance, the assassin had no choice but to guide Zhao Kuo forward. Just as they reached the office door of the boss, a series of loud knocks echoed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots echoed, swiftly followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Before long, a lifeless body was dragged out by 2 impeccably dressed men. "Kant, how could you bring an outsider here?" One of them, clearly acquainted with the man in black, approached to inquire about Zhao Kuo's identity. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kuo struck him down with a precise chop. The other man, witnessing this scene, instinctively reached for his gun, but before he could grasp it, Zhao Kuo was already before him. What on earth is happening outside? Why all the commotion? After dealing with the situation outside, Zhao Kuo strode into the room with purpose. Meanwhile, Kant was outside, trembling with fear as he beheld one comrade unconscious and another lifeless. He was torn between fleeing and staying. A loud crash reverberated from the office, followed by a gradual stillness. When Kant mustered the courage to approach, the sight before him would be etched in his memory forever. Chapter 8. Unexpected Gains. Kant knew his boss all too well. The moniker Hound William was not bestowed without reason. This man was known for his ruthless demeanor. Do you think this bar came to be by mere chance? It was forged by William's unyielding fists. Yet, glancing at the present moment, there sat Zhao Kuo in the boss's chair, savoring an exquisite bottle of fine red wine, while his superior, William, resembled a loyal hound, dutifully attending to his every need. After pouring Zhao Kuo a glass of wine, William, with a beaming smile, produced 2 gold bars from his pocket and placed them before Zhao Kuo. "My lord, I confess my ignorance of your esteemed reputation and inadvertently caused offense. This humble token is but a small gesture of respect. I implore you to accept it." Zhao Kuo glanced at the gold bars but did not reach for them, continuing instead to relish the wine in his glass. Observing this, William became anxious and hastily opened a concealed safe, retrieving 2 more gold bars. As he was about to present them to Zhao Kuo, he was halted by a gesture. "This is not what I desire." "What then, my lord, do you seek?" Noting the confusion on William's face, Zhao Kuo set down his wine glass and declared, "From this moment forth, this bar and your Black Dog Gang shall fall under my protection. In exchange, I require 10% of your monthly revenue as a protection fee. Do you have any objections?" "None at all. It is an honor for us to receive your protection, my lord." Perhaps struck by a thought, William produced a briefcase from somewhere, opened it, and placed it before Zhao Kuo. "This is but a small offering from me. I hope you will graciously accept it." Zhao Kuo leaned down to peer into the briefcase, revealing stacks of green bills. This was precisely what he sought. After all, while gold bars held value, their liquidity was lacking. In the land of opportunity, cash was far more advantageous. "Very well, I shall accept this." Zhao Kuo closed the briefcase, turned to William, and said, "I will grant you a chance. Reveal to me one of your enemies and their whereabouts, and I shall assist you in eliminating them." "That would be Iron Head." William produced a photograph and placed it before Zhao Kuo. In the photograph is a man clad in a blue suit, his head square and robust. This individual, known as Iron Head, is also a gang leader, much like myself, albeit one of my adversaries who has thwarted my endeavors on numerous occasions. Zhao Kuo picked up the photograph, memorized Ironhead's visage, and casually tossed it aside, inquiring about his whereabouts. William nodded, casting a glance at the door and addressing Kanto. Kanto, escort the gentleman. With his name called, Kanto had no choice but to comply, steeling himself to carry out the order. Unlike managing a bar or dabbling in ancillary businesses, Ironhead's enterprises spanned a vast spectrum, encompassing every conceivable underworld activity. Hey, this is no place for your Black Dog gang. Perhaps due to Kanto's notorious reputation, as soon as they arrived on Ironhead's turf, the sentinels at the entrance instantly recognized his identity. Get lost. With no time to squander in such a location, Zhao Kuo seized a nearby trash can and hurled it forward. Crash. One of the guards was knocked to the ground by the refuse, while the other, caught off guard, found Zhao Kuo's fist making intimate contact with his face. Are we being a tad too conspicuous? With the two sentinels dispatched, the commotion had inevitably drawn the attention of those within. Look who it is. Isn't that one of William's old dogs? A group of over a dozen gang members, armed with submachine guns, surrounded the pair, and from their midst emerged Ironhead, donned in a suit, surveying the scene with an air of superiority. What are you here for? Never mind. I don't need to know. Just take care of them. However, the anticipated gunfire did not ensue. Instead, a cloud of smoke erupted, followed by the cacophony of fists and feet colliding. What is happening? As the smoke dissipated, the gang members lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. And the perpetrator of this swift defeat was none other than a youth clad in a cloak and resembling a circus performer. Robin. Initially, Zhao Kuo had intended to postpone any dealings with these superheroes, or perhaps wait until he had sufficiently developed himself. To his astonishment, he had encountered them so soon. Yet it mattered little, as their objective was evidently not him. In stark contrast to Zhao Kuo's calm demeanor, Ironhead appeared exceedingly displeased, particularly upon sighting Robin, who promptly drew his Thompson and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Hey, squarehead, you might miss with that. Just as he finished speaking, a figure darted past him, disarming him in the process. Robin, Kid Flash. It seems quite a few have shown up today. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Kuo observed the unfolding events. Regardless of who you are, this place is unsafe. You should leave promptly. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Zhao Kuo, a woman's voice. Turning to look, he beheld a woman with brown hair and green skin. Mars girl, Megan, as a newcomer to Earth, was unfamiliar with many aspects of this planet. Upon seeing the defenseless Zhao Kuo, she instinctively perceived him as an ordinary individual inadvertently caught up in the fray. However, just as Megan finished her thought, a nearby cargo container was violently breached, and a burly man clad in a suit emerged, charging forth like a bull and sending the unsuspecting Megan flying. Unexpectedly, this incident bore unforeseen consequences. Both William and Ironhead were mere nameless characters within the DC universe, yet the figure before them was anything but. His towering stature, exceeding 2 meters, coupled with his muscular physique and reddened skin, signified that he was indeed a product of enhancement. If Zhao Kuo recalled correctly, this individual had made an appearance in the Young Justice series, seemingly treated as a mere obstacle to be overcome by Red Arrow and the Young Justice League. Before long, the hulking man's bravado was curtailed as Superboy entered the fray, swiftly teaching him a lesson. In their clash, both combatants were pushed back several steps. However, it was evident that Superboy held the upper hand. The situation was growing increasingly tumultuous. Sir, we ought to retreat at once. Contrary to Zhao Kuo's keen interest in the unfolding drama, Kanto's immediate instinct was to withdraw, recognizing that the current circumstances were beyond their capabilities as minor players. After all, what ordinary person could tear a large chunk of ground from its place to use as a projectile? You should return first. By the way, may I borrow this? After acquiring a dagger from Kanto, Zhao Kuo instructed him to leave, opting to remain behind and bide his time. As moments passed, even the strongest of men, when besieged, could only withstand so much. The hulking figure began to falter, and the moment Zhao Kuo awaited was drawing near. Chapter 9. Bloodshed under the assault of several attackers. The towering man appeared on the brink of defeat. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Several smoke bombs detonated in the center of the battlefield, enveloping the area in a thick haze. The scent was unmistakable, gasoline. Superboy Connor detected the foul odor permeating the air, yet he had no opportunity to alert his teammates. Zhao Kuo struck the ground with his dagger, creating sparks that ignited the gasoline pooling around him, and flames swiftly engulfed the battlefield. Fire. As a Martian, fire had always been Megan's greatest weakness. Mere contact rendered her powerless, and prolonged exposure could even threaten her life. Precisely what Zhao Kuo sought. With his mask donned, Zhao Kuo emerged from the shadows. His intentions clear. He aimed for Megan. At this moment, Megan found herself in a state of profound weakness, her mind clouded with disorientation. As Zhao Kuo approached her, she was too feeble to resist his advances. Mars Girl. Observing the enemy targeting Megan, Connor rushed forward to assist, but in the next instant, the hulking figure lunged at him, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Connor's face. Although the identity of his benefactor remained unknown, the burly man recognized the rarity of the opportunity before him. In a bid to safeguard his goods, he launched an immediate assault on the super kid standing in front of him. Meanwhile, others were preoccupied, being delayed by gang members wielding firearms, leaving them with no capacity to assist. Seizing the moment, Zhao Kuo wasted no time. With a powerful punch, he rendered the already weakened Megan unconscious. He then made a precise incision on her arm with a dagger, capturing her blood in a plastic bottle. The effects of the smoke bomb quickly dissipated, and the burly man's strength was insufficient to hold off Connor for long. On the other side, the lightning kid Wally and the diving kid Calder arrived for support. Aware that they could not linger, Zhao Kuo prudently took the small vial of blood and made his exit. "Megan, are you all right?" Wally asked, his rapid movement dispersing the smoke and flames. The burly man was swiftly defeated by the combined efforts of Connor and Calder. After vanquishing their foe, Connor rushed to Megan's side, helping her regain consciousness. "You felt that, didn't you?" Robin inquired, observing Megan as she began to stir. "Indeed," Calder replied, his brow furrowed. Both the smoke bomb and the flames appeared too suddenly. But who caused this chaos, and what was their intent? This raised a pressing question. What did Zhao Kuo intend to do with Megan's blood? The answer was straightforward. He aimed to grow stronger. Upon forming a pact with the will of the world, Zhao Kuo not only assumed the responsibility to protect this realm, but also underwent a transformation blessed by that very will. From the moment he emerged reborn from the golden chrysalis, his adaptive body received an upgrade, evolving into a perfect adaptive form. Do not underestimate the significance of that slight distinction. The difference is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The original adaptive body was merely a passive skill. To enhance its self-healing abilities, one had to endure injuries repeatedly, allowing the body to heal itself, while gaining fire resistance required enduring burns. However, the evolved perfect adaptive body was fundamentally different. It could acquire relevant abilities or traits through external intake. For instance, should a mutant possess the ability to control fire, Zhao Kuo could gain that power by ingesting a part of their biological material. The amount required would depend solely on chance. In the DC universe, numerous superheroes and supervillains possess unique abilities, and the first that came to Zhao Kuo's mind was Superman. Regrettably, with his current strength, he could scarcely obtain even a fraction of Superman's essence, let alone steal his abilities. Moreover, the process would be excruciating. The greater the disparity between the strength of the individual and Zhao Kuo, the more biological material would be needed, and the more agonizing the process would become. If Zhao Kuo were to ingest directly, he might succumb to pain before ever gaining the ability. Consequently, he had to settle for a more practical option, the blood of a Martian, which offered greater potential and utility. It is indeed a twist of fate. Zhao Kuo, clutching half a bottle of blood, was about to retreat from the battlefield when he collided squarely with another individual while turning a corner. That hurt terribly. What kind of fool dares to obstruct my path? Although Zhao Kuo staggered from the impact, the other party fell to the ground, while the stranger continued to curse. Zhao Kuo took advantage of the light to discern the figure before him. It was none other than Iron Head, the very target he intended to eliminate. The fallen Iron Head was still ranting, but Zhao Kuo showed no inclination to indulge him. Before Iron Head could finish his sentence, Zhao Kuo delivered a decisive punch to his square head. Observing the shattered skull of Iron Head, Zhao Kuo couldn't help but shake his slightly aching right hand. No wonder they called him Iron Head. He was indeed remarkably tough. The scene shifted to the old dog bar in the boss's office. "So, you returned alone?" William inquired, his tone questioning. Kant replied helplessly, "Boss, he told me to come back first. Besides, those superheroes were already there. As an ordinary person, I wouldn't have been of any use." All right. William sighed in resignation. "I had hoped to use this guy to crush that iron walnut. But who would have thought it would end up like this? I always knew he was not much good." Before William could finish, the office door was kicked open, and Zhao Kuo strode in confidently, casually tossing Iron Head's severed head onto William's desk. "Extraordinary, truly extraordinary," William remarked, noting Zhao Kuo's composure. While a typical person would have been utterly horrified by the gruesome sight, William was, in fact, beaming with delight. He hastily retrieved 2 bundles of moldy bills and placed them before Zhao Kuo, saying, "Your prowess is indeed remarkable," effortlessly reclaiming Iron Head's head. "A small token of gratitude. I implore you to accept it." William was quite generous indeed. The suitcase he previously provided contained 200,000 moldy bills, and these 2 bundles amounted to an additional 20,000. Observing William's beaming countenance, Zhao Kuo said little, merely patted his shoulder before departing with the money. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Zhao Kuo carelessly tossed the suitcase containing 200,000 moldy bills aside and took out the half bottle of blood. After scrutinizing it meticulously and confirming its integrity, he unscrewed the cap and savored its contents. As the Martian girl's blood coursed through his veins, his perfectly adaptive body began to respond. Goodness, why does this hurt so much? Just a sip brought excruciating pain, causing Zhao Kuo to writhe on the floor. Chapter 10. New abilities. As time passed, the pain gradually subsided. Rising to his feet, Zhao Kuo wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the remaining blood on the table, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this is merely the blood of the Martian girl. Had it been Superman's blood, I fear that one sip would have been my end. Gritting his teeth, he took a second sip. Although the pain persisted, it was significantly less intense compared to the first. He proceeded to take a third sip. After consuming 3 sips, Zhao Kuo began to attentively sense the changes within him. In an effort to concentrate better, he even closed his eyes to heighten his awareness. However, after an extensive period of introspection, he found himself perplexed, as he discerned no alterations whatsoever. Just as Zhao Kuo opened his eyes in confusion, he was startled to discover that he was, indeed, levitating. Though his feet were merely half a palm's breadth above the ground, it still constituted levitation. Could it be that I have acquired the telekinetic abilities of Martians? As his thoughts fluctuated, Zhao Kuo's body instantly lost its stability, and he returned to the ground. He then attempted to manipulate other objects. It was confirmed that by consuming the blood of the Martian maiden, Zhao Kuo had indeed gained telekinesis. However, this power remained unstable, as even the slightest emotional disturbance caused it to dissipate. Nonetheless, this was already a remarkable achievement, considering he had only consumed 3 sips thus far. With the foundation laid by the initial 3 sips, Zhao Kuo swiftly consumed the remainder of the blood in one go. Upon the last drop entering his body, he felt no pain. Instead, an inexplicable surge of power surged within him. When he once again employed his newfound telekinesis, he realized he could control it with greater finesse than before. Although he had yet to reach the level of Martians, it was undoubtedly a significant improvement. Just as Zhao Kuo reveled in his delight, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to hasten to the stove, twist the valve, and ignite a flame, placing his hand above the fire. Indeed, his hand remained a considerable distance from the flames, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Damn it, he thought. Not only did I fail to inherit the full capabilities of the Martians, but I also seem to have inherited their aversion to fire. For extraterrestrials like the Martians, possessing multiple abilities, acquiring even a single power from a mere half bottle of blood was commendable. Zhao Kuo had not harbored excessive expectations, yet he was astonished to find that he had inherited their fear of fire as well. However, it was not a matter of great concern. Zhao Kuo had a solution. It is known that an adaptive body can enhance its resistance to certain elements through prolonged exposure before evolution. Thus, for the time being, Zhao Kuo remained in his room, basking in the warmth of the fire. After 7 consecutive days of this practice, he finally shed the Martian trait of fearing fire. During this week, he did not merely bask in the heat. He also honed his control over telekinesis, particularly under the influence of the flames, which doubled the effectiveness of his training. After 7 days, Zhao Kuo stepped out of his rented apartment, the sunlight once again gracing his face. Stretching luxuriously, he began to contemplate his next steps. To be frank, after his previous experiences, Zhao Kuo had become enamored with the ability to rapidly acquire traits through the consumption of others' biological components. Unfortunately, opportunities like that do not present themselves daily. He had been fortunate that day, for otherwise, obtaining the blood of those individuals would have proven exceedingly difficult. Engaging directly with the Teen Titans poses an excessively high risk, not to mention that their team has already been established. The likelihood of Zhao Kuo succeeding in a solo confrontation is alarmingly low. Even if he were to vanquish them, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Justice League. Facing Batman, Superman, or even Wonder Woman and Green Lantern, Zhao Kuo would likely find himself outmatched. Contemplating this, Zhao Kuo's previously buoyant spirits were swiftly extinguished. Indeed, in the DC universe, particularly in a world where Superman has fully matured, one must refrain from reckless bravado. It is imperative to expedite the accumulation of initial capital. With this in mind, Zhao Kuo made his way to William's office once more. Upon Zhao Kuo's arrival, William's demeanor transformed instantly, adopting a servile attitude as he hurriedly offered tea and water. Such deference was unavoidable, given Zhao Kuo's formidable abilities. After Zhao Kuo eliminated Ironhead, William seized the opportunity presented by the ensuing chaos within Ironhead's gang, decisively claiming 40% of his territory at a significant cost. What about the remaining 60%? Do not jest. This city is not solely dominated by the Black Dog Gang. With William's limited manpower, even forcibly annexing all of Ironhead's territory would likely prove overwhelming. It would be far wiser to initially acquire a portion and, through astute management, swiftly transform that acquisition into his own strength, thereby laying a solid foundation for future endeavors. I need money, a substantial amount of it. Do you have any solutions? Faced with Zhao Kuo's abrupt inquiry, William was momentarily taken aback, but then, as though struck by inspiration, he hurried outside and returned bearing a briefcase. Upon opening it, he revealed it was filled to the brim with illicit currency. Zhao Kuo cast a cursory glance, furrowing his brow, and discreetly pocketed the 100,000 in illicit funds, simultaneously stating, "That is not what I meant. I seek a means to earn a significant amount of money in a short time. Do you have any effective strategies?" After a brief contemplation, William replied, "Indeed, my lord. We frequently accept bounty contracts and engage in covert assassinations. With your prowess, if you were willing to take on some bounties, earning money would be effortless. Perhaps it is worth considering. In the DC universe, there are numerous renowned mercenaries, such as Deathstroke and Deadshot. By becoming a mercenary myself, I could not only quickly amass initial funds through bounties, but may also encounter individuals of a rather unique nature." With Zhao Kuo's consent, William opened the dark web page and began to elucidate the process. After grasping the fundamentals, Zhao Kuo registered an account, christening it Night Owl. Just then, a commotion erupted in the bar. An oblivious individual, having indulged in alcohol, was behaving recklessly. Ordinarily, such matters would be best left to the hotel security personnel. However, this individual happened to be a mutant and had already incapacitated several security guards. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, William furrowed his brow and, casting a glance towards Zhao Kuo, slightly inclined his body, stating, "My lord, there appears to be a situation ahead. I shall attend to it." "Very well, proceed," Zhao Kuo replied. After William departed, Zhao Kuo began to peruse the task list. The multitude of assignments was overwhelming, ranging from heinous acts of murder and smuggling to petty acts of vandalism and intimidation, interspersed with some rather peculiar requests. For instance, there was a bounty for the true identity of Batman, as well as a request for the collection of Superman's original underwear. Despite the peculiar nature of such demands, the offered rewards were substantial. Chapter 11. The first task. Zhao Kuo did not linger on these bizarre tasks for long, continuing his search for a suitable assignment. During this time, he pondered a pressing question: why was such a conspicuous dark web permitted to exist? Indeed, this dark web was audacious. One might assume that William, as the leader of the Black Dog Gang, held a significant social standing. However, he was merely a street thug, with influence primarily limited to the bar and its surrounding areas. Of course, after Zhao Kuo eliminated Ironhead, he also gained a portion of Ironhead's territory. In the grand scheme of the DC universe, he was undeniably a minor character. If such a small player could access the dark web, was it possible that the authorities were unaware of its existence? Why, knowing of its presence, did they allow it to continue? Soon, Zhao Kuo discovered the answer within the descriptions of several tasks. Many bore the emblem of a bald eagle, a well-known symbol of the United States. Though not explicitly stated, anyone with even a modicum of awareness would recognize its significance. Moreover, the majority of these marked tasks involved assassinating foreign officials or gathering specific intelligence. The rationale became clear. The authorities, fully aware of the dark web's existence, likely permitted it to operate as a means to accomplish unsavory tasks that could not be executed overtly. It was possible that the entire dark web functioned under the auspices of official control. However, such matters were of little concern to Zhao Kuo, who was, after all, a minor player in this grand narrative, merely a slightly larger ant in the vast scheme of things. Without sufficient strength, recklessly entering the fray would only result in being devoured by ravenous wolves and tigers, leaving nothing but remnants. It was far wiser to remain grounded. Before long, a suitable task caught Zhao Kuo's eye. Task objective: capture the Frost Killer and deliver him to the designated target. Task reward: $200,000. The task details included potential locations for the Frost Killer, whose abilities fell within Zhao Kuo's manageable range, and the reward was quite appealing. After Zhao Kuo selected the option to accept the task, a message was promptly sent to his phone. Intriguing. It was time to take action. Winston, Martin Road. This place is notoriously recognized as a slum, where one can encounter countless addicts wandering aimlessly like the living dead. Used syringes litter the surroundings, and various excrements contribute to an unbearable stench, rendering the overall environment exceedingly harsh. It is precisely due to this grim atmosphere that many law enforcement officers from the United States tend to avoid this area whenever possible. After all, with their meager monthly salaries, risking their lives in such a place seems unwarranted. Consequently, many criminals, after committing their misdeeds, choose to hide here, leading to Martin Road's infamous reputation as a haven for crime, a veritable hotbed of vice. Bang! With a forceful kick, Caitlin burst into the cramped rental apartment. Clutching a shopping bag, she tossed the bag onto the sofa and reached for a thermos nearby, filling a glass with steaming hot water. As she grasped the scalding glass, the water cooled at an astonishing rate, ultimately transforming into a solid block of ice. Caitlin Snow, also known as the Frost Killer, had recently been defeated by Aquaman and the Diver. Seizing an opportunity during her transport to prison, she eliminated the escorting SWAT officers and successfully escaped. To conceal her identity, she had no choice but to take refuge in this dilapidated location until the storm passed. The small space of the rental unit, combined with the events that had transpired, had made Caitlin exceedingly alert. A noise emanating from the wardrobe immediately captured her attention. Without hesitation, she unleashed a frigid blast from her hands, instantly freezing the entire wardrobe. A swift kick shattered the now brittle wardrobe door, but instead of an anticipated ice sculpture, a homemade stun grenade tumbled out. Caitlin's kick had inadvertently dislodged the safety pin. Realizing she had been tricked, Caitlin turned to flee, but it was already too late. The stun grenade detonated before her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Given its homemade nature, the explosion was not overwhelmingly powerful, sparing her from immediate unconsciousness. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Kuo burst through the window. Before Caitlin could react, he landed a well-timed punch to her face, rendering her unconscious while preserving her life. Observing the fallen Frost Killer, Zhao Kuo did not hastily carry her away. Instead, he administered a sedative to ensure she wouldn't regain consciousness too quickly before hoisting her away from the crime scene. The noise generated by the explosion was considerable. In any other location, it would have attracted a crowd of onlookers. Zhao Kuo's act of carrying the woman would surely have been noticed and potentially obstructed. However, in this infamous criminal district, even the dropping of a nuclear bomb would elicit no response from the drug-addled denizens. Incidents of home invasion and robbery were commonplace here, and naturally, no one would intervene to stop Zhao Kuo. Caitlin was unceremoniously tossed into the second-hand car recently acquired by Zhao Kuo, who then deftly inserted the needle into her vein. As her blood coursed through the tubing, it gradually filled the blood bag at the end. Caitlin's mastery over Frost is not uncommon in the DC universe. However, the inexperienced Zhao Kuo lacked the necessary combat skills. Thus, he felt compelled to gather whatever resources he could. En route to the designated location, Zhao Kuo took a moment to snap a photo of the unconscious Caitlin with his phone, promptly sending it to his employer. The employer responded with alacrity. No sooner had Zhao Kuo dispatched the image than a sum of 50,000 Mado was deposited into his designated account, followed by a more detailed task description sent via text. The task required him to retrieve Caitlin to an abandoned building that was yet to be completed. Ascending to the third floor while carrying the unconscious Caitlin, he spotted the collar mentioned in the text at the doorway. With a decisive snap, the black collar was secured around Caitlin's neck, its red light illuminating as she began to regain consciousness. Upon awakening and seeing Zhao Kuo before her, Caitlin furrowed her brow, preparing to freeze him into an icy statue. However, to her dismay, her powers faltered. The collar suppressed her abilities, and stripped of her superhuman skills, Caitlin attempted to negotiate for her freedom. "Please, don't be so hasty. If you let me go, I can fulfill your desires." Yet, before she could finish her plea, Zhao Kuo delivered a swift punch, rendering her unconscious once more. To be frank, this Frost assassin was rather unremarkable in appearance, certainly not aligning with Zhao Kuo's aesthetic preferences. Losing 200,000 for such an individual was utterly nonsensical, unless Zhao Kuo had lost his mind. He was quite capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. After securely binding Caitlin with chains, ensuring her inability to escape even if she regained consciousness, another text arrived on Zhao Kuo's phone. The message was straightforward. The task was complete, and the final payment would arrive in 10 seconds. Once the 10 seconds elapsed and the payment was confirmed, Zhao Kuo promptly rose to leave without hesitation. Just as he departed, an individual clad in green ninja attire and wearing a Cheshire Cat mask descended from the rafters. It was confirmed, the Frost assassin Caitlin. "Excellent. I shall take her back now." Zhao Kuo remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the building, nor did he care, as long as the money was in hand. The subsequent matters were of no consequence to him. Reflecting on the sudden influx of 200,000 Mado, he couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly the money had arrived. Wealth and power have always existed in a symbiotic relationship, particularly for Zhao Kuo. Money enables him to grow stronger, and in turn, a more formidable Zhao Kuo can amass even greater wealth, creating a virtuous cycle. Otherwise, one might find oneself in a predicament akin to that of William, who, despite being aware of the dark web's existence and having encountered numerous lucrative bounties, can only settle for the meager scraps due to his own limitations. Returning to the present, Zhao Kuo, having completed his task, promptly returned to his rented apartment. He secured the door and, as a matter of habit, conducted a thorough inspection to ensure no surveillance devices had been secretly installed. Only after confirming the room's safety did he retrieve the blood he had drawn from Caitlin. One should not dismiss Zhao Kuo's concerns as unwarranted. After all, he had narrowly escaped from Cadmus amidst the chaos, and the energy wielded by the council behind it was formidable. Their reluctance to act against Zhao Kuo immediately stemmed from the exposure of Cadmus, which had drawn the attention of the Justice League. Once they dealt with that matter, it was likely that Zhao Kuo would become their next target. This urgency to enhance his own abilities was precisely why Zhao Kuo was so driven. Perhaps having ingested the blood of the Martian girl previously, the subsequent intake of the Frost Killer's blood did not inflict significant pain upon him. As the blood coursed through his veins, a chilling sensation enveloped him, instantly freezing the water in a nearby cup upon contact. With this newfound assurance, Zhao Kuo felt considerably more confident. In the following days, he accepted numerous tasks, albeit the bounties offered were significantly lower compared to the 200,000 for capturing Caitlin. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, many a little makes a mickle, and Zhao Kuo's mastery of telekinesis and ice abilities became more adept with each undertaking. Just as he believed such days would continue uninterrupted, a new crisis soon approached. After dinner, Zhao Kuo glanced at his bank account balance, contemplating taking on a small task to earn some extra cash while aiding digestion. At that moment, he received a call from the bar. Upon answering, William's voice resonated from the other end. "My lord, your protection fee is ready. Please come to collect it." Frowning at this, Zhao Kuo replied, "Just have Kant deliver it to me. Leave the money in the usual place, and I shall retrieve it." He was about to hang up when William, sounding as frantic as a cat with its tail stepped on, quickly interjected, "Wait, my lord. The situation is this. Khan is occupied with other matters and is currently unavailable. The others are unaware of the specifics, so I kindly request that you come in person." Sensing something amiss, Zhao Kuo maintained a neutral tone, saying, "Understood. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, he reflected on William's words, particularly the tone of his voice, before arming himself and stepping out of his apartment. Upon arriving at the bar, he first passed through the front entrance, observing the 2 security guards at the door to ensure everything was in order before making his way to the back entrance. Once inside, he proceeded directly to the owner's office. Upon pushing the door open, the scene within confirmed Zhao Kuo's earlier apprehensions. Having just spoken with Zhao Kuo, William now lay lifeless upon his desk. As Zhao Kuo attempted to exit the room, a shadow swiftly emerged from behind, severing his escape route, with a sharp blade menacingly directed toward his throat. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo reacted with remarkable swiftness, seizing the assailant's arm and, with a sudden surge of strength, forcefully threw him to the ground before him. Clad entirely in black, it was evident that this individual was a ninja. The advanced technological gear he bore confirmed him as an assassin from the League of Assassins. Zhao Kuo had never been one to show mercy to those intent on his demise. After slamming the assailant to the ground, he offered no chance for resistance, delivering a decisive blow that extinguished the intruder's life. How amusing, he mused, that a mere rat fleeing from the laboratory could muster such defiance. Accompanying the sound of struggle were 3 shurikens, which Zhao Kuo instinctively attempted to block with his arm, allowing the projectiles to embed themselves in his flesh. Following the sound, he turned to see none other than the exemplary figure of the League, the Cheshire Cat. "Let us see what this little rat is truly capable of," Zhao Kuo declared, as he flung the shurikens back at his foe and launched himself toward the Cheshire Cat with a powerful punch. The Cheshire Cat, a notable figure in the League, possessed considerable combat experience from his frontline endeavors, yet Zhao Kuo was no novice either. Created as a biological weapon, Zhao Kuo had been forcibly infused with various martial arts, including Chinese Kung Fu, Jeet Kune Do, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Muay Thai during his time in Cadmus. Coupled with his superhuman senses and strength, he navigated the confrontation with the Cheshire Cat and the lurking shadow assassins with remarkable ease. "How can my poisoned shurikens be ineffective?" the Cheshire Cat thought. Stepping back to assess the situation, he was taken aback to witness Zhao Kuo, having endured numerous poison projectiles, appear completely unfazed. The efficacy of these poisons had been verified by many, capable of incapacitating even an elephant, yet here stood Zhao Kuo, seemingly unaffected despite having absorbed a lethal dosage. Alas, Zhao Kuo's peculiar physiology rendered him exceptionally resilient. Initially, the poison had indeed affected him, slowing his movements and reactions as it invaded his system. However, as time passed, his body developed a resistance to the toxins, rendering him immune to their effects even after subsequent exposures. Chapter 13. Drowsiness delivers a pillow in the world of shadows. Delay begets peril. Who could ascertain how many assassins the League had dispatched to eliminate him? Continuing to engage with the Cheshire Cat was decidedly disadvantageous. With this thought in mind, Zhao Kuo resolved to conclude the encounter swiftly. Therefore, in his next clash with the Cheshire Cat, he abandoned defense and unleashed a full frontal assault. Confronted with the razor-sharp claws of the Cheshire Cat, Zhao Kuo boldly braced himself, seizing the adversary's arm to thwart any escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flying kick aimed at the cat's abdomen. Despite the cat's remarkable reflexes, managing to deflect the blow with an intricate maneuver, Zhao Kuo retaliated fiercely, delivering a powerful headbutt that struck the mask of the Cheshire Cat with considerable force. This unexpected assault staggered the cat, providing Zhao Kuo the opportunity to unleash a series of devastating punches, ultimately toppling his opponent, rendering him incapacitated. As the saying goes, cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. Zhao Kuo harbored no qualms about eliminating his foe. Having engaged in battle, he resolved to end it decisively to preclude future complications. However, just as he bent to retrieve the fallen weapon of the Cheshire Cat, a smoke bomb rolled before him, swiftly engulfing the entire office in a thick haze. Unfazed by this sudden turn of events, Zhao Kuo charged towards the wall, propelled by instinct. With a resounding crash, he delivered a powerful punch that created an opening in the wall, allowing him to escape the chaos. How could it be you? As the smoke gradually dissipated, Zhao Kuo had long vanished without a trace. The Cheshire Cat, saved by the intervention of a mysterious man, felt no gratitude. Instead, her tone was laced with dissatisfaction and disdain. Were it not for me, you would have no opportunity to engage in this futile conversation. The master of movement, observing the injured Cheshire Cat, spoke with unrelenting candor, yet his body betrayed a sense of urgency as he crouched to examine her injuries. Aren't you going to pursue him? This operation was fraught with issues. A lack of intelligence was the primary cause of our failure. As he realigned her misaligned bones, he noted, his combat prowess far exceeded our estimates. We must prepare more thoroughly. Perhaps this ambush's failure signifies that he will be even harder to eliminate when prepared. Just as the Cheshire Cat had surmised, Zhao Kuo, having exited the bar, climbed into his second-hand vehicle, speeding towards the suburbs with utmost haste. Well, since you initiated the attack, do not blame me for my retribution. The expression on Zhao Kuo's face darkened as he drove. To ensure his safety, he changed vehicles 3 times during his escape, following an erratic route devoid of any discernible pattern. Only after confirming he was not being followed did he proceed to his safe house in the suburbs. Within the confines of the safe house, Zhao Kuo meticulously reviewed the entirety of the recent confrontation, contemplating the manner in which he would exact vengeance upon the Assassin's Alliance. First and foremost, to retaliate, one must ascertain the identity of the target. As a traveler through time, Zhao Kuo possesses a profound understanding that the so-called council behind Cadmus is, in fact, the Illuminati. Its members include the ageless ancient being Vandal Savage, the Shadow League that has launched an assault against him, led by the formidable Ra's al Ghul, the dictatorial Queen Bee of Villainy, the embodiment of chaos known as the Witch Boy, and Superman's arch-nemesis, Lex Luthor, culminating with the grotesque entity that has been reduced to merely a brain. Each of these individuals commands significant power and possesses vast resources. Given Zhao Kuo's current capabilities, launching an attack against them would be akin to a fragile egg striking a solid stone. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo harbors no intention of engaging in an all-out war with the Illuminati. The existence of the Illuminati is fundamentally rooted in the benefits these individuals derive from it. Thus, until their own tangible interests are jeopardized, the fates of their allies are of little concern to them. Zhao Kuo does contemplate the annihilation of one of these factions. Yet such thoughts remain impractical at this juncture. His true objective is to showcase sufficient strength, allowing the members of the Illuminati to comprehend his prowess and realize that persisting in their current course will exact a far greater toll than any potential gains. At that point, for the sake of their own interests, these individuals will naturally opt for a path of conciliation. Since the Assassin League has already made its move against him, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, Zhao Kuo resolves to utilize the Assassin League to demonstrate his might. Having established a target, the subsequent challenge lies in locating the Assassin League. While Zhao Kuo is aware of their headquarters, a direct assault would be tantamount to suicide unless he possesses Superman's extraordinary strength. However, he is completely unfamiliar with the League's other outposts, and it would be imprudent to seek assistance from Batman in Gotham. Just as Zhao Kuo grapples with this dilemma, the will of the world begins to operate surreptitiously. As a guardian bound by a contract with the will of the world, the benefits Zhao Kuo receives extend far beyond a mere evolution. They permeate every facet of his existence. At this moment, As Zhao Kuo ponders how to uncover the Assassin League's stronghold, his gaze inadvertently falls upon his computer screen. The display reveals the dark web's taskbar, which refreshes to unveil a new mission, one that is explicitly directed against the Assassin League. Dare to act boldly. A congenial voice resonates in Zhao Kuo's ear. He scans the vicinity, confirming that he is utterly alone, yet the voice is undeniably real, not a figment of his imagination. Is this the will of the world? Zhao Kuo instinctively utters, yet receives no reply. Setting this matter aside for the moment, Zhao Kuo refocuses on the taskbar. Upon clicking the mission, more detailed information materializes before him. The distinctive emblem of the white-headed eagle unmistakably indicates that this mission has been issued by the official government of the United States. It is unclear what actions the Assassin Alliance took to offend the official authorities of the United States. In this mission, not only is there an additional file containing coordinates of a stronghold, but the bounty offered is also substantial. For every stronghold of the Assassin Alliance that is destroyed, one can earn a reward of $100,000 upon providing photographic evidence, with an additional $100,000 as a bonus for complete annihilation. For Zhao Kuo, who is eager to confront the Assassin Alliance, this opportunity is akin to a pillow offered to one who is already drowsy. Without hesitation, he accepted the task, and the information within the folder unfolded before him. It presented 7 distinct coordinates, which meant that if Zhao Kuo successfully eradicated all 7 associated strongholds, he would receive a bounty of $800,000. With this thought in mind, Zhao Kuo resolved to fully commit to the mission, aiming to accomplish it swiftly while simultaneously proving to the Illuminati that he is not to be trifled with. He recognized the need to optimize his condition and enhance his capabilities. Chapter 14. Retribution. If there were any resources available to Zhao Kuo that could rapidly augment his strength, they would undoubtedly be the giant's potions he had surreptitiously taken during his escape from Cadmus. While all attention was focused on the battle between the young titans and Desmond, Zhao Kuo not only seized several giant's potions, but also downloaded a wealth of useful data from Cadmus's mainframe. During the ensuing period, Zhao Kuo set about modifying the giant's potions. Though his equipment was rudimentary and the environment harsh, he relied on his ingenuity and the relevant data acquired from Cadmus's mainframe to successfully refine the potions. However, it would be more precise to say that he improved and streamlined them rather than merely refined them. Desmond's transformation into a grotesque, hulking monster after consuming the giant's potion was due, in part, to his inadequacy as a researcher. His physical strength was insufficient to withstand the enhancements the potion afforded. Furthermore, the potency of the potion exceeded the human threshold for endurance. Desmond's survival, transforming into a monstrous figure rather than succumbing to fatality, was indeed fortunate. Upon realizing this, Zhao Kuo diluted the potion and incorporated other components to temper its effects, striving to make it tolerable for an average individual. This improvement required time. And although Zhao Kuo had not yet reduced the potion's potency to a level suitable for ordinary users, he had brought it to a threshold manageable for himself. Even if this effect existed only in theory, Zhao Kuo was confident in his unique physiology, believing he could endure its minor imperfections. Thus, without hesitation, he consumed the potion in one swift motion. Here it comes. This is truly exhilarating. The potion, as anticipated, quickly took effect, and Zhao Kuo felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him like a wild stallion, his muscles being torn apart by this newfound strength. Were it another individual, allowing the situation to unfold unchecked would likely lead to the emergence of a formidable adversary in no time. Fortunately, this time, it was Zhao Kuo, whose unique physique enabled his body to adapt forcibly to the enhancements brought about by the potion, coupled with a stroke of external luck. Ultimately, Zhao Kuo tamed this power and achieved a perfect amalgamation with his own being. Upon completion of this fusion, outwardly, Zhao Kuo appeared merely taller than before. However, in terms of strength and speed, he experienced a significant enhancement. Additionally, the potion bestowed upon Zhao Kuo a remarkable ability, rendering his skin remarkably resilient. Should Zhao Kuo engage in a duel with the Cheshire Cat now, the latter's thrown shurikens would scarcely inflict any harm, let alone breach his skin. Having adjusted himself to an optimal state, Zhao Kuo commenced his vengeance. His initial target was the nearest stronghold of the Assassin's Alliance. This outpost, situated by the seaside, outwardly resembled a warehouse, yet within, it served as a storage and transit point for the Alliance's supplies. Outside the warehouse, 2 assassins disguised as security personnel stood guard, but in the next moment, Zhao Kuo descended from above, swiftly dispatching one of them. The other, upon noticing Zhao Kuo's presence and preparing to sound the alarm, found himself silenced by a forceful punch to the neck, a physical means of ensuring his quietude. After neutralizing the outer guards, one would expect Zhao Kuo to storm inside and wreak havoc. However, he chose a different approach. Come on, what era are we in? The notion of close combat has long since become outdated. Why exert unnecessary effort when a more efficient solution exists? Zhao Kuo proceeded to strategically place explosives around the warehouse, deftly eliminating two unfortunate souls who emerged to switch shifts in the process. Once a substantial number of bombs were set, Zhao Kuo stood at a safe distance and decisively pressed the detonation device. With a resounding boom, the entire warehouse was sent skyward, resulting in the immediate demise of 80% of the assassins, while those fortunate enough to survive sustained varying degrees of injury. Such a commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the local authorities shortly. After capturing a photograph of the burning warehouse, Zhao Kuo swiftly made his way toward the scene. The surviving unfortunate souls had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when Zhao Kuo charged in, dispatching them with a swift punch each. Having completed his task, Zhao Kuo departed the scene rapidly, leaving the ensuing mess for the approaching police to handle. The elimination of this outpost was merely an appetizer. Unrelenting, Zhao Kuo pressed onward to the second stronghold of the Assassin's Alliance. The port outpost has gone dark. A white-haired man, known as Hook, furrowed his brow tightly at the report from his subordinate. Within the Assassin's Alliance, he could be considered a squad leader, and his name derives from the large metallic hook affixed to his right hand. The hook lock had just been assigned to this location, tasked with overseeing matters related to the city. Little did he expect that shortly after taking office, and with his subordinates still unfamiliar to him, such an incident would occur. However, there was no time to clarify the events leading up to this moment, for Zhao Kuo had already arrived at his doorstep. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open, crushing an unfortunate assassin beneath it, who perished on the spot. Zhao Kuo strode in with unwavering confidence. He glanced at the furious hook lock, whose face was as dark as a bottom of a pot, and casually remarked, "I have dealt with the people outside. Will you choose to die on your own, or shall I assist you?" In a fit of rage, the hook lock sprang to his feet and seized a chair from behind, hurling it toward Zhao Kuo. "It seems you still require a bit of assistance." Zhao Kuo raised a hand, and the chair soared through the air, only to be halted mid-flight before pivoting back to crash toward the hook lock. Enraged, the hook lock swung his hooked arm, shattering the flying chair, then slammed his palm onto the table before propelling himself upward, launching his iron hook at Zhao Kuo. "Brother, how desperate are you to choose a hook over so many weapons?" Zhao Kuo effortlessly caught the incoming hook, and a chilling aura seeped through his palm. With a surge of strength, he crushed the hook to pieces. Even without his weapon, the hook lock failed to perceive the significant disparity in their strengths. Perhaps blinded by rage, he did not flee but instead launched another assault against Zhao Kuo. The outcome was predictably swift. A simple block and a punch concluded the skirmish with remarkable efficiency. At this moment, the city's police were preoccupied with the explosion at the port, and since Zhao Kuo had not created a considerable disturbance, he had ample time to scavenge. After a thorough search, having confirmed that there was nothing of value left, Zhao Kuo carelessly splashed gasoline across the floor, then tossed down an activated lighter before departing. As he watched the stronghold engulfed in flames, he leisurely retrieved his phone to capture the scene, sending the photograph to his employer. In the ensuing days, Zhao Kuo traversed 3 cities, dismantling all the Assassin Guild's strongholds therein. Upon capturing and sending the last stronghold's image, his mission was deemed complete, and the promised reward from his employer was promptly deposited into his account. Gazing at the string of numbers in his account, Zhao Kuo felt a wave of satisfaction. For an ordinary individual, such savings would ensure a life of comfort in the States. Yet for Zhao Kuo, it was merely insufficient, far from enough. As Zhao Kuo chuckled at the sight of his account, an arrow struck the ground before him. "Do not move." Following the direction of the voice, he saw a man clad in a red Robin Hood costume, a menacing expression on his face, with an arrow drawn and ready to fly. "Are you the speed arrow hero? The psychic of the green arrow?" Zhao Kuo's words struck precisely at the most vulnerable spot in his opponent's heart. As an individual hailing from Cadmus, he was fully aware of this fellow's identity. Roy Harper, once known as Speedy, had fallen out with Green Arrow due to certain disagreements and had since rebranded himself as Arsenal to pursue his own path. This was his public persona. In reality, he was a clone, like Zhao Kuo, created from the biological genes of Roy Harper himself. The true Roy Harper was currently dormant within Cadmus, and it is worth mentioning that the unfortunate original had lost an arm in the process of creating this clone. However, the clone remained blissfully ignorant of these facts. "Arsenal," he corrected himself, aiming an arrow at Zhao Kuo's head, interrogating, "I've been observing you for several days now. You've destroyed several Assassin's Guild strongholds. What vendetta do you hold against them?" In response to Arsenal's inquiry, Zhao Kuo found himself at a loss for words. "My friend, you are not even a member of the Assassin's Guild. What business is it of yours that I dismantled their strongholds?" Like a dog barking at shadows, What relevance does that have? Though Zhao Kuo's words were harsh, they held a semblance of truth. The nature of the Assassin's Guild was well understood by those enlightened. And Arsenal's sudden emergence was perplexing. Your grievances with the Assassin's Guild have nothing to do with me, yet it is your reckless actions that have incited upheaval in society, leading to the injury of many innocent civilians. Zhao Kuo, upon hearing this, felt overwhelmed. Despite his efforts to minimize collateral damage, the world was rife with reckless onlookers, and some unintended casualties were unavoidable. So, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Zhao Kuo, weary of dancing around the issue, posed the question directly. Your actions have transcended the bounds of legality, resulting in the harm of innocents. They must cease immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo felt as though he had stumbled upon the grandest of jokes. To claim oneself above the law in the DC universe was to misunderstand the very essence of that law. In this realm, it was but a scrap of toilet paper. So, there's no room for negotiation? None whatsoever. Very well. Zhao Kuo, disinterested in further dialogue, dashed forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Arsenal's face. Arsenal, displaying remarkable reflexes, retreated almost simultaneously while releasing an arrow. Boom. The arrow detonated as it reached Zhao Kuo, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Yet, adhering to the principle of smoke without harm, Zhao Kuo charged forth from the haze the next moment. Arsenal, unfazed, prepared to intercept Zhao Kuo's punch with his bow. But in that fleeting instant, he felt as if he had been ensnared by a binding spell. His body could not move. Even though this paralysis lasted but a moment, it was enough to alter the course of the entire confrontation. Zhao Kuo's fist struck fiercely against the chest of the Red Arrow hero, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, sending him sprawling to the ground. Indeed, he was remarkably resilient. Observing the Red Arrow hero, who, despite having broken ribs, still managed to rise unsteadily, Zhao Kuo couldn't help but marvel at the tenacity of people in this world. Had this been before his journey through time, a single punch from him would likely have rendered his opponent incapacitated. Though capable of delivering powerful blows, the Red Arrow hero was acutely aware that he was no match for Zhao Kuo. He understood that he must seize the opportunity to retreat. Zhao Kuo, perceiving the Red Arrow hero's intent to escape, would not grant him such an opportunity. In close combat, Zhao Kuo's fighting style posed a significant limitation for the Red Arrow hero, who excelled at long-range archery. However, during the confrontation, the Red Arrow hero discerned a shift in Zhao Kuo's combat approach. Previously, Zhao Kuo had fought with overwhelming ferocity, delivering each blow with tremendous force. Yet, for reasons unknown, he seemed to be holding back now. The truth was rather straightforward. Zhao Kuo aimed to capture him alive. After all, eliminating a Red Arrow hero held no advantage for Zhao Kuo. Rather, it could potentially attract unwanted troubles. Capturing him alive, on the other hand, would allow Zhao Kuo to use him as bait to lure out a more significant catch. Yet, capturing him alive was no simple task. Until now, Zhao Kuo had primarily focused on killing. Even in attempts to capture, he had always acted when his opponent was inattentive. This situation was unprecedented. Observing that the Red Arrow hero had no intention of killing him, the latter grew bolder, launching attacks that aimed directly at Zhao Kuo's vital points. In a moment of realization, Zhao Kuo chided himself for forgetting such an essential detail. He needed to create distance from the Red Arrow hero and recalled that there was no necessity for them to engage in a life-and-death struggle. As a clone of Cadmus, both the Superboy and the Red Arrow hero had been implanted with a certain psychological suggestion. Uttering specific words would induce a hypnotic state within them. Quickly recalling the corresponding phrase for the Red Arrow hero, Zhao Kuo charged once more, delivering a punch to the hero's bow. With a resounding crack, the bow shattered into two pieces under Zhao Kuo's precise strike. Seizing the moment, he slyly uttered the phrase amidst a taunt. Humph, what Red Arrow hero? I think Broken Arrow hero suits you better. Indeed, the corresponding phrase for the Red Arrow hero was Broken Arrow. Upon hearing these words, the Red Arrow hero instantly lost his ability to resist, standing motionless like a puppet. Chapter 16. Kidnapping and Threats. Justice Peak. Originally a stronghold for the Justice League on the ground, was constructed with the funding of the League's wealthiest member, Batman. However, as battles against the forces of evil unfolded, this secret base was exposed, and with the completion and ascension of the Watchtower, the League ultimately abandoned this location. Subsequently, after the young adventurers, including Dive Boy, ventured into Cadmus and successfully rescued Superboy, they proved their readiness to form the Teen Titans and were entrusted with the Justice Peak as their new base. Among them, Robin, Kid Flash Wally, and Dive Boy Calder each maintained their own daily identities and residences, while Superboy Connor and Miss Martian Megan, due to their unique circumstances, made the Justice Peak their home. On what seemed to be an utterly ordinary day, the recent addition of Artemis provided Megan with a confidant within the team. and the novelty of life on Earth filled her heart with joy. While Megan was alone in the kitchen, preparing to bake some cookies for when Calder and the others arrived, her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, a deep voice emerged from the receiver. "You must be Miss Martian, Megan." Megan furrowed her brow, quickly searching her mind for a match to the voice, but found nothing and inquired, "Who are you?" "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that your friend is in my possession. If you wish to prevent his harm, come to the location I specify, alone." With that, the caller abruptly ended the call, initially dismissing it as one of Robin's pranks. Megan soon received a text message containing not only the location but also an attached photograph. The image revealed none other than Red Arrow, bound and unconscious. Before Megan could fully process this alarming revelation, her phone rang again. This time, she answered with a more tense demeanor. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Although Red Arrow was not someone she knew well, she recognized his strong ties to Calder and the others, compelling her to take action. "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to meet with you to clarify some unnecessary complications. Of course, you may choose not to come, but I fear for this man's life should you do so." Under the pressure of the threat, Megan felt she had no choice but to comply. The meeting was arranged at an abandoned warehouse. Aware that Megan could communicate this situation telepathically to her allies, the kidnapper had taken precautions to ensure that he would need to exert considerable effort on his end. Inside the warehouse, piles of clutter concealed the kidnapper, while Red Arrow was placed in the center, exposed and vulnerable, with a wide field of vision. The reason for isolating Megan was simple. It was to extract more of her blood. The powers of Martians were incredibly enticing, and even a mere half bottle of her blood could grant the captor telekinetic abilities, representing just one of the many talents possessed by Martians: invisibility, telepathy, shapeshifting, and the ability to traverse terrain with ease. All of these abilities made Zhao Kuo's eyes gleam with desire. He firmly believed that once he possessed these powers, his combat prowess would ascend to a new pinnacle. To better constrain his adversary, Zhao Kuo had doused the area with gasoline. The roaring flames would not only significantly diminish Megan's strength, but would also provide him the opportunity to draw her blood and retreat, even if her allies were nearby, shielded by the inferno. However, Zhao Kuo was unprepared for Megan's naivete. She had come alone to the rendezvous, determined to protect the Red Arrow from harm. As she boldly walked into the trap he had meticulously set for her, Zhao Kuo could hardly suppress a smug grin. Unaware of the peril she was stepping into, Megan continued forward, calling out, "I'm here. Where are you?" Yet, no response came. Instead, her gaze fell upon the bound and injured Red Arrow. Without a second thought, she dashed toward him. Once she was thoroughly ensnared, Zhao Kuo retrieved his lighter and casually tossed it. The gasoline ignited with a deafening roar, engulfing the warehouse in a torrent of flames. Fire! At that moment, a wave of helplessness washed over Megan, causing her legs to buckle and her body to collapse onto the floor. Fortunately, her unwavering spirit kept her from succumbing to unconsciousness. "Who are you?" In her dazed state, she beheld Zhao Kuo, who approached her with a deliberate pace. According to the archetype of superheroes, this would be the moment for the villain to reveal his name. But Zhao Kuo, keenly aware of the foolishness of such theatrics, chose to remain silent. Instead, he delivered a swift, decisive blow that rendered Megan unconscious, before bending down to extract the alien blood from her body. As the blood flowed through the conduit into the container, a smile crept across Zhao Kuo's face. However, with the significant loss of blood and the relentless heat of the flames, Megan began to show signs of distress. After securing the filled container, he gazed at Megan, whose complexion had turned pallid, and could not help but muse, "I hope I haven't drawn her life away." Suddenly, a shattering sound pierced the air, glass broke, and a great bat crashed through the window. What a colossal joke this has become, Zhao Kuo thought, recognizing the figure as none other than the Dark Knight, Batman. Before he could react, 3 batarangs hurtled towards him. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Zhao Kuo swatted them away. His skin, fortified by the giant serum, rendered even the sharpest batarangs ineffective against his defenses. As Batman pressed the attack, Zhao Kuo instinctively evaded rather than countered. After skillfully evading several attacks from Batman and creating some distance to regain his composure, Zhao Kuo could not help but entertain the notion that he might be able to hold his own against the Dark Knight. It is no wonder that Zhao Kuo is a man of action. Feeling a flicker of confidence in his own combat prowess, he resolutely launched an offensive. Perhaps Batman, having misjudged Zhao Kuo's initial reluctance to engage, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden barrage of strikes that Zhao Kuo unleashed upon him. In Chapter 17, A Resurgence, Zhao Kuo delivered a powerful punch, leaving Batman with no choice but to absorb the impact. As he watched Batman being propelled several meters away, Zhao Kuo surveyed his own fist, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Initially, he had harbored a certain trepidation towards such illustrious superheroes, particularly the renowned Batman. Upon witnessing his arrival, Zhao Kuo's instinct was to flee, as this was a man capable of bringing even Darkseid to his knees. However, after engaging in combat, Zhao Kuo found that Batman was not as formidable as he had imagined. Although Batman's combat skills were indeed impressive and his arsenal of gadgets could yield unexpected advantages, at the end of the day, Batman was merely a peak human, while Zhao Kuo had transcended the limitations of an ordinary individual. Despite recognizing the disparity in their strengths and the likelihood of defeating Batman, Zhao Kuo understood that eliminating the Dark Knight involved more than simply analyzing raw data. External factors played a crucial role as well. Though he currently held the upper hand, Zhao Kuo was acutely aware that should he pose a genuine threat to Batman's life, the caped crusader, often soaring through the skies, clad in his iconic red-trimmed costume, would undoubtedly confront him with overwhelming ferocity. Therefore, it was wise to retreat while ahead. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kuo unleashed a powerful blow that sent Batman flying several meters away, and without hesitation, he turned to flee, deploying smoke bombs to obscure his escape. As Zhao Kuo made his exit, Batman opted not to pursue, but instead prioritized rescuing the unconscious Megan and the bound Red Arrow from the warehouse. Seizing the moment, Zhao Kuo successfully slipped away. Upon returning to his safe house, he commenced the process of infusing the blood of the Martian girl, Megan, into his own body. With the complete infusion of her blood, Zhao Kuo successfully acquired all of the Martian abilities: telekinesis, invisibility, telepathy, and the power to alter his appearance. However, possessing these abilities was one matter. Mastering their application was another. For instance, while Zhao Kuo had previously been able to effortlessly lift a cup with telekinesis, the substantial intake of blood had indeed augmented his powers, yet when he attempted to grasp the cup again, he inadvertently crushed it. Subsequently, Zhao Kuo endeavored to explore several other abilities, yielding results that were largely similar. The Martian maiden could establish a stable telepathic communication channel with her companions through mental resonance, whereas Zhao Kuo's telepathy merely rendered his targets into thoughtless shells. It appeared that mastering these abilities would entail a lengthy journey ahead. During the ensuing days, Zhao Kuo dedicated himself to honing the skills he had acquired within the confines of a safe house. As the saying goes, diligence is rewarded. Through relentless practice day after day, he gradually became proficient in wielding these powers. However, it was the adept use of telepathy that brought him a significant revelation. Zhao Kuo discovered that when he maintained a tranquil mind and entered a meditative state, he could establish a faint connection with the consciousness of the world. His earlier ability to communicate effortlessly with the world while within the World Management Bureau's office was primarily due to the unique environment. The world had only recently come into existence, and given its peculiar nature, the Bureau played a negligible role in the dialogue between Zhao Kuo and it. Fortunately, through his own efforts, Zhao Kuo attained the ability of telepathy, thereby reconnecting with the world will. After several brief exchanges, Zhao Kuo confirmed that the sudden emergence of the task related to the Assassin Alliance was indeed the result of the World Will's covert intervention. Furthermore, the World Will explicitly assured Zhao Kuo that it would exert every effort to assist him, and it hoped that Zhao Kuo would reciprocate with his utmost support whenever needed. It also informed him that upon entering into a contract with the World Will, they would enter a state of mutual prosperity and peril. The stronger the World Will became, the more fortune Zhao Kuo would receive, whereas the demise of the World Will would also spell the end of his soul. In essence, Zhao Kuo had now become the chosen child of this world. Initially, upon his arrival in this realm, Zhao Kuo felt uncertain, as he possessed nothing but himself, and a host of formidable enemies lurked in the shadows. Now, with the World Will backing him, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Outside the safe house, shadows flitted through the darkness. Zhao Kuo's brazen defiance against the Assassin Alliance necessitated a response to preserve their honor. The leader of this operation remained the Athletic Master, a paragon of dedication within the Assassin Alliance, who consistently led the charge for the organization. Squad 2, in position. Squad 3, in position. Upon hearing that the other two squads had reached their designated locations, the Athletic Master gestured, and the ninja assassins behind him silently fell in step. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, the Athletic Master abruptly halted, raising his fist, prompting the members of his squad to come to an immediate standstill. The Master of Movement quietly bent down, casually scooping up a handful of dust from the ground and blowing it towards the front, where a slender red line immediately materialized. A rudimentary trap. After a brief moment of disdain, the Master of Movement gestured to his companions behind him before deftly stepping over the trap and continuing onward. However, just as he passed, his foot seemed to land upon something. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the sound of mechanical clashing, a series of homemade flashbangs erupted from the ground, detonating at eye level. The blinding light was strikingly vivid against the night. The Cheshire Cat, commanding the second squad, was instantly captivated by this brilliance. Unable to suppress a quip about being pecked in the eye by a sparrow, he then turned to the ninjas behind him and commanded, "Everyone, move." The commotion outside had compromised their infiltration plan. The only option left was to launch a direct assault. The Master of Movement understood this as well, deciding to abandon pretense and, with a sweeping gesture, led his subordinates towards the safe house. The noise outside immediately alerted Zhao Kuo within, prompting him to check the surveillance monitors, only to find them all offline. It was clear the Assassin's Guild had come to trouble him. In that case, it was time to test the new powers he had acquired. Chapter 18. Control. Zhao Kuo had indeed traversed into a formidable physique and, due to various circumstances, gained immense strength. However, he had been an ordinary person prior to his crossing, having never engaged in a fight throughout his life. All the combat skills he now possessed were entirely inherited from the original owner of this body. Thus, when confronted by Batman, Zhao Kuo displayed a sense of trepidation, his first instinct being to flee. The same was true now. Although Zhao Kuo verbally proclaimed his intent to teach those wretched ninjas outside a harsh lesson with his newfound abilities, his body honestly opened a hidden door, retreating through a predetermined escape route. Yet Zhao Kuo remained too naive. The Assassin's Guild boasted extensive combat experience, having trained not only ruthless killers, but also competent scouts. Before launching their assault on Zhao Kuo's safe house, they had conducted meticulous reconnaissance, fully aware of the existence of this escape route. Were it not for their desire to reclaim the assets of Cadmus, they could have easily collapsed the passage with explosives once Zhao Kuo entered, potentially killing him in the process. However, they refrained from doing so. As Zhao Kuo emerged from the escape route, he encountered the waiting third squad. This squad was led by a man named Copper Tiger, one of the world's most formidable martial artists, who had previously joined Amanda's suicide squad, but was now a brainwashed enforcer of the Assassin's Guild. Upon seeing Zhao Kuo, Copper Tiger showed no hesitation. With a sweeping motion, the ninjas, already poised for action, launched an assault on Zhao Kuo. Do not mistakenly perceive ninjas as mere primitive warriors who solely rely on cold weapons and projectiles in battle. As time progresses and technology advances, their combat methods have evolved accordingly. The first quartet of ninjas drew forth their poisoned blades to engage Zhao Kuo in close combat, while the subsequent four provided covering fire with firearms, intending to distract Zhao Kuo and obstruct his movements. Had it been the Zhao Kuo of earlier times, he might have been somewhat constrained by such tactics. However, the present Zhao Kuo felt no such apprehension. Neither the poisoned blades nor the bullets fired from firearms could penetrate the fortified skin that Zhao Kuo had acquired. This damned sense of security allowed Zhao Kuo to confront his adversaries with unwavering focus. The sheer ferocity of his combat style, combined with Zhao Kuo's terrifying strength, rendered him a veritable machine of slaughter. Among the four ninjas before him, one had his neck shattered by a swift strike from Zhao Kuo's hand. The second suffered a broken leg from a powerful kick, followed by a whip-like leg strike that sent him flying into the woods, never to return. The third was dealt a devastating blow to his ribs by a black tiger's heart-extracting strike, collapsing under the force of a fierce stomp that rendered him incapacitated. The fourth and final ninja faced an even more gruesome fate, as Zhao Kuo seized an opportunity to deliver a brutal headbutt, obliterating the skull and extinguishing the life within. As his subordinates fell one after another, the Copper Tiger gleaned insight into Zhao Kuo's combat style through their sacrifices. He dashed forward, seizing the moment to deliver a flying kick to Zhao Kuo's lower back. Initially, Zhao Kuo regarded the Copper Tiger as nothing more than a mere cannon fodder squad leader. But upon engaging in combat, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This individual was no ordinary opponent. His combat style was peculiar and multifaceted, incorporating various martial arts techniques from Huaxia. Several times, through deft grappling maneuvers, the Copper Tiger thwarted Zhao Kuo's attempts to unleash his full strength. Nonetheless, it must be noted that despite the Copper Tiger's remarkable martial prowess, he remained an ordinary human. Without external assistance, he found it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage on Zhao Kuo. Fortunately, having reviewed Zhao Kuo's relevant intelligence prior to the confrontation, the Copper Tiger was aware of his own limitations in subduing him. Thus, his initial strategy was to buy time. With a sudden surge of power, the Copper Tiger planted one foot on Zhao Kuo's leg to gain leverage, then delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Kuo's chest, creating distance between them. Before Zhao Kuo could comprehend why his opponent had ceased his assault, a rocket propelled by a long tail descended upon him. Boom! With the resounding explosion, the ground was cratered. As the dust settled, Zhao Kuo stood resolute, though his battle attire had sustained considerable damage. And even his hardened skin bore the marks of the rocket's detonation. This time, we have made ample preparations. With that, the Cheshire Cat decisively sprang into action. launching a shuriken that accurately pierced the unhealed wound of Zhao Kuo. The subsequent assaults followed suit, each aimed at the same vulnerable spot. Aware that once Zhao Kuo's tough exterior had fully mended, her weapons would no longer inflict harm. The Cheshire Cat relentlessly targeted the wound to exacerbate its size and hinder the healing process. It must be said, this strategy did inflict some damage and trouble upon Zhao Kuo, yet its efficacy was rather limited. After all, Zhao Kuo was no fool. He would not simply stand there to be attacked. Had it not been for the Cheshire Cat's agile movements, he might have been felled 3 times over by now. With a swift retreat, the Cheshire Cat evaded yet another incoming rocket, which detonated precisely before Zhao Kuo. The tremendous force of the explosion sent Zhao Kuo hurtling backward. And before he could regain his footing, a barrage of ninjas launched simultaneous assaults, with bullets raining down upon him like a tempest. "You nearly killed me," exclaimed the Cheshire Cat, glancing back at the Master of Movement, who wielded a rocket launcher with evident displeasure. "Let us not forget our mission. If you can't even avoid this, we might as well perish together in the blast." Following the second explosion, Zhao Kuo had developed a degree of immunity. However, against the specialized rockets of the Assassin Alliance, he remained disoriented. As the next wave of gunfire approached, his resilient skin absorbed some of the impact. Yet numerous bullets still found their way into his body. The immense agony prompted Zhao Kuo to contemplate revealing one of his trump cards, yet at that moment, all attacks abruptly ceased as if a pause button had been pressed. "It's time. Act swiftly," commanded the Master of Movement. A ninja, who had been poised for action, dashed forward, swiftly approaching Zhao Kuo and removing his tactical gloves before placing his hands upon Zhao Kuo's head. "Calm yourself, submit to my will." This individual was a mutant with psychic abilities, albeit distinct from the likes of the Martian girl. His mental prowess was relatively weak, although capable of controlling targets. This was limited to untrained, ordinary individuals. To manipulate someone like Zhao Kuo, who possessed both formidable mental and physical attributes, a degree of weakening was necessary. This was precisely why Copper Tiger, the Cheshire Cat, and the Master of Movement had taken turns to engage him. Chapter 19. Afterglow. A clever stratagem indeed. Previously, Zhao Kuo might have fallen into their trap. As the saying goes, a single misstep leads to a cascade of failures. Presently, Zhao Kuo had acquired the abilities of a Martian, and he was quite powerful. How could he possibly be subdued by such a trivial mutant? Yet, this oblivious fool still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, continuing to attempt his laughable hypnosis on Zhao Kuo. However, in the next instant, the mutant was abruptly drawn into a void of nothingness. Where's this place? The sudden turn of events left him flustered, and as a master of mental prowess. The most taboo was an unstable mind. "Here, I have crafted a slaughterhouse for you." Zhao Kuo's figure materialized before the mutant. In this realm, all physical means became futile. It was solely a contest of mental strength. The mutant, overwhelmed by initial shock and panic, found himself at a natural disadvantage in this confrontation. With merely a snap of his fingers, Zhao Kuo transformed the surroundings from void to an interrogation chamber. If the opponent possessed sufficient mental fortitude, he could still exert control within another's mental domain. Unfortunately, this individual was far too weak, relegating him to the role of a mere plaything for Zhao Kuo's whims. In a bid to maximize the torment inflicted upon his adversary, Zhao Kuo manipulated the mental landscape, causing time to flow tenfold slower than in the external reality. Outside, spectators observed the mutant placing his hand upon Zhao Kuo's head, and suddenly, both fell silent, eliciting a sense of relief from the Master of Movement and his companions. Despite the mutant's apparent lack of combat prowess, capable of being subdued with a single hand, he demonstrated commendable ability in mental manipulation. His contributions to the organization's brainwashing of the mentally weak had honed his experience. The decision to bring him here, despite the risks, aimed to strike at the experimental subject on a psychological level. Judging by the current circumstances, the results were promising. It seemed that the recovery of the subject would be accomplished in due time. Just as the Master of Movement contemplated this, he noticed the mutant's body trembling slightly, an occurrence never witnessed before. As the tremors intensified, the mutant convulsed violently, akin to a stroke. Even the most oblivious could discern that something was amiss. The Master of Movement, disregarding caution, delivered a swift kick, sending the mutant flying and forcibly severing his connection with Zhao Kuo. Given his extensive experience with numerous missions, he was well aware of the risks associated with mental interactions. Any gentle physical contact could result in detrimental effects upon himself. Although his approach was somewhat brutal, it was indeed the safest course of action. It appeared that you were not up to the task. The mutant had been rescued by the Master of Movement. Yet Zhao Kuo had already accomplished his objective. Do not revel too much in your triumph, Yu Hui. As the Master of Movement uttered Zhao Kuo's name, the very air seemed to solidify. The once arrogant Zhao Kuo now stood motionless like a marionette. Observing this, the master of movement exhaled a sigh of relief, gesturing for his subordinates to bind Zhao Kuo and escort him away. Initially, the master of movement was unaware of this hypnotic phrase, as his responsibilities were limited to the clone known as Red Arrow, who had caused significant damage to the Assassin Alliance. In less than a month, 7 strongholds were successively annihilated, their treasures completely plundered, and a substantial amount of intelligence leaked. The losses incurred from failing to subdue the target are beyond what even the Assassin Alliance can bear. You truly are quite foolish. 2 unfortunate souls approached Zhao Kuo. Yet before they could make a move, Zhao Kuo, who had been in a hypnotic state, instantly regained consciousness. With a swift punch, he dispatched each of them with a lethal strike, shaking off the blood from his hands. Zhao Kuo cast a glance at the irate master of sports nearby and provocatively taunted. Did you really believe that relying on that rubbish and the previously set subliminal cues could subdue me? With that, Zhao Kuo tossed a USB drive, which the master of sports caught, and remarked, "Go back and inform your leader. I possess knowledge far beyond your imagination. What I did previously was merely a courtesy. If you fail to act as I instruct, consider the consequences." Upon finishing, Zhao Kuo extended his arms forward, triggering a multitude of prearranged flashbangs to erupt from the ground. In the blinding white light, he executed a grand exit. As the brilliance faded and the chaos lay strewn about, the master of sports, hidden beneath his mask, wore a distinctly grim expression. Yet even in this moment, the Cheshire Cat beside him couldn't resist delivering a parting shot. "This mission was your responsibility. Have you thought about how to explain it upon your return? You need not remind me." The scene shifted to a secluded dojo nestled within the mountains. "So this time, you have once again failed, have you not?" Facing Ger's inquiry, the master of sports, fully aware of his culpability, did not attempt to deflect blame, accepting the entirety of the mission's failure as his own. "It was my oversight, my lord. I was unprepared and did not anticipate that the hypnotic words would lose their effect on the target. That was what that individual instructed me to convey to you." Ger regarded the master of sports with displeasure. How did my subordinate become a mere mouthpiece for others? Though he spoke thus, his body betrayed him as he took the USB drive and inserted it into a computer nearby. Once connected, Zhao Kuo's visage appeared on the screen. "I initially had no desire to be your enemy, yet you have relentlessly pursued me. What I offered before was merely a warning. Should you continue in this manner, do not expect any mercy from me." As the message concluded, Ger's expression remained inscrutable, yet the veins bulging on his forehead betrayed his simmering rage. The Assassin Alliance, a notorious organization feared by all, had only ever been in a position to threaten others. They had never before encountered someone who dared to threaten them in return, let alone inflict tangible losses, an utter disgrace for the Assassin Alliance. The master of sports absorbed every detail of the information, initially believing that the Assassin Alliance would unleash an unending pursuit of this audacious test subject. However, Ger's next statement left him momentarily stunned. "I will handle this matter. You may leave now." After finishing his words without giving the master of motion a chance to respond, he turned and entered the building. The scene shifted, and Guer found himself in a pitch-black chamber where screens descended before him, revealing ethereal white figures. Chapter 20. Conversation. What is happening? Why has subject 126 not yet been retrieved? As soon as the connection was established, one of the figures impatiently inquired. Another figure immediately chimed in. 126 is an extraordinarily precious experimental specimen. Its existence is an accident, irreplaceable and brimming with potential. Guer sighed. My subordinates, the Master of Motion and Cheshire Cat, have attempted to capture him multiple times, yet all efforts have ended in failure. Moreover, he appears to be evolving. Evolving? One of the figures exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of evolution? Guer continued. According to the data I have gathered, Subject 126 possesses superhuman strength, rapid recovery, and in subsequent encounters, he not only demonstrated the abilities outlined in the records, but also exhibited skin resilient enough to withstand bullets. He seems to possess telepathic abilities and has even eradicated the implanted hypnotic suggestions in his brain. Eradicated? How is that possible? There is nothing impossible. The adjacent figure calmly interjected. If he truly possesses telepathic abilities, eliminating implanted suggestions would not be a challenge. In that case, his experimental value is incalculable. We must capture him for thorough research. Amidst the discussion among the figures, Guer cleared his throat, stating, to apprehend him, my Assassin Alliance has already incurred significant costs. This fellow is utterly unafraid of consequences, and the purpose of gathering all of you is to deliberate on how to secure him. While Guer and the figures debated strategies to capture Zhao Kuo himself was not idle. After the Master of Motion departed, Zhao Kuo took a long detour and returned to the safe house, where he uncovered a hidden safe among the rubble. Upon opening the safe, he discovered several unused giant serums and a hard drive filled with extensive research data. These treasures were invaluable to Zhao Kuo. After securing these items, he left the site. In the past, facing the relentless pursuit of the Assassin Alliance might have troubled Zhao Kuo, but now he no longer harbored such concerns. The scene shifted again, and Zhao Kuo arrived outside the Star Lab in Texas. It was the end of the workday, and he concealed himself in the shadows, observing as one person after another exited the building. Soon, his target emerged, Quail, the head of the Austin branch of Star Lab, who held the highest clearance. As Quail prepared to enter his vehicle, Zhao Kuo used telekinesis to maneuver a small stone, sending it rolling swiftly to his feet. Quail, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn, what bad luck! As Quail rose from the ground, having sustained considerable injury from the fall, he cast a glance at the small stone on the ground with an air of resignation. After wiping the blood from his wounded skin with a piece of paper, he discarded it carelessly before departing in his vehicle. No sooner had Quail left than Zhao Kuo approached, picking up the discarded paper, which was stained with Quail's blood. This trace of blood triggered a rapid transformation in Zhao Kuo, who soon assumed Quail's appearance. Entering the Starlight Laboratory was usually a stringent process. Yet upon seeing that the visitor was his superior, the security guard at the entrance dared not impede his passage and immediately permitted entry. After all, the guard could easily discern the displeasure etched on the man's face, which was longer than that of a donkey. And he knew that to obstruct him would be tantamount to jeopardizing his own position. Once inside the Starlight Laboratory, Zhao Kuo wasted no time. He swiftly made his way to Quail's office and, leveraging his flawless imitation, successfully bypassed the security protocols. With this guise, the entirety of the laboratory's scientific achievements unfolded before him. After meticulously packaging and transferring all the data pertaining to the laboratory's technological innovations onto a hard drive, Zhao Kuo prepared to depart. In his haste, he also seized several pieces of synthetic kryptonite from a nearby lab, just in case. Although synthetic kryptonite was notably inferior to its natural counterpart, it still served as a formidable weapon against Kryptonians. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not our little son? In the land of the free, bullying had seemingly woven itself into the very fabric of their culture, from schoolyard harassment to workplace intimidation. And even within the confines of the Starlight Laboratory, just as Zhao Kuo gathered the items he sought and ready to leave, a mocking voice pierced the air. Turning in the direction of the sound, Zhao Kuo beheld a Mediterranean man clad in a white lab coat, flanked by 2 or 3 sycophantic lackeys. Following their gaze, he spotted the individual they derisively referred to as Little Son, another man in a white lab coat sporting a bowl haircut. This man, short in stature and wearing black-framed glasses, exuded an air of studiousness, clearly a promising researcher. However, what captivated Zhao Kuo most was the name tag that hung proudly from the man's chest, Dr. Octavius. The resemblance of this name to that of a certain individual from a bygone era was striking, Otto Octavius, almost identical in every regard. To confirm his suspicions, Zhao Kuo stepped forward and called out, "What are you all doing?" The raucous individual, caught off guard by Zhao Kuo's sudden interruption, initially wore a look of displeasure. Yet, upon turning to face him and recognizing the highest authority of their division, Quail, he instantly transformed his demeanor from one of hostility to one of obsequiousness, exemplifying the very essence of a sycophant. "Sir, are you not going home?" "Why, going home?" Zhao Kuo feigned indignation and turned to the others, saying, "Indeed. If I were to truly return home, I fear I would miss witnessing such a splendid spectacle. Who would have thought that such a situation would arise here? Forgive us. We are not." One of them attempted to explain, but Zhao Kuo refused to grant them the opportunity, angrily retorting, "What are you to me? You are simply too idle. Why do you not hasten away?" With a thunderous roar, the group dared not linger any longer and fled in disarray. In contrast, Octavius stood before Zhao Kuo with a demeanor of timidity, eventually managing to utter a heartfelt thank you. Zhao Kuo, unfazed by the earlier commotion, reassured him, "Relax. Their derision is utterly meaningless. Science is of paramount importance, and it serves as the most potent testament to the betterment of humanity." Chapter 21. Exclusion. Having endured persistent exclusion, Octavius was on the brink of despair regarding his circumstances. Yet, Zhao Kuo's words shone like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating his long-buried hopes. "Really? Do you truly believe I can succeed? What is impossible?" Zhao Kuo replied with his characteristic smile, patting Octavius on the shoulder. "Lead me to your research project." Under Octavius's guidance, Zhao Kuo entered his laboratory. Upon opening the door, the cramped space, outdated equipment, and a wooden table cluttered with various calculation papers caused Zhao Kuo to furrow his brow. Noticing Zhao Kuo's expression, Octavius began to tidy up, saying, "I apologize, sir. Aside from myself, few visit here, so it has become somewhat disordered. He then handed a document to Zhao Kuo, stating, "Please take a look at this, sir. This is my research project. If it succeeds and is brought to production, humanity will no longer be plagued by energy issues." As Zhao Kuo perused the materials, he listened intently to Octavius's explanations. It was undeniable that this individual resembled Dr. Octopus from the DC universe, similar to the Dr. Octopus of the Marvel films. His current research focused on the so-called artificial sun. Should this endeavor succeed, as he asserted, the resulting energy output would be immense. By skillfully manipulating deuterium and tritium, we can. Octavius became increasingly animated as he elaborated, only to be interrupted by Zhao Kuo. "Yes, Dr. Otto, your concept is indeed innovative, but it also poses significant dangers. Does it not?" "But, science." Zhao Kuo's remarks landed upon Otto's fervent heart like a bucket of cold water, rendering him momentarily speechless. Prior to this encounter, Zhao Kuo had not engaged with this experiment. However, based on the data presented on paper and Otto's descriptions, he believed the project was not merely a fanciful notion, but one with a substantial likelihood of success. In the Marvel universe, Otto was on the verge of success, yet his eagerness to validate his worth, coupled with outdated and inadequate equipment, ultimately led to tragedy. If the individual before me is indeed a parallel version of Dr. Octopus, then given sufficient time and resources, there would be no doubt in achieving the objectives of this experiment. However, it is precisely for this reason that Zhao Kuo seeks to temper the enthusiasm of his counterpart. After all, Zhao Kuo currently holds the position of head of the Stellar Laboratory, rather than acting solely on his own behalf. For such a genius, particularly in an age where technology reigns as the primary productive force, Zhao Kuo has already conceived of the idea of harnessing this talent for himself. Yet, how does one entice this prodigy away? The individual is employed at the Stellar Laboratory. Although Zhao Kuo possesses some wealth, it pales in comparison to the substantial financial resources of the laboratory. Thus, to achieve his ambitions, Zhao Kuo's strategy is to assume the guise of Quill and systematically undermine his rival, fostering a sense of disillusionment with the Stellar Laboratory, only to later extend a helping hand as Zhao Kuo when the other finds himself at a low point in life. Enhancing a situation is never as impactful as providing aid in times of adversity. After departing from Otto's laboratory, Zhao Kuo did not hurriedly leave, but returned to Quill's office, summoning the Mediterranean, the one who had bullied Otto. The Mediterranean, fearing a harsh reprimand, was taken aback when he overheard the manager inside expressing his frustration. "Oh no, this is dire. But wait, there seems to be a twist." As he discerned the content of the conversation, the Mediterranean's racing heart finally settled. Upon entering, he found that, contrary to his fears, the manager did not cast blame upon him, but rather vehemently criticized Otto, declaring that his experiments were nothing but ephemeral fantasies. Although Zhao Kuo had not explicitly instructed the Mediterranean to target Otto, the implication was unmistakable. The Mediterranean's ability to read the room was the very foundation of his prolonged tenure despite limited accomplishments. Now understanding the nuances of the situation, he knew precisely how to proceed without needing further instruction. Once assured that all was well, Zhao Kuo exited the Stellar Laboratory. Due to his frequent alterations to his appearance and physical characteristics, even the Assassin Alliance and other factions would struggle to locate him, let alone pose any threat. Zhao Kuo, naturally, would not squander this precious opportunity, eagerly undertaking various assassination missions. With the ability to change his external visage at will, coupled with the favor of fate, Zhao Kuo navigated the assassin realm with remarkable ease, soon gaining notoriety as a fearsome killer known as Night Owl. Yet, Zhao Kuo was acutely aware that, despite the lucrative nature of this profession, it was fraught with peril, and akin to a rat in the sewers, one could never truly rise above the shadows, regardless of the wealth amassed. Thus, after accumulating sufficient capital, Zhao Kuo decisively withdrew, employing various means to launder his assets. Although this would result in a reduction of nearly 30% of his wealth, it was an essential step. Hunter Corporation, a venerable pharmaceutical enterprise specializing in traditional medicine, is headquartered in the bustling metropolis. Relying on its first-mover advantage, Hunter Corporation has firmly established itself at the forefront of the industry. The company's trajectory is one of remarkable growth, having expanded its operations from traditional medicine into the realms of biotechnology and medical assistive devices. In the tumultuous world of DC, rife with alien invasions and internal strife, the medical field has proven to be exceptionally lucrative. Following Superman's triumph over the extraterrestrial fleet, the company, through bribing local officials, managed to secure a profitable position, amassing wealth through reverse engineering of alien technology. However, as is often the case, success can lead to downfall. Just as the upper echelons of Hunter Corporation were buoyed by the prospect of expansion and increased production, an unforeseen calamity struck. Darkseid, in a fit of madness, unleashed his parademons upon Earth. As the quintessential antagonist to Superman, Darkseid naturally chose Metropolis as his initial target. Faced with the overwhelming forces of the parademons, the Justice League mobilized, and Superman, along with several veteran members, engaged Darkseid in a righteous assault, although often it was Superman who bore the brunt of the offensive, while others primarily provided support and distraction. Additional members of the League, along with various military factions, joined the fray. Ultimately, through the unity of the Justice League and the collaboration of multiple forces, they successfully thwarted the nefarious designs of Apocalypse. Chapter 22. Acquiring the company. As the smoke cleared and humanity emerged victorious, Metropolis lay in ruins, the battleground nearly reduced to a desolate wasteland. And Hunter Corporation's headquarters was utterly obliterated. Blood attracts sharks. Similarly, a battered company becomes a target for ravenous competitors. The severing of financial ties, asset acquisitions, and fleeing investors heralded a cascade of misfortunes, with the assassination of a LexCorp executive delivering a particularly grievous blow to the already crumbling edifice of Hunter Corporation. At last, the once mighty giant fell, unwillingly succumbing to its fate. Hunter Wells, the chairman and CEO of Hunter Corporation, sat in his office, chain-smoking, each cigarette succumbing to the ashtray already overflowing with remnants. Despite the room being thick with nicotine, the furrow in his brow remained unrelenting. He could not fathom how he had arrived at such a dire juncture. Years ago, upon taking the reins from his father, he was filled with ambition, leading the company to unparalleled heights in the pharmaceutical sector. Yet, in an instant, all of that had vanished. Knock, knock, knock. As Hunter extinguished the cigarette but in the overflowing ashtray, a sharp knock echoed through the door. What could it be? He needed no further thought. It was undoubtedly those debt collectors come to claim what was owed. Just as he steeled himself, mentally rehearsing the lines he had prepared, a familiar voice reached his ears. Chairman, a gentleman named Zhao Kuo has come to acquire our company. He claims to have scheduled an appointment with you in advance. Upon hearing this from an outsider, Hunter immediately recalled that such a matter indeed existed. With this thought, Hunter hastily opened the office window and vigorously waved a file folder. However, the office was already thick with cigarette smoke, and there was simply no time to disperse it. Chairman, did you hear that? Mr. Zhao is already downstairs. All right, let him come up. Ultimately, Hunter, resigned to his fate, beckoned for him to ascend. As Zhao Kuo entered the office, the lingering scent of smoke remained pervasive. While it posed no harm to him, he instinctively waved his hand in front of his face. My apologies, Zhao. Zhao Kuo, unperturbed by Hunter's apology, naturally approached him and shook hands across the desk. Once they were seated, Zhao Kuo directly addressed the matter at hand, stating that there was no need for pleasantries. And he presumed Hunter was aware of the purpose of his visit. He placed 2 briefcases on the desk, opened them, and displayed bundles of cash before Hunter. I have come with sincerity, and I hope you can reciprocate. Hunter, burdened by substantial debts, had not encountered such an abundance of money in a long time. Nevertheless, he maintained the decorum befitting a company chairman. With a stoic expression, he gazed at the 2 cases of currency, feigning disinterest as he remarked, You must understand that this company has been passed down through generations of my family. It embodies the fruits of my labor over most of my life. Do you think you can acquire it with this mere sum? That would be excessively undervalued. After a brief pause, Hunter continued, 250,000. If you provide me with 250,000 in cash, I shall sell you the entire company in one package. This price is quite reasonable. Zhao Kuo, unfazed by Hunter's bravado, raised an eyebrow and replied, Reasonable? I fail to see that at all. Without waiting for Hunter to respond, he continued, My presence here is the result of thorough research and preparation. Let us not discuss the irrelevant. You are undoubtedly more aware than I of your company's current situation, which could be generously described as a mere shell. No, no, no. Hunter, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, repeated the word 3 times in protest, asserting, Those high-end devices, each one could easily fetch tens of thousands. The most expensive one, which I had appraised, could sell for at least 400,000. These are all tangible assets. Hunter was no fool. Although his studies were in management and he was not an expert in research, as chairman, he had accumulated considerable understanding of his company's assets over the years. Indeed, Zhao Kuo did not engage in extensive debate on this matter. However, he shifted the conversation, stating, But you must also recognize that with the passage of time and advancements, the equipment you speak of has become outdated, even if it retains some value. Do you truly believe anyone would be willing to spend money on it when superior alternatives are available? This does not afford Hunter a moment's respite. Zhao Kuo continued, As if I were unaware, whether in your personal capacity or on behalf of your company, You bear a considerable burden of debt, including many predatory loans. I presume the repayment date is imminent. The endurance of Hunter's company to reach this point undoubtedly necessitated borrowing. Yet as his circumstances deteriorate further, legitimate lending institutions, due to stringent risk assessments, have deemed him and his enterprise incapable of repaying loans. Thus they shall no longer extend credit. Consequently, Hunting is compelled to resort to usurious loans. However, the interest rates of such loans are exorbitant, akin to quenching thirst with poison. As time progresses and interest compounds, the outstanding amount will only escalate, ultimately collapsing Hunter beneath an insurmountable burden. When you are unable to repay, not only will those assets be forfeited, but you may even have to sell your company to settle debts, leaving you with nothing, perhaps not even a single penny. I present you with two options. Either you stubbornly cling to that $2,500,000, awaiting the day your company is auctioned, leading you to a life of destitution, or I offer you $500,000. Take this sum and depart swiftly. Perhaps you can engage in modest ventures and live comfortably thereafter. $500,000. That is utterly insufficient. Hunter was taken aback. While $2,500,000 is indeed a substantial sum, he never anticipated a conclusive agreement at once. Negotiations would likely ensue, allowing room for compromise. Even if the opposing party made a substantial cut, he would still retain over $1 million. Yet, who could have foreseen that the offer would not only be slashed, but reduced to the very bone? Zhao Kuo evidently wished to avoid further time wasting and issued an ultimatum of $500,000, stating that if he agreed, they could sign immediately, absolving him of all company debts. I grant you 20 seconds to contemplate. When Zhao Kuo declared 20 seconds, he meant it. Regardless of what Hunter said during that interval, Zhao Kuo remained unresponsive. As the 20 seconds elapsed, Zhao Kuo rose, collected the money from the table, and turned to leave. All right, fine. 500,000 it is. Just as Zhao Kuo was about to exit the office, the pressure became unbearable for Hunter, and he ultimately capitulated. Chapter 23. Taking over. Hey, did you hear? Our chairman seems to be planning an escape. Really? That's no fabrication. My friend informed me that our chairman has sold the company. Well, it makes sense. After accruing such debt, if he doesn't flee, he might be subjected to unspeakable consequences from the creditors. As the two conversed, an employee passing by inadvertently overheard their discussion and, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, turned and dashed away. Hey, where are you running off to? Speaking one T get you fired. One remained perplexed while the other comprehended the urgency, exclaiming, Indeed, hurry and gather your belongings. Delay could result in losing everything. The first individual to flee was the one responsible for the company's finances, well aware of the extensive debts plaguing the firm. Given the current circumstances, with the chairman having absconded, it is evident that all hope for recovery has been relinquished. Once the debt collectors arrive, the insolvent company will undoubtedly be stripped of its assets, leaving them with nothing of true value. Fortunately, this disarray did not persist for long. After acquiring ownership of the company, Zhao Kuo swiftly instructed the security at the entrance to seal the doors, prohibiting anyone from removing the company's financial records from the building. He then employed a familiar strategy to stabilize morale, a combination of carrot and stick. Those who wavered or instigated unrest, regardless of their positions, were summarily dismissed. A clear message to deter others. Despite their grievances and mutterings, the sight of security personnel wielding electric batons compelled them to obediently gather their belongings and depart. You may wonder why the security followed Zhao Kuo so readily. The answer is simple: monetary incentives. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Under Zhao Kuo's financial influence, the security staff worked with utmost diligence. After cleansing the ranks of those who disrupted morale, Zhao Kuo did not forget to reward the remaining employees with an extra month's salary. Do not underestimate the significance of this. The former Hunter Corporation, as a large enterprise, housed numerous complacent leeches and ineffectual personnel. While these individuals posed no issues during prosperous times, the company's severe downer necessitated inevitable layoffs to curtail expenses. Consequently, these superfluous employees became the first casualties of the workforce reduction. However, while costs were trimmed, the anticipated influx of revenue remained elusive, compelling further austerity measures. After these adjustments, the workforce dwindled from nearly 5,900 to just over 400. Those who survived the tumultuous culling were seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and competent. Although many were lured away by rival firms offering lucrative salaries, those who remained proved to be invaluable assets. Zhao Kuo had conducted thorough research, which is precisely why he was willing to take on such a challenging undertaking. Are you the secretary of Hunter? Zhao Kuo inquired, surveying the striking woman before him. With her alluring figure and striking blonde hair. Yes, Chairman. I am Selina, a graduate of Oxford University, she began. Before Selina could finish her introduction, Zhao Kuo interjected. I am not interested in your credentials. Your role is that of a secretary, not an academic. I have no need for such details. He then shifted the conversation. I have just taken over, and you are aware of the company's current situation. Your salary will be halved. If you can contribute, you may stay. If not, you are free to leave. After a prolonged silence, Selena nodded and replied, no problem, I can manage. The former chairman has borrowed high-interest loans from various sources. Hunter, a person of particular standards, has accumulated a substantial amount of such loans over the years, yet ultimately, these debts have all converged into one entity upon reaching Zhao Kuo. This entity is Lai Luo Company, a well-known lending institution in the industry, which ostensibly conducts legitimate business, but clandestinely engages in the practice of exorbitant interest lending. Moreover, this company employs a cadre of professional enforcers dedicated to debt collection. As for the amount Hunter borrowed from Lai Luo Company under the company's name, it is a mere 1,700,000. While this sum might seem astronomical to an ordinary individual, Zhao Kuo possesses the means to repay it if he so wishes. However, Zhao Kuo does not intend to do so. After all, this 1,700,000 is no trifling matter, enough to establish another company on its own. So how does Zhao Kuo plan to address this lingering high-interest debt? The solution is quite straightforward. By obliterating the lending company, Hunter's debts would cease to exist. This task may seem insurmountable to others, but for Zhao Kuo, it is a rather effortless endeavor. Within a single day, he thoroughly investigated the specifics of Lai Luo's branch and assumed the guise of its leader, effortlessly infiltrating their ranks. He first erased all data from their main server, then set the server room ablaze, leaving no trace. With the data destroyed, Zhao Kuo also obliterated other incriminating evidence. Without proof, the nature of their high-interest lending is rendered moot, and he bears no obligation to repay. After completing these actions, Zhao Kuo returned to the company, prepared to bestow it with a more appealing name and embark on a new beginning. However, it soon became apparent that Zhao Kuo had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Although he had eradicated the accounting records, the high-interest lending business of Lai Luo Company was inherently illicit, and the absence of documentation did not hinder their agents from pursuing debt collection. During an employee meeting, Zhao Kuo, as the newly appointed chairman, naturally took the opportunity to speak, instilling hope and motivation in his staff to enhance their dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, a bright future lies ahead, with determination and hard work. Luxury cars, beautiful women, wealth, and fame are within our grasp. Zhao Kuo eloquently articulated his vision, drawing from his previous experiences while making localized adjustments. Judging by the expressions of the employees below, the impact was indeed remarkable. Yet, just as everyone was immersed in the splendid blueprint Zhao Kuo had crafted for them, an incongruous voice shattered this idyllic atmosphere. Following the sound, a muscular, bald Caucasian man strode in with an air of intimidation, accompanied by a cadre of menacing enforcers. Some employees contemplated confronting them, but upon witnessing their fierce demeanor and the bulges at their waists, their bravado swiftly evaporated. Who are you? Confronted by Zhao Kuo's inquiry, the leading bald man disdainfully remarked, We are from Lai Luo Company. Your Hunter Company has loans with us that are now overdue. It is time for repayment. Chapter 24, Erasing Evidence. Zhao Kuo furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing the words of his adversary. He knew very well that they lacked any evidence to substantiate their claim of debt, yet, given the current predicament, he could not afford to deny it. The entire company was watching. Many within had long been aware of Hunter's reliance on usurious loans to sustain operations, a fact that had become an almost open secret. It was evident that they had come prepared, as evidenced by their armed presence. These individuals were engaged in the illicit practice of loan sharking. The notion of legality was far removed from their reality. Should Zhao Kuo resolutely refuse to comply today, it would not only shatter the newfound confidence of his employees, but might also provoke a violent collection attempt. He had no choice but to swallow his pride for the moment. Hey, what are you muttering about over there? The bald man asked, growing impatient. He pulled out his gun and warned, I advise you to repay swiftly. This way, we can all remain at peace. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my associates won't act rashly. As he finished speaking, several thugs behind him simultaneously drew their handguns, making their intentions unmistakably clear. As the situation grew increasingly tense, Zhao Kuo's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, and he addressed the crowd below with a hearty laugh. Gentlemen, why the hostility? Is it merely a matter of a loan? Since I have taken on this company, I would never be unable to settle this minor debt. The bald man, however, was dismissive of Zhao Kuo's words. As the leader responsible for managing affairs related to Hunter Company, he was acutely aware that the company owed a staggering sum of 1,700,000. They had previously visited to collect debts, and each time, Hunter could only muster interest payments, often falling short even of that. To hear such bravado regarding a mere sum was laughable. Yet soon they would learn what true financial strength entailed. Zhao Kuo clapped his hands lightly, and Selena appeared, pushing a small card onto the stage. The card itself might not have drawn attention, but what lay atop it certainly did. "My heavens, this is the most money I have ever seen," exclaimed one employee, voicing what everyone else was thinking. The cart was laden with stacks of cash, the vibrant green bills emanating a distinct scent, the aroma of wealth wafting through the air. Zhao Kuo waved his hand and declared, "I anticipated your arrival today, and I am fully aware that this company owes you 1,700,000. Here, I present you with 1 million in cash. Take it now, and the remaining 700,000 shall be delivered within 3 days." With that, he gestured for Selena to push the money forward toward them. At this moment, the bald man was still engulfed in profound astonishment, while Zhao Kuo had already resumed his grandiloquent discourse. "Everything I have done today is solely to convey to you all that I, Zhao Kuo, am not financially constrained. As long as you diligently follow my lead, you need not worry about monetary concerns. If you possess commendable projects and the capability to bring them to fruition, you shall receive the unwavering support of the company." Despite Zhao Kuo's eloquent words, the 1 million was not intended for debt repayment. Rather, it was meant to inspire those beneath him to strive harder in their endeavors. Unfortunately, the unexpected arrival of the bald man and his associates disrupted Zhao Kuo's plans, compelling him to alter his strategy, which led to the earlier events. Although Zhao Kuo projected an air of generosity on stage, he would never allow the bald man and his cohorts to abscond with that 1 million. The company was in dire need of funds, and that sum was utterly crucial. Consequently, as the bald man and his companions took the money and departed, Zhao Kuo promptly concluded the meeting. Using a somewhat plausible rationale, he locked himself in his office, claiming to contemplate the company's future direction, while in reality, he donned his nocturnal attire and discreetly exited the building through a window. Inside the car, the driver, trembling as he gripped the steering wheel, eventually queried his elder brother, "Did we truly reclaim that 1 million so effortlessly?" It was no wonder he felt this way. The entire sequence of events had unfolded with an uncanny ease that seemed almost surreal. The bald man, seated in the passenger seat, shared the same sentiment. Prior to arriving at this company, they had visited 3 others for debt collection. Although they had seen some success, each encounter had required a degree of sacrifice, and the amounts recovered had paled in comparison to this particular sum. According to company policy, those tasked with debt collection received no salary. Their remuneration was entirely contingent upon the amounts they successfully retrieved, earning them a 5% commission on the debts collected. A 5% cut of this 1 million amounted to a staggering 50,000. Had it truly come so effortlessly? Just then, the bald man's phone rang, and in a moment of daze, he answered to hear the voice of his boss on the other end. The boss instructed them not to return just yet, as there was an urgent task awaiting their attention. The bald man, already somewhat disoriented and recalling similar past incidents, thought little of it and instructed his subordinate to turn the car around. However, when they arrived at a secluded parking lot, the circumstances felt distinctly amiss. The area was not only sparsely populated but also devoid of surveillance cameras, making it an ideal locale for nefarious activities. The bald man, possessing a modicum of caution, sensed something was off and instructed his men to stay vigilant, keeping his hand firmly on his weapon. Just then, one of the younger men suddenly froze, leaning back with a vacant gaze, devoid of life. Perhaps his passing was so serene that it failed to attract the attention of the others. But this was merely the beginning. One by one, the henchmen met their silent demise until it was the turn of the driver, whose lifeless body slumped against the steering wheel, triggering a jarring honk that finally caught the attention of the bald man. Yet, it was far too late. Before he could ascertain the cause, a blinding flash engulfed his vision, and his body succumbed just like the others, drawing its last breath. At first glance, these individuals appeared unremarkable, but a closer inspection would reveal that their brains had been reduced to mush by some unseen force. After dispatching all of them, Zhao Kuo emerged from the shadows, effortlessly opening the trunk of the luxury car to reclaim the 1 million he had lost, along with the original 400,000 contained within. As a final act, he set the scene ablaze to obliterate any evidence. Chapter 25. The objective, the 1 million, was successfully reclaimed, supplemented by an additional profit of 400,000. However, Zhao Kuo understood that this was merely a temporary measure. Despite his belief that he had left no trace that could lead back to him, in this unpredictable world rife with supernatural abilities, achieving complete stealth was an impossibility. What Zhao Kuo could do was seize the time it took for the other party to investigate, focusing on his own rapid development. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he ensure that, even if detected, his adversaries would hesitate to act against him. Upon returning to the company with the money, Zhao Kuo immediately instructed Selena to compile all ongoing projects in written form for his review. It must be noted that Selena's ability to remain by Hunter's side through numerous rounds of layoffs was no mere coincidence. Her proficiency and efficiency were undeniably commendable. Initially, Zhao Kuo had considered having her salary in hopes that she would leave voluntarily, given her association with the previous chairman, which posed a certain risk. However, after witnessing Selena's exceptional work efficiency, his resolve wavered slightly. For the time being, he decided to retain her services, intending to further develop his telepathic abilities and subsequently conduct a thorough investigation into her true intentions before deciding her fate. Additionally, Zhao Kuo also changed the company's name. With the Hunter family completely ousted, the entire enterprise now firmly under his control, retaining the Hunter name seemed inappropriate. Without much deliberation, he waved his hand decisively and adopted the name of a well-known company from a game prior to his transmigration, Brainwave Corporation. Returning to the present. Due to the prior state of the company's operations, many long-term investment projects had been terminated, leaving only a handful of fast-paced projects that could generate quick returns. While these projects had limited potential and prospects, their advantage lay in their ability to rapidly monetize through existing technologies. For a company grappling with substantial debt crises, these projects posed no immediate issues. However, Zhao Kuo recognized that merely focusing on these meager endeavors would not suffice to expand and strengthen the company. Otherwise, given the pace of profit generation, one might as well engage in part-time assassinations for greater earnings. Consequently, after a comprehensive evaluation of the company's current status and its areas of expertise, a multitude of short-term projects were eliminated, leading to a reorganization of departments, whereby previously fragmented smaller units were amalgamated, resulting in a significant enhancement of both human and material resources. Initially, Zhao Kuo anticipated some resistance to this initiative, yet astonishingly, the entire process unfolded with remarkable ease. As a once flourishing enterprise, the heads of these departments had originally emerged from the same team. As elites, they harbored ambitions and ideals. But given the dire state of the company at the time, they willingly sacrificed their time and energy to undertake projects they once deemed beneath them, all in the interest of preserving the company. With the advent of a new chairman, they could finally discard these menial projects and engage in more substantive endeavors. Much to their delight, the question arises, the team has been reconstituted, and while the equipment may not be the latest or most advanced, indeed, some of it is somewhat outdated, it remains adequate, contingent upon the type of projects to be pursued. In this regard, Zhao Kuo was well prepared. During his escape from Cadmus, he had taken a wealth of data and materials, including several that could be immediately utilized. Considering that the predecessor of Brainleaf Company had a background in healthcare, there was a degree of experience and foundational knowledge to draw upon. After diligent searching, Zhao Kuo finalized 2 projects. The first involved pharmaceutical manufacturing. He possessed a special medication targeting parasitic infections. Although this medication was not yet complete, a substantial framework had been established, and the next step involved intricate refinement. This process would not be protracted, but once finalized and successfully tested, its market release could yield substantial profits for the company. The second project focused on medical auxiliary devices. However, this endeavor differed from the first. Originally designed for individual combat equipment, Zhao Kuo undertook extensive modifications, simplifying the usage and production costs until it metamorphosed into a contemporary medical device, ready for production upon securing an appropriate factory. Following the arrangement of these 2 initiatives, both the sales and research departments were elated. Yet, while these efforts were aimed at extricating the company from its present predicament, they did not encapsulate Zhao Kuo's true aspirations. His investment of time and energy into this company was not solely for financial gain. He envisioned utilizing the company as a springboard and cover to forge his own influence. Though it is said that those without shoes fear not the shoed, this merely implies that the shoed wish to keep their shoes unsoiled. Should a genuine confrontation ensue, the barefoot would undoubtedly suffer. Furthermore, it is precisely because of the protection afforded by shoes that one can traverse greater distances without harm. This encapsulates Zhao Kuo's objective. By controlling a company that wholly belonged to him, he could cleanse the ill-gotten gains he had acquired. Moreover, this endeavor serves to cultivate a seemingly impeccable public image, akin to the illustrious Kingpin of Marvel and Lex Luthor of the DC Universe. The former is a notorious underground emperor, while the latter is a formidable adversary capable of challenging Superman. Yet, both are publicly recognized as prominent entrepreneurs and philanthropists. Furthermore, Zhao Kuo can secretly nurture his own armed forces, thereby acquiring more valuable individual organizations and augmenting his strength. Most critically, Zhao Kuo has always adhered to the belief that technology is the paramount productive force. While personal strength is undeniably significant, Zhao Kuo aspires to elevate himself further. necessitating the support of external technological advancements. The very body he currently inhabits is a testament to this technological prowess. Despite Zhao Kuo's exceptional intellect, the multitude of tasks at hand precludes him from personally attending to every detail, particularly in the realm of scientific research, which demands considerable time and energy. While a highly centralized authority can be exhilarating, judiciously decentralizing power and delegating suitable responsibilities to capable individuals can enhance overall efficiency. As Zhao Kuo busily engaged in company affairs, the plans he had previously orchestrated at the Stellar Laboratory commenced to unfold. It is undeniable that Mediterranean, among researchers, is the most adept at forming alliances and cliques. Through his machinations, Otto found himself isolated by everyone at the Stellar Laboratory, from the upper management to the security personnel, all regarding him with disapproving glances. Not to mention, his fellow researchers, keen to secure greater funding for their own projects, were more than willing to see one less research initiative in competition. Under such immense pressure, Otto's mental state was perpetually fraught with anxiety. It is virtually impossible for a person to remain unscathed under such extreme psychological conditions, which is precisely the aim of Mediterranean's tactics. The eventual outcome was that Otto, in a frenzied rush to demonstrate results, overlooked a glaringly obvious flaw during the experiment, leading to an explosion that inflicted significant damage upon the entire Stellar Laboratory. Chapter 26. Otto Octavius in Quirrell's office. I beg you, my experiment has yielded some results. If you could just grant me a little more time, I assure you I can complete it. Otto, cease your pleas. Quirrell, exasperated, slammed the report onto the table. You must be acutely aware of the extent of the losses your personal actions have inflicted upon the entire division. But science. There are no buts. Quirrell rubbed his temples in frustration. Otto, I recognize your talent and intelligence, but I cannot disregard the interests of the entire division due to your individual conduct. Otto clearly wished to further defend himself, but Quirrell sighed, denying him the opportunity to speak. Depart now, Otto. Perhaps this place does not allow you to freely express your talents. You may resign voluntarily, and the department will not question your decision. This is the best arrangement I can secure for you, allowing us both to maintain our dignity. Ultimately, amidst the laughter of others, Otto stepped out of the Star Lab, engulfed in a haze of confusion. As he wandered alone through the bustling streets, an unprecedented sense of solitude enveloped him. He was uncertain of his destination, unsure of what he could or should do. Was his research goal erroneous from the very beginning? No, that cannot be. My research is undoubtedly sound. Otto seemed to have an epiphany, resolutely murmuring to himself, even if all of you look down upon me, I shall not relent. I will demonstrate that I, Otto, am not the worthless being you perceive. Despite Otto's unwavering commitment to his research direction, his reputation had already spread throughout the scientific community. Subsequently, he approached several research companies, each endeavor culminating in disappointment. Who would dare to employ someone in his predicament? These firms lacked the robust financial backing of Star Lab in a fierce competitive landscape. They could not bear the losses incurred by failed experiments, particularly when the risks associated with Otto's work on renewable energy, dubbed the artificial sun, were daunting. For 2 to 3 months, Otto faced incessant obstacles. Either he was outright rejected or urged to abandon his project in favor of joining their teams. How could Otto accept such an offer? His project on the artificial sun was the culmination of his efforts, already showing potential for success. He would not relinquish it lightly. However, repeated failures began to erode Otto's spirit, and his savings were rapidly depleting. In this state of disarray, Otto found himself, quite by chance, at the Brainleaf Company. Having never heard of this technology firm, he held little hope for success and merely wished to submit his application. To his astonishment, upon hearing his name, the receptionist sprang to her feet with such fervor that it left Otto somewhat flustered. Mr. Otto, please hold on a moment. I will contact the chairman immediately. The mention of a chairman bewildered Otto. The receptionist hastily recited her prepared lines. Just days ago, when you submitted your resume, it caught the attention of our chairman, who expressed great satisfaction with your profile. He insisted that we provide you with the utmost hospitality, and he is currently waiting for you in his office. Shall we proceed now? The receptionist's words brought a flicker of hope to Otto's face, yet memories of his previous experiences dulled that glimmer once more. The front desk receptionist observed all of this, yet chose to remain silent, her face adorned with a characteristic smile as she guided Otto to the chairman's office. Chairman, Dr. Otto has arrived. At that moment, Zhao Kuo was feigning concentration on the report before him. Upon hearing the receptionist's announcement, he turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and an extravagant display of acting ensued. Zhao Kuo stood, hastening his steps to reach Otto, grasping his hands with an expression brimming with affection. Such fervor left Otto, who was accustomed to constant setbacks, feeling somewhat bewildered. My apologies, please have a seat. Let us converse in detail. Selena, kindly pour a cup of coffee for Dr. Otto. Selena, understanding the cue, placed 2 cups of coffee on the table before quietly exiting, discreetly closing the door behind her. After taking a gentle sip of coffee, Zhao Kuo looked at Otto and remarked, Dr. Otto, I have reviewed your resume. It is quite impressive. I tend to be straightforward, so let us be candid. Of course, Chairman, please proceed, Otto replied. Clearing his throat, Zhao Kuo continued. I see from your requirements that upon joining our company, you wish to continue your research on solar technology. Indeed, Otto straightened slightly. This technology is my life's work. And through my numerous experiments, I have demonstrated its feasibility. Once the experiments are complete, humanity will no longer have to worry about energy. As Otto spoke with increasing enthusiasm, Zhao Kuo raised his hand to interrupt, saying, I completely understand your excitement. However, I must ask you to temper it a bit. Oh, my apologies, Otto quickly responded, regaining his composure. With the conversational reins back in his hands, Zhao Kuo continued, You are aware of our company's circumstances. The salary we can offer you will certainly not match what you earned at the Star Laboratory, and regarding your solar project. At this point, Otto's expression darkened, for he had heard such words too many times before, fearing the subsequent suggestion to switch projects or join another research team. Zhao Kuo, noticing the shift in Otto's demeanor, quickly added, Your research project will undoubtedly require a lengthy period of study. However, I do not mean to imply a lack of support. On the contrary, I believe your project holds great research potential, and if successfully produced, it could yield significant benefits for the company. But, Zhao Kuo shifted his tone. We will need you to also take on research for other projects. Of course, during this time, you may continue to pursue your own project, and we will provide the necessary funding, as long as it does not interfere with your other responsibilities. Hearing this, Otto's previously sullen expression brightened. Although he would only be able to research his project in his spare time, the company would still offer funding for his research. Compared to previous companies, this was undoubtedly the most favorable arrangement he could secure. Chapter 27. The Hunt Again. Otto Oudwire's talents need no further elaboration. Zhao Kuo holds great faith in his solar technology, especially given the unique characteristics of Zhao Kuo's own body. Acquiring the abilities of the Martian girl is merely the initial step. Through this, Zhao Kuo aims to enhance the resilience of his own physique. His ultimate ambition is to absorb the flesh and blood of Superman to obtain corresponding powers. At that point, he intends to leverage his unique attributes to overcome the weaknesses posed by kryptonite, thus rendering himself truly invincible. Moreover, Otto's artificial sun technology not only promises an abundant energy supply, but also meticulously mimics the sun's operations. With this technology, Zhao Kuo could receive sunlight at any moment and in any place, thereby growing increasingly powerful. However, the realization of artificial sun technology is exceedingly challenging, representing a lengthy endeavor. Given Zhao Kuo and his company's current circumstances, unconditional support is unattainable. Naturally, Otto must first utilize his intellect to generate revenue for the company. Otto, of course, has no objections to this arrangement. As long as he can continue his research, even during his spare time, it would be worthwhile. Soon, the two finalized the pertinent details, completing the onboarding process under Selena's guidance. It soon became evident that Otto did not disappoint Zhao Kuo. He vividly showcased his creativity and initiative. Not only did he enhance the existing pharmaceuticals, but he also refined the production lines for medical auxiliary equipment, thereby increasing output while simultaneously reducing costs per unit. Remarkably, all of this was accomplished within less than 2 months of Otto joining the company. How can one inspire their subordinates to willingly devote themselves to their cause? The adage reward for merit, punishment for fault holds true. Given Otto's substantial contributions upon his arrival, Zhao Kuo could not overlook the necessity of rewarding him adequately. Presently, Otto remains a quintessential scientist, indifferent to material comforts. Aware of this, Zhao Kuo chose not to invest heavily in bonuses. Instead, he appointed Otto as one of the heads of the Research and Development Department, reallocating personnel from other teams for him to manage. Furthermore, he provided enhanced support in terms of funding and equipment, granting Otto an independent laboratory. This approach not only fulfilled Otto's desire for autonomy in his experiments, but also bestowed him with respect, thereby fostering greater loyalty to the company. Now that the company has entered a stable phase, there have been no further attempts from Lail Company to collect debts. Finally, Zhao Kuo finds himself with the time to pursue his own interests. Initially, to prevent his company from suffering the same fate as the former Hunter Company amidst an alien invasion, Zhao Kuo decisively chose to relocate after completing the integration. He moved the headquarters from Metropolis to Star City, a city overseen by Green Arrow. In the DC universe, There exists an unwritten rule that superheroes typically operate within their designated cities. Unlike the frequently besieged Metropolis or the storied Gotham, Star City, under the aegis of Green Arrow, can be regarded as relatively secure, at least devoid of world-ending entities or deranged, antisocial lunatics. Upon arriving in this city, Zhao Kuo began to gather intelligence on the superheroes and supervillains inhabiting Star City. Before his journey through time, Zhao Kuo possessed a rather limited understanding of the DC universe. In Star City, aside from knowing about the Green Arrow, he was unfamiliar with other superheroes. After a brief selection process, a suitable target soon came into Zhao Kuo's view. Under the cover of night in Star City, a blonde woman clad in leather gracefully walked along the street. Her alluring figure attracted the attention of numerous passers-by, some of whom were bold enough to whistle at her. It was at this moment that a masked thug, emerging from the shadows, set his sights on an innocent bystander. This individual was clearly a seasoned criminal, moving with remarkable swiftness. Approaching his target, he swiftly seized the handbag, leaving no time for the victim to react, and turned to flee. However, as he reached the woman, she unexpectedly sidestepped with agility and extended her leg, effortlessly tripping the masked assailant to the ground. Such behavior was unbecoming of a good citizen of Star City. Faced with the woman's scorn, the thug scrambled to his feet, brandishing a dagger with a menacing tone, warning her to mind her own business. "Are you serious?" The woman's demeanor remained unimpressed, and upon noticing that he wielded a dagger instead of a firearm, she disdainfully remarked, "This is America. You don't even have a gun and yet dare to engage in such antics. Go to hell." Enraged, the thug lunged with his dagger, only to have it kicked from his grasp by the woman, who followed up with a swift combination of strikes, concluding with a graceful shoulder throw. After dispatching the assailant, she bent down to retrieve the stolen bag and returned it to the hapless bystander. Despite the continuous expressions of gratitude from the victim, the woman waved them off nonchalantly, saying it was no trouble, anyone would have done the same. Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a gunshot rang out. The shooter was none other than the thug she had just incapacitated. He had not been unarmed. Rather, he had underestimated her because she was a woman, opting to engage her with a dagger instead. Who could have anticipated that she would be so formidable? Her rapid flurry of strikes had left him no opportunity to draw his weapon. Yet, even in his moment of surprise, his aim was abysmal, merely grazing her arm instead of striking a vital point. Unfortunately for him, he had now provoked a significant threat. "This is my favorite outfit," the thug thought as he prepared to fire again, unaware of the formidable opponent he faced. The woman unleashed a powerful sonic wave from her mouth, first disarming the thug of his handgun, before sending him crashing against a nearby pillar, where he promptly lost consciousness. The bystander clearly recognized the identity of the individual, pointing and finally exclaiming, "You are the Black Canary." This declaration instantly attracted the attention of many around them. These onlookers, who had previously ignored the criminal, suddenly perked up upon hearing that the person before them was the Black Canary, eagerly surrounding her to capture a moment in photographs. Although Dana felt somewhat uncomfortable with the situation, she could not refuse their warm enthusiasm and ultimately obliged, taking pictures with each of them. Chapter 28. The Black Canary. After dispatching the curious crowd, nearly an hour had passed, and the criminal who had been thrown aside had long since vanished without a trace. Dana felt a headache coming on but had no recourse. Fortunately, the stolen items had been retrieved. The exhausting visit to the children earlier in the day had already drained her, and now dealing with these fans left her with a singular desire to return home, enjoy a hot bath, and indulge in a good night's sleep. Yet, could she truly return home so easily? As night deepened, the number of pedestrians dwindled. Just as Dana was within 100 meters of her home, her steps abruptly halted. Surveying her surroundings and noting the presence of others on the street, she decided to turn into a nearby deserted alley for their safety. This very arrogance, however, led her into a precarious situation. Upon reaching a dead end, Dana stopped and called out, "Come out, you've been following me long enough. It's time to reveal yourself." No sooner had the words left her lips than a shadow emerged, standing 5 meters away. Slowly turning, she scrutinized the enigmatic figure before her, inquiring, "What shall I call you? Birdman? Nightwalker? Or something else?" "You may call me Night Owl," he replied. With that, Zhao Kuo wasted no time and charged forward, eager to engage in combat. "Fine, let's settle this quickly so I can rest," Dana thought to herself. Facing Zhao Kuo's advance, Dana, possessing ample combat experience, exhibited no fear and met him head-on. After a brief exchange of blows, Zhao Kuo soon realized the reason the Black Canary was memorable. It was not solely her striking appearance and commanding presence. Her close-quarters combat skills were exceptional, complemented by her occasional sonic attacks. For a moment, he found it challenging to gain the upper hand against her. The confined space further complicated matters. as the sound waves rebounded off the walls, inflicting secondary damage upon him. After creating some distance from Zhao Kuo, Dana observed him, having been thrown to the ground 7 times, and smirked. If this is all the strength you possess, I suggest you leave. Otherwise, your final destination will surely be the police station. Hearing Dana's words, Zhao Kuo nodded in agreement. The reason he had endured being thrown around so many times was not due to any self-destructive tendencies, but rather a desire to gain experience and refine his skills through their combat. Indeed, it is true that Zhao Kuo gained considerable experience from his confrontation with Diana. However, his opponent was not merely a training partner, and besides her, there was also the green arrow present. As the saying goes, prolonged nights breed many dreams. Should the battle continue, reinforcements for the adversary might arrive, complicating Zhao's meticulously crafted plans. Observing the lack of action from Diana, she too grew impatient, preparing to unleash a decisive blow to defeat him entirely. At that moment, Zhao Kuo's eyes emanated a green glow, and in an instant, Diana's eyes were similarly filled with this emerald light. Subsequently, she collapsed to the ground, akin to a marionette whose strings had been severed. Astonishingly, his first attempt had succeeded. Zhao Kuo approached to inspect her condition, confirming that she was merely unconscious, with her mind intact, and he couldn't help but marvel at his success. Previously, his numerous attempts had predominantly ended in failure, most often conducted on animals. He had not anticipated that his inaugural endeavor on a living human would yield such results. Once he successfully rendered Diana unconscious, Zhao Kuo hastily retrieved his equipment to extract her blood, connecting one into her and the other to himself. As her blood flowed through the conduit into his body, he absorbed her abilities. At that critical juncture, a green arrow shot forth from a distance, striking true and severing the connection between them. "Release her, vampire. Trouble awaits you," came the voice from the direction of the arrow, revealing none other than the green arrow himself. As the resident hero of Star City, he routinely patrolled the area. What he did not anticipate was encountering a vampire, a creature of legend, and one with such flair, utilizing a straw. Green arrow? Observing Quinn, who had already drawn his bow and was poised to fire a second arrow, Zhao Kuo had no inclination to engage in combat. Unlike other superheroes, Green Arrow's prowess did not stem from mutation or an abundance of technological enhancements. It was entirely the result of his rigorous training. Even if Zhao Kuo were to consume his blood, he would inherit nothing of value. Such a laborious endeavor held no appeal for him. Yet, on the other hand, it was fortunate that Quinn mistakenly identified Zhao Kuo as a vampire, leading to a slight miscalculation in his approach. As another arrow flew forth, Zhao Kuo effortlessly suspended it in midair with his mental prowess. However, just as he prepared to send it back on its original path, the arrowhead suddenly activated, releasing a blinding white light, originally intended for marking a position or confusing enemies. Quinn had hastily fired it upon suspecting Zhao Kuo's vampiric nature. Seizing the opportunity given his misidentification, Zhao Kuo feigned severe injury, emitting a pained howl before swiftly retreating into the shadows. As Dana lay unconscious at the scene, Quinn had no choice but to cease his pursuit, allowing Zhao Kuo the perfect opportunity to escape. Once free, Zhao Kuo sought a secluded place to experiment with his newfound abilities. Although recently acquired, the sonic waves emitted from his mouth boasted considerable power, easily toppling a parked sedan. After validating the might of his sonic capabilities, Zhao Kuo swiftly redirected his focus towards the Teen Titans. The rationale behind this choice stemmed primarily from the immense potential harbored by these young individuals, which remained unexpressed due to their immaturity. Engaging them promised the highest reward with minimal risk. Furthermore, these youthful titans, eager to demonstrate their prowess and perceived maturity, often refrained from seeking assistance from the Justice League, preferring to confront challenges independently. Indeed, the timing was fortuitous. Recently, the Red Tornado from the Justice League had inexplicably gone rogue, launching indiscriminate attacks across various locales and subsequently defecting from the League. Consequently, all members of the Justice League were preoccupied with locating the Red Tornado, who had previously served as the guardian of the Teen Titans. With the Red Tornado's defection, a vacancy naturally arose in the role of their protector. Not everyone possessed the unwavering commitment of the Red Tornado, who had no personal life and was available around the clock. Even figures like Cyborg had more pressing responsibilities. Others showed little interest in child supervision, and it was evident that allowing these immature youths to develop unsupervised could lead to complications. It would be imprudent for a newly formed team to disband over such trivial matters. To address this, Batman instituted a rotating supervision system, wherein several official members of the Justice League would oversee the Teen Titans in shifts, ensuring that their own missions and daily duties remained unaffected. Among these select members was Black Canary, Dana, whose striking beauty and empathetic nature rendered her an ideal psychological counselor for the Teen Titans. Now that Zhao Kuo had absorbed Dana's blood, not only had he acquired her abilities, but he could also perfectly mimic her. Thus, it was imperative that he made the most of this advantage. The following day proved propitious. Wednesday, a school day. Robin and Wally were to attend classes, while Calder returned to Atlantis. Within the entire base, only Miss Martian, Megan, and Superboy Connor remained. At that moment, Connor lounged on the sofa before the television, incessantly changing channels with the remote, while Miss Martian busied herself in the kitchen, baking cookies using techniques learned from a television show. Black Canary, A26, access granted. As the electronic sounds faded, Zhao Kuo, disguised as Diana, successfully infiltrated Justice Peak. What brings you here? It seems there is no training today, Connor remarked, his tone devoid of any emotion. There's no other choice. Your combat awareness and skills are woefully inadequate, so I must impose additional training upon you, Zhao Kuo retorted. Connor dismissed this with a scoff, asserting, my body is a weapon. Any technique is futile against absolute strength. Oh, Zhao Kuo raised an eyebrow, adopting a provocative stance. If that is the case, why not prove it? Precisely my intention. As the tension escalated between them, Megan, sensing the brewing conflict, rushed out from the kitchen in an attempt to defuse the situation. I've just baked some cookies. Perhaps we could eat something before training? I think that won't be necessary, Zhao Kuo continued to provoke. I anticipate this training session will conclude rather swiftly. Connor, having only recently escaped the control of Cadmus and faced with the defection of Red Tornado, was already in a precarious mental state. With Zhao Kuo's relentless taunts, he erupted, crushing the remote control in his hand and striding towards the training room. Rest assured, it will be over soon. With that, Zhao Kuo followed in pursuit. Watching Zhao Kuo's departing figure, Megan furrowed her brow slightly. Previously reprimanded for carelessly probing into others' minds, she was determined to adapt to Earth and, more importantly, to fit in with the Teen Titans. Thus, she refrained from using her telepathy unless absolutely necessary. Even without delving into the depths of their thoughts, Megan sensed something peculiar about the Dark Canary today. However, that was of little consequence as Zhao Kuo and Connor had already reached the arena. Just as Connor prepared to initiate the match, he was halted by Zhao Kuo, who produced a piece of synthetic kryptonite from his pocket, presenting it before Connor. As a clone of Superman, I trust you are familiar with this substance. Kryptonite. Connor frowned. How do you possess this? Within the radiation range of the kryptonite, Connor felt an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. This was not natural kryptonite, but a synthetic variant created through extensive research on the original. Zhao Kuo tossed the kryptonite at Connor's feet, stating, although the production cost of this substance is high, it is not impossible to replicate. Many criminals now carry various gadgets related to kryptonite to combat Superman. Since this will affect you as well, it is best to practice fighting in such an environment. Without allowing Connor a chance to respond, Zhao Kuo lunged forward with a swift motion. Until this moment, Connor had never engaged in combat under the influence of kryptonite. Now, suddenly exposed to its radiation, even if it was a synthetic product, the ensuing sensation of weakness rendered him exceedingly disoriented. Zhao Kuo was acutely aware that he currently played the role of a Black Canary. To avoid revealing his true identity, he could not utilize abilities he did not possess. Instead, he resolved to incapacitate his opponent first, taking advantage of the momentary lapse during treatment to execute his plan. Throughout the subsequent training sessions, Zhao Kuo demonstrated considerable cunning, directing each strike towards his opponent's vital points. If he were pitted against an ordinary individual, they would likely have succumbed to the blows long ago. Fortunately, his target was Connor. Despite being significantly weakened by the effects of kryptonite, Connor's inherent physical prowess remained formidable. Furthermore, his half-human genes granted him a degree of resistance to kryptonite. Ultimately, however, Zhao Kuo succeeded in rendering him unconscious with a swift kick. Connor, are you alright? Although Megan and Connor had yet to become romantically involved, their shared non-human status had already forged an unspoken bond between them. Naturally, upon witnessing Connor collapse, Megan felt a surge of anxiety. He will be fine. Before Megan could rush forward, Zhao Kuo raised a hand to halt her, then crouched to collect the kryptonite from the ground. Afterward, he hoisted Connor onto his shoulder, casually remarking that the intensity of the training had been somewhat excessive for him. Yet he had been careful in his strikes, and that a brief rest would suffice. With that, he transported Connor to the lounge. Upon entering the lounge, Zhao Kuo decisively locked the door behind them. He then unceremoniously deposited Connor onto the bed, reaching behind him to produce a verdant dagger. With this kryptonite-crafted blade, Zhao Kuo effortlessly sliced through Connor's resilient skin, subsequently grabbing a nearby vessel to collect the blood that flowed forth. To the naked eye, Connor's blood appeared indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. However, the power it contained was immeasurable, serving as a potent catalyst for Zhao Kuo's own enhancement. As the vessel filled with blood, a smirk of anticipation crept onto Zhao Kuo's lips. I knew you were not merely a black canary. Who are you truly? Just as everything unfolded according to Zhao Kuo's design, a powerful voice of inquiry erupted from behind him. Turning to face the source, he found Megan. Her visage contorted with fury. Chapter 30. A bounty of returns from the onset. Megan sensed something amiss with Zhao Kuo, particularly the stark deviation in his approach during today's combat with Connor. Once, the Black Canary had been a training partner, primarily focused on imparting techniques and awareness. Yet today, the Black Canary exhibited an aggressive style, as if driven by an urgent desire to overwhelm his foe, which defied all logic. Disturbed by these inconsistencies, Megan felt compelled to investigate, only to discover that the lounge door had been locked from the inside, further confirming her suspicions. Forcing the door open, she was met with the shocking sight of Zhao Kuo collecting Connor's blood, which pushed her over the edge. With a fierce shout, Megan's eyes transformed to a vibrant green, unleashing her formidable telekinetic powers directly at Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo remained unfazed, countering with his own mental force. The two streams of energy clashed, reverberating throughout the surrounding environment. However, Zhao Kuo was far from being a Martian, in both the precise application of mental energy and the duration of its use. He fell short compared to the Martian Megan. Furthermore, the Martian hunter had previously remarked that Megan possessed the strongest mental prowess he had ever encountered among Martians, even surpassing his own natural gifts. Thus, competing with Megan in a battle of mental energy was a decidedly foolish choice. Indeed, it was not long before Zhao Kuo found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he was not a rigid individual. Realizing he could not match his opponent in mental force, he decisively positioned the kryptonite dagger against Connor's throat. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly. Zhao Kuo, entirely unconcerned with his villainous conduct, opted to use his hostage as leverage. He felt no psychological burden. Everyone has their vulnerabilities, and seizing upon these weaknesses allows one to easily manipulate others. Just as in this instance, Zhao Kuo capitalized on Megan's kindness, compelling her to remain rooted in place, hesitant to move. Yet, this was merely a temporary solution. In a bid for freedom, Zhao Kuo swiftly produced a firebomb from his possession and tossed it before Megan. The bomb detonated, shattering and illuminating Megan with a blaze. Don't move. You wouldn't want to see your companion harmed, would you? As Megan attempted to retreat, she sought to extinguish the flames with her abilities. While fire was indeed a weakness for Martians, relying solely on flames to extinguish them proved exceedingly difficult, unless the fire was sufficiently vast or sustained over time. Brief exposure would not claim their lives, but merely weaken them. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo still held a hostage, leveraging Connor's life to ensure Megan willingly endured the searing flames. As Megan grew increasingly weakened, Zhao Kuo took decisive action, using his mental force to render her unconscious, before plunging the kryptonite dagger into Connor's thigh. This sequence of actions effectively eliminated any possibility of interference from the two. Within the base of the Young Titans, the Hall of Justice housed numerous valuable items. However, time was of the essence, and no one could guarantee that other members of the Young Titans would not suddenly appear. It was best to depart promptly. Despite Zhao Kuo's caution, he was still a moment too late. As he prepared to exit through the Soundwave portal, it activated without requiring authentication. Robin, B01, access granted. Damn it, Zhao Kuo muttered under his breath, hastily retreating as his form shifted, transforming from the Black Canary into Megan's likeness. Kid Flash, B02, access granted. As the electronic voice concluded, Wally and Robin materialized before Zhao Kuo. Hey, beautiful, have you missed us? Wally's incessant chatter began the moment he entered, approaching Zhao Kuo with unabashed enthusiasm. Concerning Wally's nearly intrusive demeanor and the so-called American etiquette, Zhao Kuo found himself somewhat unable to accept it. With a half-joking push, he bid farewell, stating that he needed to step out to procure some ingredients for lunch and requested they keep an eye on the oven, ensuring the cookies inside did not burn. Having uttered this, Zhao Kuo extricated himself from Wally's embrace and made his way to the Soundwave portal, departing from Justice Peak. Do you not find her a bit odd? Robin queried, remaining vigilant. Although Megan appeared unchanged, his intuition suggested that today she was decidedly uncharacteristic. Wally, ever unperturbed, remarked nonchalantly, Is there? I think she is as charming as ever. Zhao Kuo, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts of Robin and Wally. After exiting through the Soundwave portal, he hastily vacated the area. It would not be long before Robin and Wally discovered Megan and Connor, at which point Zhao Kuo's identity would be inevitably revealed. Thus, he needed to distance himself as much as possible before they made their discovery. Indeed, Wally complied, watching the oven as instructed, while Robin, already sensing something amiss, began to investigate. No sooner had Zhao Kuo departed than Robin commenced his search within Justice Peak. Upon encountering Connor with a kryptonite dagger embedded in his leg and the unconscious Megan nearby, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly sprang into action, extracting the dagger and applying a hemostatic spray to the wound. What on earth transpired here? Hearing the commotion, Wally rushed over and, upon witnessing the chaotic lounge, swiftly picked up the unconscious Megan. Confirming her steady breathing and realizing she was merely unconscious with no immediate danger to her life, he placed her gently on a nearby sofa, covering her with a blanket before returning to Robin's side. "We have been infiltrated," Robin stated, his brow furrowed. "I sensed something was off. Are you suggesting that the Megan who just left was an imposter?" "Indeed. They must possess the ability to alter their appearance, deceiving the system through some means." Robin, as if struck by an epiphany, turned to Wally and instructed, "You stay here. I need you to swiftly check for any explosives or similar devices that the intruder may have installed." "Understood. Leave it to me." Wally dashed from the room, conducting a rapid inspection of the entire base, while Robin tended to Connor and simultaneously reached out to Calder. As the Teen Titans busied themselves, Zhao Kuo had already altered his appearance and arrived at a rental property. After securely locking the door and confirming the absence of any surveillance devices, he produced the blood he had obtained from Connor. As a member of a renowned and formidable race, Kryptonians are akin to deities in the presence of ordinary beings, and Zhao Kuo sought to harness this power. The amalgamation of the life code within Superman, Clark Kent, undoubtedly represented the most desirable target for his aspirations. Only immense power is accompanied by profound suffering, a truth that Zhao Kuo had already grasped when he absorbed the abilities of the Martian girl. Chapter 31, Turmoil. To acquire such formidable strength, Zhao Kuo needed to undertake numerous preparations, which was the reason behind his appropriation of Connor's blood. Unlike pure Kryptonians, who pursue stability, Superboy possesses half-human genes due to the cloning process, and the source of this human genetic material is none other than Superman's arch-nemesis, Lex Luthor. Thus, if one were to delve into the semantics, Connor should not be referred to as Superman's son, but rather as Luthor's progeny. However, this distinction is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the presence of these half-human genes provides Zhao Kuo with a layer of assurance during the absorption process, laying the groundwork for future ingestion of Superman's blood. Upon consuming the entirety of the blood, Zhao Kuo was reminded of the sensations he experienced when he first ingested the Martian girl's blood, yet this time the intensity was even more overwhelming. He felt every cell within his body scream, as if his form were on the verge of being torn asunder. Yet, alongside the agony came a rapid enhancement of his strength. With a mere flick of his wrist, his hand pierced through the adjacent wardrobe. As he withdrew his hand, a lack of control over his own strength sent him staggering backward, colliding with the wall behind him and creating a substantial hole. Remarkably, he had exerted minimal effort, yet the wall had yielded to his force. The commotion inevitably caught the attention of the neighboring residents. However, when they peeked out to witness Zhao Kuo rolling on the ground after demolishing a significant portion of the wall, they instinctively retreated back inside. Though this was not Gotham, the repeated alien invasions and the battles between vigilantes and criminals had taught these ordinary citizens without superpowers a way to survive. While some residents could hide, others were unable to remain passive, such as the landlord of the apartment building. Observing the chaos above, the landlord's heart bled at the sight. Yet he contemplated his own safety and resisted the urge to unleash a tirade. After all, money is important, but life is paramount. Nevertheless, the landlord did not forget to contact the local police, despite knowing that seeking help from them would likely be futile. Yet, it offered a semblance of psychological solace. The police, on the other hand, faced their own struggles. With the emergence of these so-called superheroes patrolling the streets and performing tasks that were traditionally the domain of law enforcement, without any cost, the police, funded by taxpayer dollars, appeared as mere layabouts. This predicament left the police feeling quite aggrieved. As an ordinary individual with family ties, it is essential to remember that police officers are also human beings. They earn a meager salary, and when faced with critical moments, expecting them to confront dangerous criminals is a tall order. Moreover, in comparison to the heavily armed wrongdoers, the firearms in their possession appear almost toy-like. A single shot from their weapons would hardly incapacitate an assailant, let alone neutralize them. On the contrary, a single volley from an adversary's heavy weaponry could obliterate both person and cover. Various intertwining factors render the police unable to effectively carry out their duties. Consequently, public discontent towards law enforcement has intensified, leading to budget cuts. These reductions further diminish the police's ability to upgrade their armaments and adversely affect their remuneration, thereby crippling their capacity to combat crime. This has seemingly plunged them into a vicious cycle. Returning to the present, The police station is engulfed in discontent due to impending budget cuts, with complaints echoing throughout the precinct and tensions mounting. Upon hearing of a suspected superpowered individual causing unrest, a spark of energy ignites within them. You few, come with me and equip yourselves with the latest gear issued from above. The message has not only reached the police. At Justice Peak, a similar alarm has been raised. A superpowered individual is causing chaos in the city. We must intervene before the situation escalates. Wally is the first to see this news and promptly turns to assist, but before he can take a step, Robin halts him. Where do you think you're going? Don't forget, Connor is still recovering, and Megan also requires attention. Wally attempts to voice his concerns, yet Robin interrupts, reassuring him, I've already informed Calder to handle that. Our priority now is to care for the two of them while conducting a thorough sweep of the base to ensure no intruder has left a backdoor. Meanwhile, the situation with Zhao Kuo is far from favorable. He has underestimated the formidable strength of the Kryptonians. Initially, he only felt pain and a surge of power. But as time passes, this force becomes increasingly uncontrollable, while his own consciousness begins to fade into obscurity. What is the current situation? Outside the apartment, several police vehicles are stationed, yet the armed officers merely maintain a perimeter, evacuating bystanders and establishing a cordon without any intention of advancing deeper into the fray. When questioned by the chief, an officer who arrived earlier explains, the situation is quite complex. We have completed the evacuation, but conditions inside remain unclear, and we have refrained from entering recklessly. What does unclear signify? The newly appointed chief is evidently a person of action, and upon hearing his subordinate's words, he is immediately consumed by fury. However, before he can unleash his reprimand, a sudden crash resounds, followed by an unidentified object hurtling towards them. Everyone, be careful. Get out of the way. The object crashes heavily onto a police vehicle, and as the dust settles, it becomes apparent that it is, astonishingly, a sofa. No longer can we wait. You few, follow me. With that, the chief resolutely drew his handgun and charged out first. Observing their chief's determination, the other officers weighed the risks and ultimately decided to follow suit. After all, entering cautiously held a manageable level of danger. However, failing to act would certainly result in unfavorable consequences upon their return, as the chief would not take kindly to inaction. They had families to support and could not afford to lose this relatively respectable job. Yet, as they entered the apartment, regret washed over them instantaneously. The scene before them had clearly exceeded their expectations. The floor was littered with debris, resembling the aftermath of a tornado, and the shattered walls looked as though someone had unleashed chaos within the rooms. Be cautious. Do not. The chief's warning was cut short as two intense beams pierced through the walls, striking him in the left side. The searing projectiles swiftly penetrated his body, but fortunately, the wounds were not severe enough to hit any vital organs. Moreover, the heat from the beams quickly seared the surrounding flesh, sparing him from excessive pain. Though the true peril was just beginning. Chapter 32. Chaos Chief, are you alright? The officers behind hurriedly supported their faltering chief, while the remaining few quickly formed a combat formation, alertly gazing toward the direction from which the beams had originated. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, their efforts proved futile. Boom. The wall shattered as the frenzied Zhao Kuo burst through, a bull-like charge sending one officer flying into the wall, rendering him unconscious. The remaining officers, now terrified, had little time to concern themselves with their injured chief. They hastily drew their sidearms, unleashing a barrage of fire at Zhao Kuo. Alas, it was ultimately in vain. Zhao Kuo's skin had undergone numerous enhancements, rendering even sniper rounds ineffective against his defenses, let alone the bullets from standard handguns. In his madness, Zhao Kuo showed no mercy to the ordinary officers. He plunged his hands into the wall beside him and yanked out a sizable chunk of stone, turning to hurl it at two officers. Those who had survived in the DC world, particularly as police officers, had witnessed their fair share of chaos. However, this was different. Faced with the incoming boulder, both officers instinctively understood that they needed to flee, but their legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering them immobile. Just as it appeared they would be crushed, a figure suddenly appeared before them, wielding a blade that effortlessly cleaved the flying stone in two. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than Calder, the member of the Teen Titans. Seeing Calder standing before them with his water blade, one officer instinctively bent to retrieve the gun that lay on the ground. However, the other officer, quick to react, suppressed his professional instincts, seizing his companion and urging him to flee. Calder chose not to elaborate further, but instead directed all his attention towards the adversary before him. Confronted by the sudden emergence of Calder, Zhao Kuo sensed an intensified power emanating from him. Decisively abandoning his assault on the other officers and focusing solely on Calder as his target, As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Aware that words would be futile against the frenzied Zhao Kuo, Calder recognized that the only viable solution was to incapacitate him, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. Resolute in this thought, Calder ceased his hesitation, transforming the water blade in his hand into a mighty war hammer and charging towards Zhao Kuo. As an Atlantean, Calder's physical prowess inherently surpassed that of land-dwelling humans, further augmented by his extensive training in water magic under Queen Mira and alongside Aquaman Arthur. In stark contrast, he faced merely a frenzied mutant, possessing nothing but brute strength. How could he possibly be a match for Calder? However, this misguided notion was swiftly corrected. In a mere exchange, Zhao Kuo first shattered the water hammer in Calder's grasp with a single punch, followed by a second that landed squarely upon Calder. This blow imparted a vivid lesson on the weight of force, sending Calder soaring like a projectile, his body contorted as if boiled, crashing violently against the final load-bearing wall. With the wall crumbling under the impact, the entire apartment building collapsed, burying both combatants within. The weight upon Zhao Kuo proved inconsequential. Rather, it only fueled his ferocity. He erupted from the rubble, soaring before the onlookers, and unleashed two beams of heat vision from his eyes, launching indiscriminate attacks upon the crowd below. Consequently, those who had gathered to witness the spectacle found themselves unexpectedly bonded, mere strangers moments before, now united in shared peril. Despite these acts, Zhao Kuo's inner fury remained unquenched. Just as he prepared to pursue further carnage, a figure navigated the debris and stood before him, clad in deep green with crimson eyes and a blue cloak. It was none other than the Martian Manhunter. Having painstakingly emerged from the wreckage, Calder instantly recognized the illustrious presence of the Justice League's esteemed veteran. The Martian Manhunter, a master of telepathy, extended his hand without ever making contact with Zhao Kuo, his eyes glowing with a red luminescence. In an instant, the raging Zhao Kuo fell silent. "How did you arrive here?" Calder inquired. Perhaps sensing the abruptness of his tone, he hastily added, did the League send you to resolve this situation?" In response to Calder's question, the Martian Manhunter shook his head, stating, "No, I happen to be on vacation in this city. Upon hearing the commotion, I came to investigate, not expecting to lend assistance. The diving lad is indeed a perilous individual, and you must be acutely aware that your strength pales in comparison to his. Why did you not summon assistance at the first opportunity?" Calder can be regarded as the most mature among the youthful titans, yet this maturity is relative. As a spirited youth, Calder yearns to prove himself, to demonstrate his capacity to stand alone. Driven by this mindset, he chose not to call for aid when confronting Zhao Kuo, but instead bore the burden alone. Fortunately, the Martian hunter arrived just in time. Had the battle continued, Calder would have met his demise. "My apologies, it is my fault." Upon hearing Calder's genuine remorse, the Martian hunter did not dwell on it, but redirected his focus to Zhao Kuo before him. Through mental intervention, the Martian hunter effortlessly subdued the frenzied Zhao Kuo, yet he was unwilling to halt his inquiry there. He could distinctly sense the plethora of secrets enveloping this individual, whose physical prowess was astonishingly formidable. In pursuit of the hidden truths, the Martian hunter prepared to delve into Zhao Kuo's psyche, using his adept mental probing, seeking to unveil the concealed mysteries. Had it been anyone else, the Martian hunter's tactic would surely have succeeded. Alas, he had miscalculated this time. As his consciousness brushed against Zhao Kuo's mind, before he could explore further, a deep voice resonated. This voice, though not loud, exuded a commanding authority that felt insurmountable and irresistible. Instantly, the Martian hunter felt as though he had been struck on the head with a hammer, losing consciousness in a heartbeat. It was no jest. Zhao Kuo had forged a pact with the Management Bureau and the will of the world, making it impossible for a mere primitive native to probe freely. The fact that the Martian hunter was not rendered utterly senseless this time was a minor reprimand. Chapter 33. Silence in the Reality of the World. Calder maintained his faith in the Martian hunter's capabilities, believing that the latter's intervention would surely be effective. Thus, he chose to focus on his own wounds, tending to his injuries. Yet, before Calder could finish his task, a sudden thud echoed through the air. Following the sound, he saw the Martian hunter sprawled on the ground, unconscious. "Martian hunter, are you all right?" Calder gritted his teeth against the pain as he rose and laboriously approached the fallen figure, attempting several times to rouse him. All in vain. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. Barely had the Martian hunter collapsed, than Zhao Kuo regained consciousness. Fortunately, the awakened Zhao Kuo had emerged from the chaos, and though he retained no memory of the events during the turmoil, the surrounding scene made it evident what he had been involved in. With the Martian hunter incapacitated and the diving lad gravely injured, Zhao Kuo could have easily eliminated both of them if he wished. However, He chose not to do so and made his swift exit from the scene. Despite the enhancement of his abilities after consuming the blood of the super soldier, Zhao Kuo found himself still lacking in comparison to the one who brazenly wore his undergarments on the outside. Furthermore, Zhao Kuo's objective in this world was to ensure safety. Augmenting his own power was merely a means to fulfill this mission. For him, taking lives was a method rather than an end goal. The two individuals before him posed no threat. Even if he were to eliminate them, it would yield no benefits, but rather invite the wrath of the Justice League, ultimately diminishing the strength available to resist genuine external invasions. Although these superheroes often espoused ideals of justice, goodness, and order, many would, when faced with adversity, choose to sacrifice their own interests for the greater good. In order to avoid being targeted by the Justice League, Zhao Kuo altered his appearance multiple times before returning to the company, aware that the commotion he had caused was rather significant. He understood the necessity of remaining low profile for a while, which also provided an opportunity to manage the various affairs of the company. Upon his return, Zhao Kuo promptly instructed Selena to compile a comprehensive report on the current status of the company, presenting it in a tangible format for his desk. Although the Brainleaf Corporation was modest in scale and limited in its projects, the task of organizing all matters, filtering out the superfluous documents, was no small feat. Zhao Kuo had merely mentioned this casually, not expecting Selena to accomplish what seemed nearly impossible within such a short span of time. To his surprise, Selena managed to complete the task. Observing the stack of documents on his desk and glancing at Selena, Zhao Kuo had to concede that she was indeed adept at managing the company. Locking eyes with him, Selena initiated the conversation, inquiring if he was not curious about how she had achieved this. Not curious, he replied curtly, quelling her anticipation. All right, you may leave. I will call for you if needed. Zhao Kuo's manner, dismissive and utilitarian, was undoubtedly perceived as quite unethical, stirring feelings of dissatisfaction within Selena, which Zhao Kuo could sense through his burgeoning psychic abilities. Though he had yet to master the precision of mental control akin to the Martian Manhunter, he could still perceive the emotions of others. Once Selena departed, Zhao Kuo wasted no time and began to swiftly peruse the documents. Despite the towering piles of files, under his rapid reading, the quantity diminished at an astonishing pace. What would take an ordinary person half a day to review, Zhao Kuo completed in just over an hour. It must be said that the two projects entrusted to the company by Zhao Kuo have proven to be immensely beneficial for the newly integrated Brainleaf Company. With the initial funding injected by Zhao Kuo, coupled with the vital support from these two projects, the company, which was on the brink of bankruptcy, has managed to experience a remarkable revival. Today, Brainleaf Company has found its footing and is generating a continuous stream of profit for Zhao Kuo. Moreover, the funds accrued from these projects have enabled the company to embark on more meaningful experimental endeavors. Zhao Kuo is not surprised by this outcome. After all, he is well aware of the potential inherent in those two projects. If they had not succeeded, bankruptcy would have been inevitable. Naturally, Zhao Kuo harbors some frustration regarding this matter. Given that Cadmus had developed such advanced technology, it is perplexing why it was not utilized to generate revenue while also serving the public and fostering development, instead languishing in a decrepit database. Had Zhao Kuo not taken the majority of the materials prior to his departure, they might have been buried alongside the collapsed Cadmus. Now, in Zhao Kuo's hands, they can be seen as indirectly benefiting society. However, these concerns are not Zhao Kuo's primary focus. His true interest lies in the projects overseen by Otto. Adhering to the principle of maximizing utility, Zhao Kuo has entrusted Otto with numerous high-end projects. According to the information compiled by Selena, Otto appears to be quite dedicated to these assignments. Nevertheless, information gleaned from documents cannot compare to first-hand experience. After reviewing the final file, Zhao Kuo stood, stretched lazily, and strode out of the office towards Otto's laboratory. Otto was engrossed in an experiment when he heard the laboratory door open. Adjusting his goggles, he furrowed his brow, wondering if the person outside could not read the sign indicating that intruders were unwelcome. Noticing the intruder's lack of response, he momentarily set aside his work, preparing to reprimand this indiscreet individual. However, upon realizing that it was Zhao Kuo who had entered, his demeanor shifted dramatically. My apologies, Chairman. I did not realize it was you, he stammered. It's quite all right, Otto. No need for explanations. I fully understand. It is not surprising that Otto would be so obsequious. As an unfortunate soul dismissed from the Starlight Laboratory, and a person who has faced numerous setbacks, he cherishes this hard-won position immensely. Although the experimental environment and equipment here do not compare to the opulence of the Starlight Laboratory, they are a significant improvement over the makeshift setup he had in the basement. Chapter 34. Otto's research. It is precisely because he values this opportunity that he is so committed not only to his own projects but also to those assigned to him by Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Let us consider ourselves friends. I greatly admire your talent, so there is no need for any pretense. Engaging with researchers is, in essence, a straightforward endeavor. The foremost requisite is to extend ample respect towards the other party, followed closely by sincerity. As the adage goes, sincerity begets sincerity, a truth that remains timeless." However, Otto, having spent considerable time among those insincere individuals, perceived Zhao Kuo's words as mere formality, with no signs of the ingratiation on his face dissipating. Zhao Kuo, understanding the brevity of their acquaintance, refrains from commenting further, believing that time is on their side. Clearing his throat, he declares, "In light of this, I shall not squander any more time here. My primary purpose for returning is to ascertain the progress of your research." Upon hearing this, Otto instantly perked up, guiding Zhao Kuo while enthusiastically detailing his recent research accomplishments. "Chairman, behold this unique alloy I have developed through extensive data selection and combination. Its toughness and hardness significantly surpass all metals currently available on the market." Otto presented a palm-sized sample to Zhao Kuo. After weighing it in his hand, Zhao Kuo noted that it was on the heavier side compared to other alloys of the same volume. Upon conducting a brief test, he confirmed that its toughness and hardness were indeed as exceptional as Otto had claimed. Returning the sample to its place, Zhao Kuo inquired, "What is the yield like? Is mass production feasible, and what are the associated costs?" Upon hearing this, Otto's smile gradually faded, and he sheepishly responded, "Achieving mass production is still somewhat distant, and the cost is 3 times the average price of conventional alloys. Then it stands to reason that there is considerable room for optimization in this technology." Sensing Zhao Kuo's dissatisfaction, Otto hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, Chairman. Reducing costs and enabling mass production will be the focal points of my upcoming research, and I will soon provide you with satisfactory results." "Soon." Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively. "I do not require such vague timelines. However, I understand that science is a serious matter, and certain aspects cannot be rushed, can they?" "Indeed, indeed. Thank you for your understanding." Chairman Zhao Kuo raised his hand, interrupting, "As I have previously mentioned, there is no need for such flattery. Now, let me outline my requirements. You must take note." "Of course, Chairman, please proceed." With that, Otto retrieved a pen and a small notebook from his pocket, clearly prepared to take notes. "There is no need for detailed records. My requests are quite simple. Mass production and cost reduction are essential, as the company must generate profit. Only then can your research funding be further enhanced. Additionally, while this alloy is indeed impressive, it would be preferable to reduce its weight if possible." "Understood, Chairman. I will make a note of that. Please follow me. I shall show you the subsequent projects." In Otto's portfolio, aside from the alloy project, there were also developments in portable energy sources and power assistance, both of which exhibited significantly more rapid progress than the initial alloy project presented to Zhao Kuo. After all, Otto has always been engaged in the study of energy, and naturally, he has dabbled in portable energy sources. Although he had not previously encountered the latter, the company itself possesses research and successful case studies in this domain. Given Otto's level of authority, he is fully capable of accessing the data associated with these projects. Ultimately, Otto presented Zhao Kuo with an additional experimental achievement. "Chairman, behold. This is the multifunctional robotic arm I have developed." As the covering white cloth was removed, 4 elongated mechanical appendages resembling octopus tentacles appeared before Zhao Kuo's eyes. These appendages can connect with a person's nervous system and be controlled through brainwaves. Once mastered, they can be maneuvered as effortlessly as one's own arms. Otto elaborated on the working principles of the mechanical tentacles and their immense potential, yet Zhao Kuo remained in a state of profound astonishment. If he had previously entertained the notion of mere coincidence regarding names, the sight of the mechanical tentacles left no doubt in his mind. The Otto Ovid standing before him was indeed the illustrious Dr. Octopus from Marvel. Marvel and DC, as prominent producers of superhero films, can be considered archrivals. Within the Marvel universe, the existence of DC is acknowledged, albeit in comic form. And the reverse holds true as well. Furthermore, both companies excel at mutual mockery. For instance, in the Marvel universe, there exists a criminal organization known as the High School League, whose members bear resemblance to Superman's Hyperion, Batman's Nightwing, Wonder Woman's Power Princess, Green Lantern's Spectrum Doctor, and the Flash's Velocity Kid. The same applies to DC. Yet, this universe presents a peculiar anomaly. On the surface, it appears to be an authentic DC world. Yet here stands Otto, the inventor of mechanical tentacles. Does this not suggest that this world may very well be a unique realm dominated by DC, yet infused with elements from Marvel? As Zhao Kuo regained his composure, Otto's narrative reached its conclusion, and he prepared to don the device to demonstrate it to Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo did not intervene, watching as the mechanical tentacles established a connection with Otto's mind. From Otto's exhibited performance, it was evident that the device had not yet reached its optimal state. Both the latency of the tentacles and their inherent flexibility still held considerable room for improvement. After Otto's thorough introduction, even though each project was not yet fully realized, the progress was undeniably promising. More importantly, regardless of the project, each possessed significant potential. Having observed Otto's endeavors, Zhao Kuo formulated an idea in his mind. Given the current momentum of the company's development, achieving greatness seemed imminent. Thus, it would be crucial to introduce a representative persona embodying the company's image. Despite the fact that the company presently focused on medical pharmaceuticals and equipment, delving deeper into this industry to yield further results would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, he currently had only Otto as a capable researcher under his command, and Otto was not primarily focused on the medical field. Therefore, the impending transformation is undeniably imperative, and Zhao Kuo has already conceived the direction of this metamorphosis, focusing primarily on energy and military industry. As for energy, it goes without saying that Otto is deeply entrenched in this field. If he truly succeeds in harnessing the technology of the artificial sun, it will undoubtedly herald an epic-making product and simultaneously serve as a lucrative venture for the Brainleaf Corporation. Chapter 35. Dreamscape. Regarding the military sector, it requires no elaboration. As the saying goes, when the cannon fires, gold flows abundantly. What business could rival the profitability of the military industry? Moreover, the United States is a veritable fertile ground for the development of military enterprises. The research Otto is currently undertaking may appear unrelated to military affairs, yet it is. In fact, quite the opposite. This unique alloy can be utilized not only for tank armor, but also for the creation of exoskeletons. The provision of mobile energy is even more straightforward. As for the mechanical tentacles ultimately presented to Zhao Kuo, they can be employed for heavy lifting, rescue operations, and, once issues of agility and latency are resolved, even for hazardous experimental research. Naturally, they could be equipped with weaponry for individual combat use. However, how to persuade Otto to collaborate? After all, the current Otto is not the nefarious Dr. Octopus, who would go to any lengths for wealth and status. Even knowing his inventions could lead to countless fatalities, Otto has yet to succumb to that darkness and maintains his moral compass. Thus, he would naturally refrain from developing weapons that could claim countless lives. Moreover, Zhao Kuo does not wish for Otto to descend into that abyss, for in this world, there are many ambitious individuals wealthier than Zhao Kuo. Should Otto become the unscrupulous Dr. Octopus, driven solely by monetary gain, Zhao Kuo's current financial resources might not suffice to retain him. What strategy could entice Otto to willingly craft weapons for him? Before long, Zhao Kuo found the answer. Dr. Otto, you previously worked at the Stellar Laboratory, correct? Yes, Chairman, but I have had no contact with them since my departure. Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware of that. What I mean is, during your tenure there, did you ever encounter extraterrestrial technology? Upon hearing this, Otto momentarily paused, then nodded. Indeed, I caught a glimpse, but I was not particularly welcome there. Knowing that Otto had indeed seen extraterrestrial technology made matters simpler. Zhao Kuo feigned nonchalance. Fortunately, we still have Superman. Without his protection, Earth would likely have succumbed to extraterrestrial conquest long ago. Otto's brow furrowed deeply at Zhao Kuo's words, and after a lengthy silence, he replied, Chairman, I believe humanity should not overly rely on Superman. After all, he is also an alien. There is an ancient Chinese saying, those who are not of our kind will surely have different intentions. Isn't that so? Precisely, that is indeed the saying. Otto hastily remarked that placing all hope in a single individual is unwise, especially if that individual is an extraterrestrial. He may stand beside us today, but what of tomorrow? And the day after? There is no assurance that one day he may not find himself opposed to humanity. This was precisely the sentiment Zhao Kuo wished to elicit, a notion he deliberately guided Otto towards. Therefore, do you believe humanity ought to grow stronger, relying on formidable weapons and equipment to protect itself? Indeed. Yet, it appears we do not possess such powerful armaments. Zhao Kuo's statement rendered Otto silent. Faced with Otto's silence, Zhao Kuo chose not to press further. Instead, he patted Otto's shoulder and feigned a light-hearted demeanor, saying, no worries, if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. It doesn't concern us. You should continue your research. I have great faith in you. After departing from Otto's laboratory, Zhao Kuo intended to return to his office for a well-deserved rest. However, as he settled into his chair, an overwhelming drowsiness swept over him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Where am I? Upon opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he recognized the familiar arrangement. After a brief moment of hesitation, he realized this was his home from before his journey. Observing the familiar environment, the somewhat worn furniture, and the peeling walls, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. At that moment, a voice reached Zhao Kuo's ears. This is a construct based on your memories. Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld the world will. This is your dream space. In your current state, I can only communicate with you while you sleep. Before the world will could finish, Zhao Kuo interrupted, stop. No matter how you appear before me, it must not, under any circumstances, take the form of my loved ones. On the surface, Zhao Kuo seemed to have come to terms with his past, constantly reassuring himself that, due to the compensation provided by the World Management Bureau, his family would fare better without him. Yet, to expect him to entirely relinquish everything and wholeheartedly embrace a new life in such a short span was utterly implausible. The reason for Zhao Kuo's intense emotions upon seeing the world will was that its appearance mirrored that of his mother, as remembered in his mind. This was, to Zhao Kuo, a desecration and a profound humiliation. A torrent of rage surged within him, causing the entire dream space to tremble violently. Though the world will could not comprehend the magnitude of Zhao Kuo's emotional upheaval, it altered its appearance to stabilize his feelings. Once transformed into a figure Zhao Kuo had never encountered before, his emotions gradually began to settle. All right, please take a seat, he suggested. After his feelings completely calmed, Zhao Kuo, familiar with the surroundings, made his way to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 cans of ice-cold cola. Upon returning to the living room, he placed 1 can before the world will and kept the other for himself, opening it and indulging in its refreshing taste. The flavor remains unchanged. With a hearty gulp, Zhao Kuo finished an entire can of cola in one breath. After letting out a loud belch, he glanced at the unopened can of cola, then turned to the world will and inquired, what is the purpose of bringing me into this dreamlike realm? The anomalous entities have manifested, the world will responded, and I require you to capture and contain them in the shortest time possible. Contain? Zhao Kuo raised an eyebrow. Why not simply eliminate them on the spot? The world will countered his suggestion with a negative response. According to the world will, the emergence of these anomalous entities was an inevitable byproduct of its own awakening. As remnants of the world will's formation, they possessed formidable power and were inextricably linked to the fabric of this world. Consequently, annihilating them proved to be a formidable challenge. None of the methods currently at Zhao Kuo's disposal could eradicate these entities. Even if their physical forms were forcibly destroyed, they would soon re-emerge elsewhere in the world. Therefore, capturing and containing them was deemed the most effective course of action. Chapter 36. Anomalous entities listening to the world will. Zhao Kuo nodded in understanding, but then asked, how am I supposed to locate these anomalous entities? He did not express further concerns about capturing and containing them, as his very presence in this world and the contract he had signed with the world will were predicated on this task. However, with such vastness surrounding him, how could Zhao Kuo possibly know where these entities had appeared? Surely, he could not be expected to search the entirety of the world. Do not worry about that. The world will assured him. With that, a blue, cube-shaped object materialized before Zhao Kuo. When an anomalous entity appeared, this object would provide guidance and indicate their locations. Is this device truly so remarkable? Zhao Kuo inquired, holding it in his hands. Before he could fathom how to operate it, the cube twisted like a Rubik's cube, and a map unfolded before his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this location appears to be the Queen's District in the United States. Just as Zhao Kuo was about to seek further clarification from the world will, he suddenly felt a sharp headache, akin to being pricked by needles. The world will explained his current predicament, indicating that his mental strength was still too feeble. Communicating through dreams minimized the depletion of his mental energy. And aside from the World Management Bureau, it was the only means for Zhao Kuo to engage directly with the world will. However, even minimal consumption could lead to discomfort, and the headache he experienced was a consequence of excessive mental strain. For Zhao Kuo's safety, the world will decisively severed communication and departed from his dreamscape. Time slipped away, and Zhao Kuo gradually awakened from his slumber. Upon waking, he felt a profound ache throughout his body, his head buzzing as if he were a weary donkey that had toiled for 3 consecutive days. What happened to that cube? He pondered. After thoroughly inspecting his entire being and confirming all was well, Zhao Kuo turned his attention inward, examining his mental realm. Unsurprisingly, that entity lay dormant within his consciousness. Satisfied with the state of affairs, Zhao Kuo chose not to act immediately. Instead, he reclined once more and succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the borough of Choiwe, a quaint abode along the street exuded a delightful aroma, captivating the attention of many passers-by, including the neighborhood children, who were nearly brought to tears by the enticing scent. The source of this delectable fragrance was none other than Grandma Susan's apple pie. A beloved figure in the community, Grandma Susan's pies earned her widespread acclaim from neighbors. As an elderly widow with no children, she recently acquired a small white bird from a pet shop to alleviate her loneliness. This bird, predominantly white, sported blue and white wings, adorned with a red mark on its chest. "Hello, Grandma Susan, your apple pie smells wonderful," a cheerful voice called out as she placed the pie on the windowsill. After donning her reading glasses, Grandma Susan recognized the speaker. "Why, hello there, Peter. Come sample my pie." In response to her invitation, Peter, riding his bicycle, smiled and shook his head. "Next time, Grandma. I must get to class, or I'll be late." "Very well, off you go, dear." This kind-hearted elderly lady was unaware that today she would face the gravest peril of her life. That night, two thieves, cloaked by the darkness, forced open the door to Grandma Susan's home and stealthily entered. "Are you sure this old woman has money?" one inquired. "Rest assured, I've scoped it out. When her husband passed, he left her a substantial inheritance." As the two thieves rummaged through her belongings, searching for valuables, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. "Who are you?" It was Grandma Susan. The unexpected sound startled the intruders. One, trembling with fear, drew a handgun and pointed it directly at her. Without her reading glasses, Grandma Susan could not discern their features and instinctively stepped forward. The anxious thief, witnessing her advance, inadvertently pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Grandma Susan in the chest, blood oozing from the wound as she collapsed. "What are you doing?" An irate accomplice snatched the gun from his partner's hand. "Fool. She's just a defenseless old woman. I am so sorry, I was too nervous. Useless. What can I possibly rely on you for?" The thief's anger stemmed not from the act of murder itself, but from the fear that the gunshot would summon unnecessary complications, disrupting their meticulously devised plan. As the thief grew increasingly restless, he suddenly heard the chirping of birds, followed by a peculiar sensation of something pecking at his head. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively swatted at the top of his head, only to discover it was a bird. After a brief search, he realized that the one pecking him was a small bird. Already vexed by his failure, he was now further irritated by this audacious creature. In a fit of frustration, the thief seized a handgun from his companion. With their cover blown, he figured there was nothing to lose. Venting his anger by shooting this oblivious bird would serve him well. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, an astonishing transformation occurred. The once pristine white bird was suddenly engulfed in crimson, and in an instant, its abdomen ruptured, revealing a monstrous maw several times larger than its original form. Without hesitation, the bird split into 4 segments, each armed with razor-sharp fangs. It lunged at the thief, and in a heartbeat, his head vanished without a trace. What manner of beast is this? In sheer terror, the thief's companion grabbed a nearby stool and aimed to strike. With a resounding crack, the stool met its fate as the bird's gaping mouth crushed it effortlessly, and the assailant became the next target of this grotesque creature. The echoes of screams and gnashing teeth reverberated throughout Grandma Susan's home. The commotion soon attracted the attention of concerned neighbors, who promptly alerted the authorities. The local police responded swiftly, with veteran officer William accompanied by a rookie who had only recently joined the force. Upon entering the house, the newcomer instinctively pressed the switch on the wall. As the lights flickered on, the gruesome scene before them made William furrow his brow in disbelief, remarking if perhaps the household had been harboring a crocodile. The rookie, unable to contain himself, rushed outside to vomit. Their reactions were entirely understandable, given the sheer horror of the sight that lay before them. Chapter 37. 00256. An elderly woman had been shot, and her identity was presumed to be that of the homeowner, marking the only intact corpse in the room. In addition, 2 other bodies lay lifeless. One was headless, its neck appearing as though it had been savaged by some creature. The most shocking of all was the final body, which had been torn apart, with internal organs spilling out in a macabre display. If any living creature remained within the house, it was merely the small bird confined to a cage on the windowsill. Even with William's extensive experience, it was inconceivable that the orchestrator of this horror could be a seemingly ordinary little bird. After a thorough search yielded no clues, William decided against further wasting time at the scene. He documented the 3 corpses and the state of the room before cordoning off the area, intending to return to the precinct to report the situation to the chief. As William departed, the rookie was left behind to secure the scene. The unfortunate newcomer found himself powerless in the face of the circumstances, compelled to remain in place as commanded. However, overwhelmed by the harrowing scene within the house, he opted to wait outside, deeming it better to shield his eyes from the distressing sight. Yet, scarcely had William departed when another individual, strikingly similar in appearance to him, approached. "William, did you not return to the precinct? How are you back so soon?" "Attend to your own affairs," the newcomer inquired. The second William, showing no mercy, brusquely retorted before striding into the room. Upon his exit, he bore a birdcage, within which resided the very bird that had devoured two thieves. As William drove some distance away with the creature, his visage underwent a rapid transformation, soon resembling that of Zhao Kuo. Indeed, this William was none other than Zhao Kuo in disguise. After restoring his energy, Zhao Kuo had followed the guidance of a mysterious cube to this location, fortuitously witnessing William emerge, with a police officer left behind to stand guard. In order to procure the peculiar entity within, Zhao Kuo had assumed William's likeness, expecting the endeavor to be arduous, yet it unfolded with unexpected ease. Is this the peculiar entity? Why does it seem so familiar, as if I've encountered it before? Zhao Kuo's peripheral vision caught sight of the bird in its cage, which tilted its head, seemingly scrutinizing him in return. Despite its innocuous appearance, Zhao Kuo dared not underestimate the creature. Upon entering the room, Zhao Kuo had been taken aback by the gruesome scene. It was clear that this bloody tableau was the work of the peculiar entity, even though he remained unaware of how the bird had accomplished such a feat fortunately. Throughout their journey, the entity exhibited no signs of madness, and Zhao Kuo finally parked the vehicle outside a safe house he had prepared in advance in this city. As a person of meticulous caution, Zhao Kuo would not neglect to secure his own safety. Establishing various safe houses had become one of his cherished pastimes, especially with some disposable income in hand and the company steadily gaining stability. Almost every major city in the United States housed a safe house reserved by Zhao Kuo. These hideouts need not be sprawling or extravagant. They simply require to meet the essentials of daily living. Regarding the company, Zhao Kuo deemed it prudent to refrain from bringing the peculiar entity back for the time being. Firstly, he was still unfamiliar with the entity's nature. It was not a privileged scion of Gotham, and his company had only just begun to find its footing. Should significant damage occur, it could lead to a reversal of progress. Secondly, there was the issue of trust. Although the company had regained its momentum under Zhao Kuo's stewardship, and his subordinates were beginning to earn, the time he had been in charge was still too brief to ascertain the loyalty of his staff. For someone like Zhao Kuo, who harbored skepticism towards those around him, unless he possessed abilities akin to hypnosis or mind control, achieving absolute trust in another would be a formidable challenge. In the safe house, Zhao Kuo gazed at the little bird before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where had he seen it before? Just as Zhao Kuo pondered this, the previously tranquil bird seemed to sense something, scooting to the edge of its cage, and, with a swift contraction of its body, squeezing through the bars, it then soared towards the window. Zhao Kuo did not intervene. Instead, he followed the bird to the window. Peering outside, he witnessed a scene unfolding on the street. A black man was in the midst of robbing a shop across the way, hastily fleeing with stolen goods, while the bird's gaze was fixed intently upon him. What could this mean? Did the little creature harbor a bias against the man? In an effort to observe further, Zhao Kuo opened the window, allowing the bird to escape, and transformed himself into a small bird, trailing behind it. What transpired next left Zhao Kuo in stunned silence. Similar to before, the bird approached the black robber and began to peck at him with its beak. The robber, reacting instinctively, swatted at the bird, sending it tumbling 2 meters away. However, this action triggered the bird's mechanism. Its entire body turned crimson, and a large mouth sprouted from its abdomen, lunging to bite the man. The sudden turn of events sent pedestrians into a state of shock and chaos. They had witnessed countless instances of theft and had grown accustomed to them, as long as they were not the victims. Yet, witnessing a bird sprout a mouth was an entirely new phenomenon. Caught off guard, the black man drew a gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. His aim was accurate. All 3 shots struck the bird's formidable mouth, yet it suffered no harm. In response, the avian creature opened its gaping maw and bit off a substantial portion of the man's arm. Staring at the blood-soaked remnants of his limb, the man was rendered dumbfounded. He could not comprehend why he faced such a fate for simply acting in a manner anyone would. However, the bird offered him no opportunity for explanation or regret. After severing his arm, it lunged towards his head. With several vicious bites, the man's body was left mangled, while the bird gradually retracted its menacing beak, returning to its innocuous appearance. By heavens, it is a retribution bird, Zhao Kuo exclaimed, watching as it flew back, squeezed into its cage, and perched upon a small branch, seemingly unperturbed, gazing at its white companion. At last, Zhao Kuo recognized its true identity. 00256, the retribution bird. It originated from a game developed by a company called Brain Leaf, where they were referred to as aberrations, capable of harnessing pure energy known as endorphins through oppression, communication, insight, and instinct. Little did he know that it had now transformed into an anomaly in this world. Chapter 38. What kind of world is this? Zhao Kuo felt utterly deceived. Being thrust into the DC universe had already put Zhao Kuo on edge, but upon encountering Otto, who was still engrossed in projects involving artificial suns and mechanical tentacles, it became evident that this world also harbored elements from the Marvel universe. While the amalgamation of a DC world with a Marvel one presented certain challenges for Zhao Kuo, it was still somewhat palatable. However, the arrival of the Brainiac Corporation complicated matters further. Although Zhao Kuo had rebranded his own company as the Brainiac Corporation, he had no desire to manage those living relics akin to the true Brainiac Corporation. The situation with the Harbinger bird was manageable, as it posed little threat unless provoked. At worst, it might peck at him a few times. Yet, having previously dealt with the Brainiac Corporation, Zhao Kuo was acutely aware of the formidable challenges posed by those high-risk living ancestors. Was it too late to express a desire to withdraw from this predicament? Gazing at the caged Harbinger bird, Zhao Kuo sighed and mused to himself. However, his rationality soon returned. Self-destructive tendencies would yield no benefits. Given the circumstances, it was best to look forward. With the significant commotion that had transpired, numerous onlookers had witnessed the Harbinger bird's flight to his location, which meant that the safety of his hideout was now compromised. After altering his appearance, Zhao Kuo lifted the birdcage and prepared to depart, taking care to cover it with a cloth to prevent it from drawing attention. As he exited, he narrowly avoided an encounter with the arriving police. While securing the scene, the police swiftly gathered information by reviewing nearby surveillance footage and questioning bystanders, soon grasping the full scope of the incident. This was indeed a world dominated by DC, where even the sight of a bird possessing a beak several times larger than its body, devouring a corpse and gnawing at a vehicle intended for escape, elicited no surprise. Through the surveillance footage, the police quickly pinpointed Zhao Kuo's hideout. "Let us act swiftly," one officer urged, as some inexperienced rookies, oblivious to the dangers, prepared to charge toward Zhao Kuo's refuge. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, an experienced officer restrained them. "Have you lost your mind? Did you not see that the bird was unfazed by gunfire?" he explained to the naive youth. "Being a police officer is merely a job. Do you wish to sacrifice your life for it?" "But we cannot," the rookie began, but was abruptly interrupted by a resounding explosion from within Zhao Kuo's former hideout, engulfing it in flames. "See that?" the seasoned officer remarked, patting the rookie on the shoulder. "If I had allowed you in, you would be dead by now. Remember, being a police officer is a job. We must prioritize our own safety to fulfill our duties. If we perish, those affluent individuals will shed not a single tear for us." The scene shifted to Gotham City, within the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor. Clad in his uniform, Batman sat at his station, where a vast screen was divided into numerous equal squares, each displaying different footage. "What have you discovered, Master Wayne?" one of his aides inquired. Butler Alfred approached and set a steaming cup of coffee upon the table. "Although nothing has transpired yet, an uneasy premonition stirs within me, hinting that significant events are imminent." As Batman pressed a button nearby, one of the screens magnified, revealing the Justice Peak, the headquarters of the Teen Titans. "I find this to be an infringement. Every individual deserves their privacy, even those who are merely children yet to mature. If it were within my power, I would prefer not to proceed in this manner." After sipping his coffee, Batman remarked, "I would rather not take such actions, but the events surrounding them have been too numerous of late. First the Martian girl, then Superboy. And even Aqualad has sustained injuries, compounded by the betrayal of Red Tornado. I have ample reason to suspect that our adversaries may exploit these circumstances." "Very well, Master Bruce," replied Alfred, "yet I advise you to prioritize rest. Coffee is not the best for your health." Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo had swiftly departed from the villainous rendezvous with the Harbinger, returning to a windowless room where he secured the Harbinger to ensure it could not escape. The entities within the Brain Leaf Corporation possess the ability to extract pure energy in the form of endorphins through interaction, and the world has indicated that these extraordinary beings harbor immense power within them. If a method could be devised to extract this energy, it would be undeniably beneficial. However, the time is not yet ripe for such endeavors. Within the corporation, even Otto cannot be entirely trusted, or else the research could be entrusted to them. Of course, with Zhao Kuo's current intellect, conducting independent research poses no issue, and even in the event of unforeseen complications, his strength would allow him to manage easily. Yet, the pressing concern remains. Time is a scarce commodity. To establish himself firmly in this world, Zhao Kuo must enhance his strength as much as possible. The existence of Superman instills a profound sense of threat and unease within him. Only through relentless improvement can he hope to alleviate these feelings. Let me investigate whether the Assassin's Guild has made any recent movements. By utilizing the virus program left behind during the assault on their stronghold, Zhao Kuo can disguise his identity. circumventing their firewall to directly access their database. However, this window of opportunity is fleeting. Should it extend too long, his concealed identity would inevitably be unveiled, necessitating swift action. It appears I see now, St. Prisca. Mixing cobra venom with the giant serum, intriguing indeed. After consuming Superboy's blood to further enhance himself, Zhao Kuo ingested the original giant serum. As anticipated, the serum took effect accompanied by the requisite pain. Yet Zhao Kuo's body did not transform into a monstrous figure like Desmond's. This further substantiates Zhao Kuo's previous conjecture that Desmond's mutation was not a flaw of the serum itself, but rather a consequence of Desmond's inherent weakness, rendering him incapable of withstanding such power, leading to his grotesque transformation. Regarding Zhao Kuo, after acquiring strength through the consumption of certain substances, he contemplated the possibility of achieving even greater power through repeated use. Unfortunately, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. Even with repeated consumption, an enhancement in power remains elusive. In his quest for strength, apart from conventional methods, Zhao Kuo could only seek more potent concoctions. This presented an opportunity, as intelligence indicated that the Assassin Alliance intended to engage in trade with the Cobra sect to procure their Cobra venom, which, when combined with the Giant's potion, would yield a more formidable effect. Chapter 39, The Cobra Sect. Thus, a mission to St. Prisca to seize the Cobra venom became imperative. The scene shifts to a harbor where a group of enigmatic figures clad in red cloaks busily load meticulously packaged crates onto a cargo ship. These crimson-clad individuals share a common designation: devotees of the Cobra sect. This was the final batch. After verifying the inventory, the leader gestured, and the Cobra devotees swiftly assembled. Unlike ordinary sects, the Cobra sect boasts a comprehensive and mature structure. Dedicated missionaries disseminate the sect's beliefs across the globe, while in regions ravaged by war. They gather orphaned children, nurturing them from a young age, subjecting them to relentless indoctrination, transforming them into fervent acolytes who exhibit absolute obedience to their lord, the Cobra. Of course, for those who join midway, specialized churches conduct their indoctrination. Yet these individuals do not engage in the core operations until they have undergone testing and demonstrated complete compliance. The present congregation consists not only of indoctrinated zealots, but also individuals who have received some military training, evidenced by their swift and orderly formation. As the leader escorted this batch of devotees aboard the ship, none noticed an unassuming seabird soaring silently through the night, arriving ahead of them on the cargo vessel. This inconspicuous seabird was, in fact, Zhao Kuo in disguise. Upon landing, he transformed into a small mouse and successfully infiltrated the cargo hold. Surveying the crates within, Zhao Kuo reverted to human form, effortlessly prying open a crate to reveal rows of cobra venom inside. After inspecting several crates, he discovered that 70% contained cobra venom, while the remaining 30% housed production equipment. Coincidentally, Zhao Kuo's company had been contemplating an expansion, and these devices would be perfectly suited for their needs. With everything in order, Zhao Kuo wasted no further time and strode purposefully toward the exit. As he pushed open the cargo hold's door, he locked eyes with two Cobra devotees who had approached to inspect the cargo. Displaying no mercy for these unexpected minions, Zhao Kuo's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and in an instant, two scorching beams of energy surged forth, severing the two individuals at the waist. After dispatching them, to prevent any outcry, Zhao Kuo exhaled a frigid breath, effortlessly encasing the two in ice, rendering them into lifeless sculptures. Continuing his actions, Zhao Kuo transformed into a bat, merging seamlessly with the enveloping darkness. For the cargo ship, adrift in the vast ocean and utterly isolated, all the cultists aboard had silently succumbed to Zhao Kuo's stealthy approach. The vessel was substantial, harboring over 30 armed members of the Cobra cult, dispersed throughout its various corners. Yet Zhao Kuo remained unfazed, stealthily maneuvering behind two cultists, seizing the moment of their distraction to revert to his human form. With swift precision, he executed a lethal strike on each of their necks, rendering them lifeless, and then sought refuge in a nearby shadowy nook. In the ensuing moments, Zhao Kuo's lethal prowess became an unseen specter of death. However, as time passed, some cultists began to discover the concealed bodies of their fallen comrades. What was amiss? An enemy ambush. Before the alarm could be raised, Zhao Kuo surged forth from the shadows, seizing one cultist by the crown of his head while gripping his chin with the other hand. With simultaneous force, a sharp crack resounded as the cultist's head twisted grotesquely, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. How curious. Why would there be a bat here? Among the brainwashed cultists, a few possessed a semblance of intelligence. Noticing the fleeting shadow of a bat, one perceptive individual felt compelled to investigate. Yet, Before he could discern any peculiarities, a voice pierced the air beside him. "Everyone, assemble on the deck." The scene shifted to the cockpit. The cult leader, after issuing the command, nervously glanced back at Zhao Kuo, stammering, "I have complied with your instructions. Will you spare me now?" This man was no paragon of virtue. Cloaked in the guise of a missionary, his considerable tenure within the Cobra cult afforded him a measure of power, which he had exploited for nefarious deeds. Particularly after he had penetrated the core operations of the cult and uncovered its true nature, his last vestiges of belief crumbled. Subsequently, for the sake of his own interests, he wielded his authority with ruthless abandon. This time was no different. He had envisioned completing his task and returning to indulge with a few female cultists. However, upon reporting his progress, he turned only to confront Zhao Kuo's imposing presence. The missionary attempted to draw his firearm to eliminate the intruder, but as he brandished the weapon, Zhao Kuo severed his entire arm with a blast of thermal energy. Did you think his current utterances were born of free will? The missionary found himself stripped bare. Bound tightly with a coarse rope, his right leg transformed into an icy sculpture, and his body marred with numerous scars from thermal blasts. Should he fail to comply with Zhao Kuo's demands, the next moment could very well be his last. Gazing into Zhao Kuo's frigid eyes, the missionary vehemently protested. "You cannot do this. I have divulged everything I know. Are you not a hero?" Why does the missionary still wish to make a final stand? Alas, Zhao Kuo has no desire to exchange a single word with a discarded pawn. With immense mental force, he directly targeted the missionary's head. Under such tremendous pressure, the missionary's cranium shattered like a watermelon dropped from the 18th floor. "Who told you I am a hero?" With that terse remark, Zhao Kuo turned and exited the room, only to reappear in the skies above the deck. By altering his skin tone, he seamlessly blended into the night, drawing no attention from the Cobra cultists below. Naturally, these devotees were not all devoid of thought. Many had noticed the discrepancy between the number of people gathered and those who had boarded the vessel. Far too few had arrived. Yet, constrained by the cult's stringent regulations and the indifference of those around them, their suspicions remained buried in silence. Seeing that the time was ripe and no stragglers remained, Zhao Kuo decisively launched his assault. A scorching beam swept swiftly through the crowd, efficient and effortless in its execution. Perhaps one or two fortunate souls, relying on agility and the cover of their companions, managed to survive. However, what awaited them next was Zhao Kuo's precise retaliation. "Do not hide. Come forth quickly, and let us conclude this matter with ease." Chapter 40. The Mortals' Rebellion. One unfortunate survivor, having narrowly evaded the initial barrage of heat rays, found himself cornered and desperately sought refuge in the cargo hold. Such a feeble attempt could not escape Zhao Kuo's keen gaze, and he soon followed the man into the hold. "Let us not waste each other's time. You must be acutely aware that escape is impossible." Zhao Kuo strolled between the cargo boxes, speaking as he searched. "Why do I feel like a villain? I hope he doesn't turn this into some tale of friendship and bonds. Reality is not a cartoon. Such scenarios are unlikely to manifest here, least of all within the mind of a Cobra cultist. However, a cornered rabbit may still bite. The desperate cultist, realizing there was no escape, opted for a last-ditch effort. "I am here," a voice echoed in Zhao Kuo's ears. Following the sound, he spotted the hidden cultist. "I did not anticipate your audacity to confront me." Though he spoke thus, Zhao Kuo noted that the man was equipped with some sort of device. "You monster, die." Resolute, the cultist pressed the activation button on his device, and in an instant, a mysterious and viscous liquid surged through the conduits into his body. This liquid seemed to possess a peculiar power, rapidly spreading upon entering the cultist's system. It consumed him like a voracious beast, engulfing every cell, muscle, and bone. As the liquid was injected, the devotee's body began to undergo astonishing transformations. His skin stretched thinner, as if it might rupture at any moment. His muscles expanded continuously, akin to a pump inflating, transforming his previously frail physique into one of formidable strength. I felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through my entire being. The devotee, who had resorted to any means necessary to attain strength, gazed at his transformed form with not a hint of terror, but instead reveled in the immense satisfaction that came with his newfound might. With such meager strength, he could never hope to defeat me. With that, Zhao Kuo vanished from his position, only to reappear before the devotee in an instant, casually delivering a slap that sent him sprawling from the cargo hold onto the deck outside. "You shall not ruin these treasures. They are my possessions," Zhao Kuo mused as he stepped leisurely out of the cargo hold. On the deck, the devotee, flung away by Zhao Kuo, struggled to rise from the ground. Gazing at the warped deck caused by his own collision, he turned to Zhao Kuo, who emerged from the cargo hold, and cried out, "Why? To survive, I've lost everything. Sinking to the level of these wretches. Why won't you spare me?" Amidst the scattered corpses of fellow devotees, Zhao Kuo appeared as a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell, yet his eyes reflected not fear, but a deeper resentment. He had initially believed that the venom he injected would enable him to withstand Zhao Kuo, but it was now painfully clear that he was still no match for his opponent. First it was my car, then my house, and even my family was not spared. You vile creatures all deserve to perish. This time, with nothing left to lose, he resolved against fleeing. Even if it meant death, he would at least tear a piece of flesh from these fiends. With that thought, the devotee resolutely activated the apparatus on his body. As another conduit delivered liquid into him, a heart-wrenching agony surged throughout his being. It appeared that the Assassin S Alliance had indeed allied with the Cobra sect. Although Zhao Kuo was unaware of what the devotee had initially injected, he was acutely aware of the agent now coursing through his veins. In stark contrast to the devotee's anguished cries, Zhao Kuo remained remarkably composed. Can you truly withstand the shock of the Giant S serum in your current state? Indeed, what the devotee had injected was none other than the Giant S serum. When Desmond had injected it, he had transformed into a humanoid monstrosity. Now, this devotee was following suit. However, unlike before, the venom previously injected into him had interacted with the Giant S serum, producing a peculiar chemical reaction. Observing the devotee's body expand, Zhao Kuo was genuinely taken aback. His hair fell out at an astonishing rate, as if a wild tempest were sweeping it away, drawing the very essence of life from its roots. Simultaneously, his bones creaked ominously, undergoing rapid fragmentation and reorganization, gradually becoming more resilient, akin to steel. His skin could not withstand the rapid expansion of his body, beginning to tear apart like paper, blood gushing forth from the wounds in torrents, splattering onto the surrounding ground and forming grotesque pools of crimson. Yet, this did not deter him. Rather, a thick layer of keratin quickly formed on the surface of his skin, akin to a resilient armor, shielding his frail body. As his physique transformed, his breathing became increasingly labored, billowing clouds of white smoke erupting violently from his nostrils, as if the flames within him were raging fiercely. Compared to Desmond, this individual was evidently taller and more formidable. With a roar, under the influence of the two potions, the cultist had succumbed to madness, charging at Zhao Kuo like a wild beast. Come at me, Zhao Kuo thought. When faced with superheroes and notorious villains, he might have pondered the adequacy of his own strength, but now, confronting merely a drugged underling, he paid him little heed. The collision of one large fist and one small fist produced an unexpected force, causing Zhao Kuo to stagger back 2 steps, while the cultist was forced to retreat several paces before managing to steady himself. A bit of strength, are we? Let us see how you fare against this. Before the cultist could mount an attack, Zhao Kuo's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and 2 beams of thermal energy erupted forth, striking the cultist squarely in the chest. Surprisingly, the thermal rays did not penetrate his body, but merely scorched his skin. In response to the pain in his chest, the cultist's primal instincts surged once more, and heedless of the consequences, he charged at Zhao Kuo with a roar. A mindless beast is the easiest to deal with. Zhao Kuo stepped back, and as the cultist lunged forward, throwing a punch, he seized the cultist's massive arm, using his momentum to slam him forcefully to the ground. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he pinned the cultist down and unleashed a flurry of punches. Sometimes, sheer brute strength proves more effective than intricate combat techniques, provided one possesses the power to shatter all forms of defense. Though the pinned cultist attempted to retaliate, Zhao Kuo afforded him no opportunity, raining down blows like a torrential downpour while simultaneously using telekinesis to restrain his movements. Ultimately, it was only through a desperate struggle that the cultist managed to dislodge Zhao Kuo from atop him. Upon witnessing the cultist rise once more, Zhao Kuo contemplated delivering a more severe lesson, but suddenly, as if sensing something, he twitched his ears and squatted down, trembling as though confronted by an unspeakable horror. The deranged cultist, however, cared little for such displays. Observing that his opponent had ceased to resist, he seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and charged forward with a furious roar. Just as he was about to strike, Zhao Kuo remained utterly still, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary person paralyzed by fear. As the fist of the zealot approached Zhao Kuo, a radiant green light flickered, and a verdant barrier descended from above, interposing itself between the zealot and Zhao Kuo. Roar! The furious zealot, who had finally seized an opportunity to strike this individual, was taken aback by the unexpected interference. He turned towards the source of the green light. The creator of this wall was none other than Green Lantern Hal Jordan. Greetings, fist-wielding monster. I recently encountered a similar creature. Are you related to him? Chapter 41. Using a knife to kill the enraged zealot seized an object nearby and hurled it at his adversary. who with a single hand waved and unleashed a burst of light from his ring, conjuring a baseball glove that deftly caught the object thrown by the zealot. However, before the zealot could retrieve another item, a dazzling figure plunged down from the sky, accompanied by a playful shout, sending the zealot crashing heavily into the room. "Are you all right?" Hawkgirl folded her wings, one hand gripping a war hammer forged from nth metal, while the other helped the incapacitated Zhao Kuo to his feet. "You must find a safe place to hide. This area is far too perilous." At that moment, Hal approached Hawkgirl, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Do not worry. We shall deal with that fist-wielding fiend." "Stop fooling around and get to work," Hawkgirl retorted, shaking off Hal's hand as she soared towards the room where the zealot had fled. "Rest assured, I understand. We are all men here," Zhao Kuo remarked, playfully acknowledging Hal's embarrassment. "You carry on. I shall not disturb you." With that, Zhao Kuo darted into the cargo hold to conceal himself. The zealot was, in essence, a product of drug enhancement, possessing such formidable strength due to the prior use of a potent substance known as venom before consuming the giant serum. However, this extraordinary power was fleeting, derived at the cost of his life force. Zhao Kuo had noticed a distinct decline in the zealot's strength during their previous encounter. In his current state, the zealot would undoubtedly be no match for Hawkgirl and Green Lantern, a fact Zhao Kuo did not doubt for an instant. Upon returning to the cargo hold and surveying the substantial hull, Zhao Kuo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. These items were initially his, and by vanquishing the zealot, he could have piloted the cargo ship back to unload. Yet now, that prospect seemed utterly unattainable. Reluctantly, unwilling to confront the Justice League head-on, Zhao Kuo resolved to retreat, albeit not empty-handed. He selected a box of tightly sealed cobra venom and, while Hal and Hawkgirl were distracted, tossed it into the sea before plunging in after it. Transforming into a shark, he swiftly carried the cargo box away from the scene. As Zhao Kuo swam further into the depths, the battle between Hawkgirl, Green Lantern, and the zealot drew to a close on the other side. As the strike from the Hawkwoman's warhammer landed squarely upon the chest of the cultist, the once formidable figure fell to the ground, lifeless and devoid of breath. "Have I slain him?" As an outsider, the Hawkwoman was a warrior long before her arrival on Earth, where the act of killing was but a trivial endeavor for her, only tempering her ferocity after her descent. The expression that crossed her visage was largely one of surprise. After all, during their confrontation, the power he had unleashed had seemed far too potent for someone on the brink of death. How could he have succumbed so abruptly? It appeared that the two conflicting forces within him had played a pivotal role in his demise. Confounded, Hal promptly utilized his power ring to conjure a device to examine the cultist's body, discovering the presence of two distinct drug residues within him. While these substances had endowed him with formidable strength, they simultaneously drained his life force. Even without the intervention of the Hawkwoman and Green Lantern, he would have ultimately perished due to the effects of these drugs. Their presence merely expedited the inevitable. Upon grasping this revelation, the two did not linger over the fallen cultist, but swiftly proceeded to inspect the cargo ship. When they pried open one of the cargo containers, the sight of cobra venom elicited a frown from both. It seemed they had stumbled upon a significant find. They continued to unveil several more crates, discovering not only cobra venom but also potent toxins and a small quantity of the giant serum. Neither were naive. Being seasoned members of the Justice League, they understood well that these three distinct substances hailed from three different factions. The simultaneous appearance of all three on a single cargo ship spoke volumes. With this realization, they promptly reported their discoveries to the League. As the intelligence officer of the League, Batman recognized the gravity of the situation upon receiving the information, yet he refrained from immediate action. After all, a single cargo ship's discovery did not constitute compelling evidence. A deeper investigation was warranted, particularly since their adversaries possessed an intimate understanding of the Justice League's superheroes. This matter necessitated a covert inquiry, prompting Batman to contemplate who would be best suited for the task. The scene shifted to Justice Peak, where Calder and the rest of the Teen Titans quickly assembled. "Batman, we are ready," they announced. Batman surveyed the group briefly as he operated the controls. St. Priscilla Island is a primary hub for a dangerous new class of illegal steroids, known in the black market as venom. A few hours ago, Hawkwoman and Green Lantern discovered the presence of venom aboard the Cobra Cult's cargo ship. Consequently, we have scanned the island, revealing that their factory is still operating at full capacity, yet the shipment of venom has inexplicably been severed. Various signs lead us to believe that a conspiracy is at play. Your team should embark on a covert reconnaissance mission based on this premise and subsequently report your observations. We shall take action, as this plan necessitates 2 drop zones. Before Batman could finish, Robin eagerly inquired, "Who will lead the team?" Upon hearing Robin's question, Batman remained unperturbed. Exchanging a glance with Black Canary before responding, "You may decide amongst yourselves." Though he stated this, Robin's inquiry clearly indicated his desire for Batman to explicitly recognize him as the leader of the team. After all, in his view, Batman is the leader of the League, and as one trained by him, he naturally should assume the role of leader of the Teen Titans. The others, however, displayed little reaction to this. Rather than concern over leadership, they were more eager to execute a substantial mission, especially in light of the rebellious Red Tornado overseeing them, while Batman and other League members strictly forbade their interference. As Batman assigned tasks to the Teen Titans on the other side, Zhao Kuo had already returned to his private laboratory with a box of Cobra venom. Through meticulous analysis with precise instruments, the components of the Cobra toxin were soon identified. Chapter 42, Sanctum Priscilla data analysis revealed that the Cobra toxin indeed grants a brief surge of strength upon injection, yet it is tainted with a certain neurotoxin. The acquired strength is fleeting, dissipating as the drug's effects wane, while the neurotoxin lingers within the body. Under its influence, an individual may experience transient disorientation, rendering them vulnerable. The Cobra cult exploits this weakness, brainwashing their followers during moments of mental fog to instill psychological suggestions. In contrast to the Martian Manhunter or Brainiac's mental control, this method of brainwashing appears rather rudimentary. A single episode of brainwashing cannot ensure absolute loyalty from a follower. However, it possesses its advantages. Once established, the bond is sufficiently robust. Unlike Brainiac, who can control an individual or multiple individuals through mental prowess, the target may revert to a state of autonomy if not regularly intervened upon. Conversely, the Cobra cult's brainwashing is distinct. Through repeated sessions, they continuously reinforce the followers' loyalty to the cult, ultimately forging a steadfast and resistant ideological imprint in their minds. Having confirmed all this, Zhao Kuo gazed at the Cobra venom contained in the vessel, his brow slightly furrowed. While this substance presents a promising option for ensuring the loyalty of his subordinates, the issue lies in its significant side effects and slow onset of action. Analysis indicates that to control an ordinary individual using this toxin, an extensive period of brainwashing lasting at least 3 years is required. For those with formidable mental fortitude, the duration must be even longer. Moreover, during this process, those subjected to brainwashing are highly likely to suffer from mental breakdowns or even death due to prolonged exposure to drugs. Whether it be the former or the latter, such outcomes are utterly unacceptable to Zhao Kuo. Perhaps I could enhance this substance, he pondered, returning the vial to the cryogenic chamber. However, before proceeding, I must acquire more pertinent data. A trip to St. Prisca is imperative. Originally, Zhao Kuo intended to reach St. Prisca via cargo ship, but upon observing the cargo it bore, he altered his plan, deciding to secure these goods first. After all, the Cobra cult is hardly virtuous, and he felt no guilt in seizing their possessions. Who would have anticipated that despite a well-laid plan and smooth execution, encountering a drug-fueled brute would lead to an unexpected alliance with the Green Lantern and Hawk Girl, forcing Zhao Kuo to masquerade as a victim to escape? Time was of the essence, and they had managed to procure only this single crate. The scene shifts to the factory in St. Prisca. A throng of Cobra cultists, clad in red cloaks, had firmly taken control, armed disciples patrolling the premises. As for the island's original inhabitants, some fled, others were slain, while a few remained imprisoned. Peering into the crowd, one might recognize Bane, who once single-handedly faced Batman. His reputation in Gotham was formidable, yet here he found himself captured by a band of lunatic cultists confined within his own factory. At that moment, the prison door swung open, and a disciple of notable rank entered. Upon seeing him, Bane remained unfazed, adopting a demeanor of an old acquaintance, remarking, "What? Do you wish to brainwash me as well? I advise you to reconsider. This is merely the beginning. Once I escape, your days will be filled with turmoil." Bane's confidence was not unfounded. He had already escaped prison once, and had it not been for his desire to reclaim the factory, he could have vanished without a trace. Alas, after rallying a group of scattered mercenaries, he attempted to retake the factory, only to be recaptured under overwhelming numbers and firepower. Despite his capture, Bane's prowess had inflicted considerable losses on the Cobra cult. Yet, the disciple regarding him posed no immediate concern, a smirk adorning his face. The high priest had decreed that he could exit the factory, provided one among them could best his champion in single combat. This proclamation was not solely directed at Bane, but intended for the entire assembly. Presently, however, aside from Bane, the ragtag recruits he had gathered were evidently too intimidated to step forward. Unperturbed, Bane wasted no words, striding past 2 minions to the cage door, pulling it open with determination. "Bring me something entertaining," he commanded. These individuals truly underestimate my capabilities. Bane had anticipated that his opponent would send someone formidable to face him. Yet he was taken aback when a gaunt figure, resembling a member of the Shamate, emerged from the opposing side. With those spindly arms and legs. Even without the infusion of potent toxins, he believed he could easily overpower 3 of such beings. Simultaneously, the cultist tossed a portable device at Bane's feet. Familiar with this apparatus, Bane picked it up and skillfully donned it, questioning, "You have returned my most formidable weapon? What trickery is this?" "No trickery," the cultist replied with a smirk. "To truly cultivate the prowess of the Holy Master-S warriors, you must unleash your full potential. Very well, do not limit your choice." After inserting the conduit into the interface at the back of his head, Bane decisively activated the device. As the liquid coursed through his veins, every muscle in his body swelled like an inflated balloon. Watch closely. Just as Bane prepared to annihilate the Shamate before him, another figure began to inject a substance into their arm. This woman, also a Shamate, utilized a syringe filled with a violet fluid, and within moments, she transformed into a colossal beast before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Intriguingly, the cultist overseeing the battle, now in the form of Zhao Kuo, had harnessed the Martian ability to metamorphose, seamlessly integrating it with his own characteristics to achieve near-perfect imitation of others. This skill allowed Zhao Kuo to infiltrate effortlessly. The ensuing battle was undeniably lopsided. Even as Bane unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, the damage inflicted was minimal. One might even say it was akin to a mere scraping. In stark contrast, the Shamate retaliated with a single punch that sent Bane reeling, followed by another that toppled him to the ground. But the encounter did not conclude there. The Shamate seized the fallen Bane, delivering a headbutt before hurling him against a pipe, resulting in a tremendous clash that deformed the structure and released a torrent of steam, enveloping the space and obscuring the vision of those nearby. Chapter 43. Infiltration. St. Prisca. Before the smoke could dissipate, the sound of fists striking flesh resonated within, and Bane was violently expelled from the haze, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Yet, the newly empowered Shamate showed no inclination to relent. Leaping from the smoke, they delivered a final elbow strike to Bane's chest, definitively concluding the skirmish. It seemed that the Cobra and the Assassin Alliance had made notable advancements in the fusion of their potions. Observing Bane, now prostrate on the ground, even Zhao Kuo could not help but reflect on the harsh reality of this world. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Without some form of advantage, survival becomes a daunting challenge. Long live the Cobra! Long live the Cobra! Long live the Cobra! Listening to the thunderous cheers akin to a roaring tide, the Cobra, standing atop, surveyed the scene with great satisfaction regarding the newly refined venom. Had it not been for the cargo ship's destruction by the Justice League, they could have already commenced mass production. Nonetheless, with the goods at hand, they were still able to temporarily satiate the buyer's appetites. Meanwhile, the Teen Titans swiftly approached the island aboard a bioship. Upon reaching the designated location, a hatch opened beneath the bioship, allowing Calder to plunge into the water and be the first to set foot on the island. He swiftly dismantled the motion sensors placed along the shore, enabling the stealthy bioship to breach the initial defense line successfully. Upon arriving at the second position, the rest of the team descended via ropes, while Superboy leapt directly from a height, landing with the striking grace of a superhero. The issue, however, was that while his entrance was indeed impressive, it starkly contradicted the essence of stealth, drawing complaints from his comrades and the attention of the patrolling forces. After swiftly eliminating the approaching patrols, the group hastened toward the rendezvous point. At that moment, within the factory, the defeated Bane was unceremoniously tossed into a cage like a discarded animal. Initially spared to test the efficacy of a new serum, Bane's usefulness had now expired. He was acutely aware of this, and upon regaining consciousness, he immediately sought an escape route, disregarding his painful condition. Unfortunately, the Cobra organization kept a vigilant watch over him, with armed disciples patrolling outside, and the thick walls rendered escape nearly impossible without equipment. Just then, Bane's peripheral vision caught sight of his gear, which he had recently utilized in battle, tucked away in the corner of his cell. Signaling to his loyal subordinates, a few rushed forward to shield him with their bodies. Seizing this opportunity, Bane approached to inspect his equipment, and upon confirming it was indeed his, he swiftly donned it, enduring the excruciating pain as he activated the gear. Given the circumstances, he had become obsolete to the Cobra organization and had no intention of aligning with such fanatics. Thus, only a dead end awaited him. Every second counted as an increased risk, and with renewed strength, Bane no longer hesitated. He unleashed a powerful punch against the wall, creating a breach, and with a sweeping gesture, he led his gang in a daring escape. The commotion was significant, Hardly had he made his exit when alarms blared throughout the factory. Amid the chaos, Zhao Kuo concealed himself among those attempting to capture Bane, seizing the moment to slip into the surveillance room. Who allowed you in here? This is the monitoring room. Before the disciple could finish his sentence, Zhao Kuo silenced him with a single punch. Upon entering the surveillance room, Zhao Kuo discreetly concealed the unconscious disciple and securely locked the door from within, achieving a stealthy occupation of the area. Bane proved to be a formidable ally, benefiting from the equipment Zhao Kuo had provided, which facilitated his escape from captivity. After fleeing the factory, Bane remained undeterred, leveraging the remaining potent toxin from his gear. He seized control of a small factory. While this establishment appeared innocuous, it was, in fact, Bane's concealed arsenal, a precautionary measure that unexpectedly proved to be essential. This cache was anything but ordinary, stocked not only with ample weaponry and ammunition, but also housing a fully armored vehicle. With this armored transport, Bane delivered a devastating blow to the cult members. This was precisely the outcome Zhao Kuo had anticipated. As all attention was diverted to Bane's disruptive antics outside, Zhao Kuo utilized the surveillance equipment to connect to the mainframe, deftly breaching its firewall to rapidly download pertinent data for the Cobra organization. His latest formula for Cobra venom was nothing short of perfection. After all, an ordinary individual could undergo a remarkable transformation into a formidable creature capable of overturning cars with bare hands shortly after injection. If mass production were feasible, an army could be effortlessly armed. However, in Zhao Kuo's eyes, there remained significant room for enhancement, particularly concerning the irreversible alterations to human appearance that he found unacceptable. By securing all relevant data, he was confident in his ability to further refine the serum upon his return, leveraging his intellect. As time passed, data flowed steadily onto Zhao Kuo's hard drive. Concurrently, he took advantage of the opportunity to peruse any potentially useful information. Through his exploration, he discerned that the Cobra venom used by the so-called Kilmate individual was not the same as the venom he had initially acquired from the cargo ship. Although it bore the same name, it was a distinct product, synthesized from a combination of the potent toxin and the Colossus serum. This explained the factory's relentless 24-hour production schedule. Despite the black market's shortages of the toxin, Cobra needed vast quantities for research purposes. This novel serum indeed proved to be 3 times more potent than the original toxin. However, it should be noted that it was a derivative of the Colossus serum. In comparison to direct consumption of the Colossus serum, the effects of this new concoction were significantly diminished. Yet, conversely, the user retained a clearer sense of rationality. Unlike Desmond and the disciple who had succumbed to madness, Zhao Kuo felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that this serum would not enhance his own capabilities. Nonetheless, he could not overlook its immense potential. Its stability suggested that if the issue of physical transformation could be resolved, it could indeed be marketed effectively. Upon consuming the substance, an ordinary soldier transforms into a super soldier, a prospect that the American authorities would undoubtedly find enticing. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ventilation shaft in the monitoring room was forcibly opened from within, and a bat-shaped dart swiftly emerged, embedding itself into the equipment beside Zhao Kuo. Initially mistaking it for the arrival of Batman, Zhao Kuo had no time to react before a pungent green gas erupted from the opening. Zhao Kuo, quick-witted as ever, feigned incapacity, collapsing onto the table in an act of pretense, regardless of whether Batman was involved. This was astonishingly effortless. Chapter 44. Chaos of battle. While Robin undertook his solitary mission, chaos reigned outside. The confrontation between Bane and the Cobra cult intensified, and the involvement of the Teen Titans poured gasoline onto the raging fire. Their initial infiltration had shown promise. However, due to a lack of essential teamwork, Robin went missing, followed by Kid Flash's reckless solo venture into the heart of the crossfire. Ironically, their reckless actions caught Bane's attention, who saw an opportunity for temporary collaboration, offering them a secret passage to the factory. Bane's motives for assisting the Teen Titans were straightforward. Should they manage to defeat the Cobra miscreants, it would be ideal. If they failed, the Justice League would seek vengeance against Cobra, ultimately allowing him to reclaim control of the factory when the dust settled. Thus, from every angle, Bane stood to gain significantly. Returning to the monitoring room, upon realizing that the newcomer was not Batman but rather his sidekick, Robin, Zhao Kuo relaxed entirely. After all, Batman himself held a degree of apprehension toward him. What was there to fear from a mere subordinate? Robin, perhaps overly confident in the effectiveness of the hypnotic gas in his dart, or perhaps buoyed by the novelty of operating without Batman's assistance, failed to check on Zhao Kuo's condition and instead rushed to search for the desired information. What was happening? The Cobra system seemed alarmingly easy to breach. It appeared to have regressed. As Robin operated, he He voiced his frustrations. Right? I think so too. It's utterly pathetic. It's even less challenging than cracking the Batcave's security. Who do you think you are? It was at this moment that Robin realized something was amiss. He attempted to distance himself from Zhao Kuo, but alas, it was too late. Before Robin could land, Zhao Kuo's psychic force immobilized him midair. Who was the one on the ground now? At this juncture, even Robin, despite his naivety, could discern that the individual before him was far from an ordinary Cobra acolyte. Who I am is of little consequence to you. Rest well. Once you succumb to slumber, everything will be revealed. As Zhao Kuo spoke, he gently tapped Robin's forehead with 2 fingers. In an instant, Robin, who had been animatedly conversing just a moment ago, seemed to be switched off, collapsing into unconsciousness. Without paying any heed to the fainted Robin, Zhao Kuo casually discarded him aside, like one of the cultists, and redirected his attention to the data download. The timing was impeccable. Just as Zhao Kuo completed the data transfer and retrieved the hard drive, a helicopter began to descend slowly. The individual disembarking was none other than our diligent model, the Master of Movement. It was evident that the cult placed great importance on this transaction. As 2 rows of cultists lined up to greet their guests, their so-called Holy Master, Cobra, along with his 2 loyal subordinates, were also present to welcome them. The goods had been prepared. As Cobra gestured, a woman stepped forward and opened a box, revealing the very serum that had been injected into the punk earlier. Is this the new Cobra venom? The Master of Movement inquired, extracting 1 vial for inspection before putting it away, commenting, "It appears your research has been remarkably successful." Indeed, Cobra replied, pointing to his transformed subordinate, now resembling a humanoid monstrosity. Our friends will not be disappointed. This substance has the potential to alter the game, allowing us to confront the Justice League directly. As the 2 conversed, Megan, the Martian girl, concealed in the air and eavesdropping, observed everything with clarity and transmitted her findings to her companions through telepathy. The buyer is the Master of Movement. Upon confirming the buyer's identity, Calder immediately attempted to contact Kid Flash and Robin. However, Robin remained unconscious and was unable to respond. Even if he were awake, it would have been futile. To preempt any unforeseen complications, Cobra had activated an electrostatic field and radio communication prior to the transaction. With Wally missing and Megan focused on observation, she could not reach him either. We need a plan. Noticing Calder's hesitance, Bane recognized that the time had come for them to take action. At that moment, Bane, Calder, and Connor were concealed atop a high shelf in the factory, while below, Cobra's cultists busily transported goods. With a thunderous roar, Bane leaped from the heights, landing and swiftly dispatching the surrounding Cobra cultists with a flurry of punches. Now, with Bane's commotion, Calder and Connor were compelled to reveal themselves, the ruckus naturally alerting Cobra and the Master of Movement outside the transaction. "It seems you have guests that require your attention," Cobra remarked, somewhat embarrassed. Casting a glance at the punk, "Go take care of it." Nodding in acknowledgement, the punk summoned his strength and leapt high, crashing through the factory window to enter the fray. Impressive indeed. With strength and speed, he is bound to leave a remarkable impression on me. I then turned to Cobra, considering how the higher-ups would undoubtedly appreciate the might demonstrated by their merchandise. This is only natural, so please, follow me. Before departing, Cobra did not forget to instruct his subordinates to hastily load the cargo onto the helicopter. When Cobra and the Master of Sports arrived at the warehouse, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The Sham-8, bolstered by the power of their serum, were trading blows with the Super Clone, the Super Kid. A multitude of armed Cobra followers, utilizing suppressive fire, made it difficult for Calder to retaliate. Fortunately, at that moment, the cloaked Megan arrived just in time, using her telekinesis to hurl the assailing followers away from Calder. The long-missing Flash Kid was also drawn in by the gunfire, and, with a swift kick, sent 3 Cobra followers flying who attempted to ambush him from behind. Regrettably, this advantageous situation did not last long. The Master of Sports, with his acute athletic perception, quickly detected Megan hovering in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a short staff from his waist, twisting his fingers to transform it into a javelin and hurled it towards Megan. Megan, reacting swiftly, dodged to the side, believing the javelin would pass by her. However, she underestimated the Master of Sports, who had already calculated every angle. As the javelin aligned with her body, the bomb affixed to it detonated, propelling Megan away with the force of the explosion. Chapter 45. Leaving the island. While it is true that most of Cobra's followers are ordinary humans without mutations, they are fervent zealots willing to sacrifice their lives for Cobra, having undergone extensive military training, making their strikes particularly ruthless. Moreover, the presence of the Master of Sports rendered Megan's invisibility nearly futile, compounded by the absence of Robin, leaving their team incomplete. Under these multiple pressures, The Teen Titans found themselves in a retreating position. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Zhao Kuo observed everything unfold, noting the increasingly chaotic battlefield. With the objective secured, remaining here seemed pointless. Just as he grabbed the hard drive and prepared to leave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A series of explosions erupted from outside, capturing everyone's attention, and it was none other than the master of sports helicopter that was engulfed in flames. No. Cobra stood in shock, his fury boiling over. Damn it! What have you done? Calder and his team shared a similar bewilderment, instinctively glancing at Megan, as she was the closest to the helicopter at the time. It wasn't me. The sudden upheaval caught even Zhao Kuo off guard, but what astonished him even more was the unexpected arrival of someone who should not have been present. Batman. If you have come, then show yourself. Hiding in the shadows is quite unbecoming. Secure the hard drive. Zhao Kuo turned to glance behind him, and as he did so, the visage concealed beneath his mask underwent a transformation. What awaited him were two obsidian bat-shaped shurikens. However, this time, Zhao Kuo refrained from reaching out to seize them. Instead, he employed his telekinesis to suspend them in midair before deflecting them against the adjacent wall. As anticipated, upon contact, the bat-shaped shurikens detonated explosively. Indeed, one should never attempt to grasp the implements of the bat family. With his eyes aflame, Zhao Kuo unleashed two beams of intense heat towards Batman. Faced with the onslaught, Batman did not stand his ground. He swiftly evaded, darting to the side while intermittently hurling shurikens in a bid to interrupt Zhao Kuo's assault. Alas, the fate of these shurikens was identical to their predecessors, all being repelled by Zhao Kuo's telekinetic force. Seeing that he could not keep pace with his opponent, Zhao Kuo decisively shifted his target, directing the beams of heat towards the unconscious Robin. True to form, Batman was compelled to intervene, bracing himself against the impending attack. To Zhao Kuo's astonishment, Batman's seemingly useless cape managed to absorb the impact of his heat beams. Realizing that his assault would not inflict any damage, Zhao Kuo surged forward. Delivering a powerful punch, Batman responded with alacrity, pushing the unconscious Robin aside before raising his arm to block Zhao Kuo's strike. However, the force Zhao Kuo had acquired through numerous enhancements was not easily deflected. Even with Batman's skilled technique to dissipate the force, the residual impact rendered him momentarily dazed. Zhao Kuo offered no respite, following up with a sweeping kick and a flurry of punches, ultimately sending Batman crashing into the wall. Had Batman not reacted swiftly, he might have met a far graver fate. Recognizing he was outmatched, Batman distanced himself from Zhao Kuo without haste to counterattack. Instead, scrutinizing his opponent and reflecting on their recent encounter, quickly discerning Zhao Kuo's capabilities. When they clashed once more, Batman had, unbeknownst to Zhao Kuo, acquired a bat-shaped shuriken. As Zhao Kuo noticed, it had already been activated, releasing a torrent of green gas. Was this kryptonite powder? Upon realizing its nature, Zhao Kuo instantly comprehended that Batman, based on his earlier demonstration of flight, heat beams, and immense strength, had categorized him among the ranks of Kryptonians, hence deploying a shuriken capable of emitting kryptonite powder. Having absorbed the blood of Superboy and gained Superman's powers, Zhao Kuo had indeed developed a formidable resistance to kryptonite after continual exposure to synthetic variants. While he could not claim complete immunity, he certainly would not succumb as Superman did in the presence of kryptonite. However, Zhao Kuo must not reveal his concerns. After all, attracting the attention of Batman is indeed a daunting prospect. This individual has devised a comprehensive set of countermeasures against every member of the Justice League. Unless he willingly exposes some weaknesses to the adversary, one cannot fathom how this cunning strategist might scheme against him in the future. Nevertheless, with the objective now secured, Zhao Kuo resolved to play his part in this elaborate charade alongside Batman. After inhaling the kryptonite gas, he feigned excruciating pain and profound weakness. Yet, to ensure that Batman would not pursue him further upon his collapse, Zhao Kuo put on an act of expending every ounce of strength, shattering the window and leaping out at the last moment before losing consciousness. Batman, I wasn't aware you would be here. At that moment, Robin regained consciousness and, upon seeing Batman standing before him, hurriedly rose to his feet like a child caught in wrongdoing. Follow me. Given the urgency of the battle, Batman had no time for lengthy explanations and swiftly joined the fray. With the addition of Batman and Robin, the tide of battle began to shift, and the members of the Cobra cult found themselves increasingly beleaguered, with more of their acolytes falling to the ground. After a brief encounter with Batman, the Master of Sports decisively chose to retreat, boarding another helicopter to vacate St. Priscilla at the fastest possible pace. As for Zhao Kuo, having secured his prize, there was no need for him to linger. After all, aside from Robin, who lacked superpowers, the remaining members of the Teen Titans held no value for Zhao Kuo. The subaquatic kid's ability to breathe underwater could be replicated through transformation, and with the abilities of Superboy at his disposal, Zhao Kuo was hardly slow. Once he acquired Superman's full powers in the future, there would be no reason to waste time on them. Transforming first into a bat, he flew out of the St. Priscilla factory and swiftly morphed into a shark as he plunged into the ocean, swimming rapidly in a certain direction. After spending the night in transit, Zhao Kuo returned to his corporate headquarters in Star City as dawn broke. Seated in his office chair, he was about to take a moment's rest when a sudden knock echoed from the door. "Chairman, are you there?" It was Selina's voice. Zhao Kuo furrowed his brow and called for her to enter. "Selina, what brings you here?" In response to Zhao Kuo's inquiry, Selina spoke. "Chairman, with all due respect, you seem rather inattentive to the current state of the company's development." Zhao Kuo raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What makes you say that? Haven't our products been selling exceptionally well?" "Indeed, they have," Selina replied, producing a stack of reports and laying them before Zhao Kuo. One by one, she pointed out, "Look here, according to these reports, product sales have been steadily declining. The market demand for our products is nearing saturation. If we do not swiftly introduce new offerings, the future development of the company may encounter significant challenges." Without allowing Zhao Kuo to finish reviewing the report in his hands, Selina presented another document. Remarking that the funding allocated to the research department seemed excessively large, already surpassing the total expenditures of all other departments combined. Zhao Kuo was fully aware of Selina's grievances. He tossed the report aside, stating that he had grasped the situation adequately. Acknowledging her long-standing presence in the company, he noted how hard it had been to get back on track and how she wished to work diligently. However, he emphasized that the research department is the lifeblood of the company, thus necessitating a significant allocation of resources. "But Chairman," Selina interjected, "the staff below are voicing their discontent. And I understand your position is not an easy one." Zhao Kuo, seemingly lost in his thoughts, approached the safe, opened it in Selina's presence, and tossed in a USB drive. He then retrieved 2 stacks of cash amounting to $20,000, turning back to Selina. "Chairman, what is this?" she asked, bewildered. "I tend not to meddle in various affairs," he replied. "Even if I do, I'm not particularly adept at it. I prefer to issue directives from my office. So the implementation of tasks will still rely on you. You've performed commendably lately, so consider this $20,000 as a bonus." No, Chairman. I cannot accept this money. It's merely my duty," she protested. Enough. Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively. "I am aware of your circumstances. You have a seriously ill mother at home, correct?" Noticing her silence, he continued, "I recognize the challenges you've been facing lately. This sum is a personal reward from me. Take it and use it as you see fit." Understanding that everyone has vulnerabilities, Zhao Kuo had often contemplated such matters, particularly concerning senior management like Selina, whom he had investigated. Upon receiving Zhao Kuo's genuine concern, Selina felt profoundly grateful, and through an unspoken connection, he sensed her heartfelt appreciation. After Selina accepted the money, Zhao Kuo shifted the conversation, remarking that the company had indeed launched fewer new products than desired. "Please keep a closer watch on this aspect. But we cannot afford to cut funding. Research, after all, requires substantial investment." Following Selina's departure, Zhao Kuo made his way to the R&D department. He understood that many details could easily slip from memory, yet reminders were necessary. The company needed to be profitable, and everyone had to make a living. Upon his return, Otto was clearly prepared for Zhao Kuo's visit. When he learned that Zhao Kuo had come to check on the progress of experiments, a barely contained smile appeared on his face. "Chairman, please follow me. I was just about to report to you," Otto said. As they proceeded towards the 3rd experimental site, Otto began, "Chairman, ever since I reflected on your previous remarks, I have given it considerable thought. As a scientist, I am inherently opposed to war and wish for my inventions not to be weaponized. However, given the harsh realities we face today, humanity must possess the means to protect itself." Zhao Kuo felt a tinge of surprise at Otto's words. He had anticipated that persuading the other party to alter his mindset would necessitate considerable effort, but to his astonishment, during their time apart, Otto had managed to transform himself. However, before Zhao could revel in this unexpected development, Otto presented him with another astonishing revelation. "Chairman, in order to enhance the overall efficiency of the R&D department, I have made some adjustments internally. I assigned several minor projects to individuals, while reallocating the remaining resources to focus on a few significant projects that can yield substantial benefits for the company. We have already begun to see initial results." Upon arriving at the observation area of the number 3 testing ground, Zhao observed a group of researchers clad in white lab coats diligently at work. Among them, one figure stood out starkly. It was a menacing bald man, his muscular physique suggesting that a single punch from him could fell a bull. Zhao recognized him. This bald man was Thomas, the captain of the company's security department, a veteran of the Marine Corps with extensive combat experience. Even after retiring, he had not relaxed his training, earning the reputation of being the most formidable in the security team. After completing his warm-up, Thomas, guided by two researchers, made his way to the changing room, where a massive vertical mechanical apparatus awaited. Clad in a lab coat, Thomas stepped inside. As the mechanical arms whirred to life, armor plates were meticulously assembled around him, culminating in the fusion of two hemispherical helmets, completing his equipment. As Thomas emerged, Otto handed a tablet to Zhao, explaining, "Chairman, what you see before you is our latest development in combat assistance armor. The external plating can withstand direct rocket impacts, while the internal oxygen system and sealing capabilities allow for underwater operations. Additionally, the helmet's filtration system ensures functionality in harsh environments." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao turned his attention to the ongoing armor tests. Thomas assumed a stance and delivered a powerful punch to the force gauge, with the results quickly materializing. Punch strength, 1 ton. Kick strength, 15 tons. Excellent. As experiments proceeded one after another, the results were promptly compiled for Zhao. Under optimal conditions, the punch strength reached 1 ton. Kick strength was recorded at 15 tons. Running 100 meters required merely 10 seconds, and jumping could achieve a height of 8 meters. Considering the weight of the armor, the overall performance was commendable. "Well done," Zhao remarked, handing the tablet back to Otto. Having reviewed the positive aspects, let us now discuss the drawbacks. Given the substantial weight of the armor, I presume its endurance is limited? "Yes, Chairman," Otto replied, scratching his head. "We have been striving to improve its endurance, yet we still cannot surpass half an hour." "And what of the cost?" Zhao inquired. "I wish to know how much is required to fabricate such an armor." At this, Otto appeared somewhat at a loss for words, hesitating before finally responding. "The production of this armor requires $8 million May dollars." $8 million? Zhao Kuo raised his eyebrows and inquired. "Do you have any idea how many firearms and ammunition can be purchased with 8 million? Moreover, this equipment can only operate for half an hour. Do you truly believe that anyone would buy it, particularly the military? Do you think they would be so foolish as to invest in such a venture?" After a prolonged pause, Zhao Kuo perhaps felt that his words were somewhat harsh. He turned to the silent Otto and added, "Of course, I do not mean to undermine your capabilities or your achievements. I have taken note of everything. The creation of this armor already attests to your proficiency." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Kuo continued, "Thus, I believe this project possesses a certain potential, and you should persist with it. However, the focus must shift moving forward. Those auxiliary devices for chemical protection and underwater operations can be temporarily set aside. Their absence is acceptable. Nevertheless, you must ensure that costs are minimized, and the issue of endurance must be addressed. Half an hour is far too brief. Regardless of the method you employ, the operational time must be extended." "Rest assured, Chairman. I pledge to fulfill the task," Otto replied. With that, the matter was settled. Zhao Kuo then asked, "In terms of biological research, do you know any distinguished experts?" After contemplating for a few seconds, Otto responded, "Actually, I do know one in this field, Kurt Connors. He was formerly a military doctor and became a university biology professor after his service. Although he lost an arm in the war, he possesses substantial expertise in medicine and DNA biology, having published numerous papers. To put it simply, it's akin to Marvel seeking out Marvel and DC conferring with DC. The Kurt Connors Otto mentioned was none other than the renowned lizard. However, considering that he managed to transform himself into a lizard with a single serum, it is evident that he possesses considerable talent in biology. Nonetheless, at present, he is teaching at the university, enjoying both reputation and financial success, leaving him with no compelling reason to join Zhao Kuo's team. All right, I understand. Please continue with your experiments. I have great faith in you. Upon returning to his office, Zhao Kuo briefed Selena on several matters before rising to depart. When he next appeared, he was already in his private laboratory. He connected the hard drive and swiftly uploaded a substantial amount of data downloaded from the Cobra organization. In the following days, he remained in the laboratory, tirelessly working day and night to improve and upgrade the new Cobra venom. Some may find it perplexing that this concoction, designed to preserve the user's sanity, is far less effective than the original giant formula. Even if improved, it would not enhance Zhao Kuo's strength. Why, then, would Zhao Kuo pursue such an endeavor? The answer is quite simple. It's for the sake of financial gain. Zhao Kuo was acutely aware of the company's developmental status. It is impossible to rely solely on one successful endeavor. To ensure the company's continued operation, more valuable products must be produced. Moreover, a crucial aspect is Zhao Kuo's need to expand his influence and network. One should not underestimate the significance of this endeavor. In this modern society, marked by civilization, Even the most unscrupulous acts of avarice must be cloaked in a veneer of benevolence. Even for those possessing extraordinary abilities, adherence to societal norms remains imperative for survival. Zhao Kuo, as an outsider to this world, has forged a covenant with the world's will, rendering his significance far superior to that of the indigenous inhabitants. Regrettably, the world's will has emerged only recently, still too feeble to exert direct control, resorting instead to influence. Otherwise, Zhao Kuo would not have to expend such effort on trivial matters. Regardless of the nation or era, military forces invariably serve as instruments of coercion, and alliances with them can yield substantial benefits. In this current age, the era of large-scale military confrontations has faded, and direct, heated conflicts between great powers have become nearly untenable. Instead, proxy wars and small-scale, precision surgical operations dominate. In this epoch, the United States, self-proclaimed as the world's police, engages in widespread military interventions, establishing bases to combat terrorism. This unique milieu has led to an emphasis on urban warfare, prompting the military to enhance individual combat capabilities. This focus is one of the reasons Zhao Kuo supports Otto's continued research into armor technology. As for the prospect of a substance that could permanently enhance physical attributes, it is likely that the American military would pursue it with fervor. After countless nights of toil, Zhao Kuo has finally stabilized the formula. Observing the newly developed agent and the accompanying data, he nods in satisfaction. Compared to Cobra Venom, Zhao Kuo's creation is a significantly diluted version, lacking in potency but excelling in stability, enhancing physical attributes without transforming users into grotesque aberrations, as was the case previously. Currently, this agent is produced only on a small scale in the laboratory, with Zhao Kuo managing to create just 15 doses, still a considerable distance from industrial-scale production. Armed with these 15 vials, Zhao Kuo returns to the company. The elusive chairman is now a familiar sight to the staff. Once back in his office, he promptly summons Thomas, the head of security, who had previously conducted armor testing. "Chairman, you called for me?" Despite having retired for several years, Thomas retains various military habits, standing before Zhao Kuo with a rigid posture. Observing Thomas's stern demeanor, Zhao Kuo gestures amiably. "There is no need for such formality in my presence." Noticing Thomas's unwavering stance, Zhao Kuo refrains from pressing the issue and continues speaking. "I have reviewed your dossier. You served in the Marine Corps and participated in 7 notable campaigns. You held the rank of Major 9 times, with 2 covert operations unrecorded." Thomas placed great importance on his past honors. Had it not been for the unavoidable reasons for his retirement, he would not have found himself here as a security chief. Zhao Kuo, however, did not express any anger. Instead, he rose and approached Thomas, appraising him from head to toe. "You appear to be quite a sturdy young man. What do you think of yourself?" In response to Zhao Kuo's inquiry, Thomas, somewhat puzzled, scratched his head and asked, "What aspect do you mean, sir?" "I mean in terms of combat. How do you perceive your abilities?" Zhao Kuo clarified. Upon hearing this, Thomas puffed out his chest and confidently declared, not to boast, "But I have yet to meet anyone I couldn't best in battle." "So, you are quite skilled then?" Zhao Kuo raised an eyebrow. "How about we have a little competition? It would give me a chance to witness your capabilities firsthand." "Compete?" Thomas glanced at Zhao Kuo, hesitating. "Chairman, I must admit, when it comes to physical confrontations, I tend to lack restraint. You might not appreciate the force I employ." "Do not worry." Zhao Kuo waved a hand dismissively. "I have ample resilience. Let us engage in a simple arm wrestling match instead." With that, Zhao Kuo positioned his hand on the table, preparing for the contest. Thomas, confident in his prowess, did not anticipate defeat, but was mindful of the fact that Zhao Kuo was his employer. He did not wish to make the loss too humiliating. As he reluctantly grasped Zhao Kuo's hand, the signal to begin was given, and Thomas immediately sensed something was amiss. Zhao Kuo's grip felt as immovable as if it were set in concrete. No matter how much strength Thomas exerted, he could not budge his opponent. Observing the faint smile on Zhao Kuo's face, Thomas intensified his effort, yet the outcome remained unchanged. "Enough of the futile struggle," Zhao Kuo remarked casually as he easily secured victory. Rising from his seat, he continued, "I believe you should now recognize the disparity between us. The world we inhabit is far from peaceful. Myriad formidable entities are vying for prominence on Earth. Without a measure of strength, it would be challenging not only to safeguard the company, but also to protect oneself." Zhao Kuo fixed his gaze on Thomas and added, "I do not dismiss the honors you have achieved in the past, but in the current climate, they are evidently insufficient." Thomas's expression darkened at Zhao Kuo's words. "Chairman, are you suggesting my dismissal?" he inquired, interpreting Zhao Kuo's statements as reminiscent of the rhetoric employed during employee evaluations. "Not at all," Zhao Kuo replied, producing a vial of serum and a contract, placing them before Thomas. Your current strength indeed falls short of the requirements to ensure the safety of the company. However, considering your long-standing service and commendable performance in this role, I am willing to extend an opportunity. Pointing to the serum, Zhao Kuo explained. This is my latest formulation for enhancing strength. Upon consumption, it can significantly elevate your physical capabilities, with no adverse effects reported thus far. Should you agree, you may sign this contract and ingest the serum to continue your work, and in return, I can offer you a 30% salary increase. Certainly, you may choose to decline. However, it is likely that you will forfeit your position as captain. Zhao Kuo articulated this quite clearly. After a moment of contemplation, Thomas picked up the contract from the table, yet he refrained from hastily signing it, instead opting to peruse it meticulously. This behavior did not elicit any disdain from Zhao Kuo. On the contrary, he felt a sense of reassurance that Thomas was taking the time to understand the document. If Thomas had merely signed without scrutiny, Zhao Kuo would have felt apprehensive. The contract not only delineated specific requirements regarding the use of the potion, but also imposed certain stipulations on the personal conduct of the user following its consumption. Notably, it mandated that the user could not resign for a decade, lest they incur a substantial penalty for breach of contract. And they were also required to cooperate with subsequent research conducted by the development department. After weighing his options, Thomas finally picked up the pen beside him and inscribed his name at the bottom of the contract, subsequently downing the potion in one swift motion. Once ingested, the potion quickly took effect, alleviating pain and resulting in a remarkable enhancement of physical capabilities. In Test Zone 1, several researchers assisted Thomas in conducting the relevant tests, while Otto stood beside Zhao Kuo, observing intently. As a stream of test data flowed in, Otto could not help but exclaim, "Chairman, what on earth did you give Thomas?" His physical strength has surged to 15 times its previous level. In response to Otto's astonishment, Zhao Kuo replied coolly, "Do you think I spend my days idly? Do not presume that you are the only one engaged in research." Gazing at the metrics pertaining to Thomas, Otto fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he inquired, "Chairman, is your potion capable of mass production? What would be the production cost?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo regarded Otto with incredulity. Who could have foreseen that a mere change in tone from his last encounter would linger in Otto's memory for so long, leading him to now question him? Perhaps realizing the implications of his words and noticing Zhao Kuo's expression, Otto hastily clarified, "Chairman, that was not my intention." Observing that Zhao Kuo's demeanor remained unchanged, Otto quickly added, "Regarding the armor, we have made adjustments as per your directives. By eliminating certain functional equipment, we have managed to reduce the weight of the armor, extending the operational time to 45 minutes, and the cost of producing a single unit has decreased from 8 million to 7 million. The primary expense arises from the power assist system. Due to the armor's inherent weight, it is untenable for an average human to operate without assistance." He continued, "If your potion can indeed be mass-produced, individuals enhanced by it could potentially operate the armor independently, without the need for a power assist system." At this point, Zhao Kuo grasped Otto's intentions, and his expression softened considerably. Regrettably, he acknowledged, "However, this potion can only be produced on a small scale in the laboratory. Achieving mass production remains a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, should I oversee production, I could manage to keep the cost of each individual's treatment within 500,000 dollars. After Zhao Kuo finished speaking, Otto continued his discourse, suggesting that if the power assistance system were to be eliminated and the enhanced drug users were to operate the machinery, although mobility would diminish, it would result in a savings of 3.5 million, effectively halving the costs, while also increasing endurance by approximately 50%. Upon hearing Otto's words, Zhao Kuo nodded in agreement and remarked, "I cannot devote all my energy to mass production. I will provide you with the relevant data and materials, and you shall take charge of this matter. Chairman, I am indeed eager to undertake this project, but the experimental tasks I currently manage are excessively burdensome. If you assign this to me, I fear I may falter in both areas." Zhao Kuo profoundly understood Otto's perspective. While Zhao Kuo believed in maximizing utility, one cannot treat individuals as mere beasts of burden. "I am aware of this matter. I will recruit some qualified newcomers. For now, you shall bear the responsibility." Chapter 49. This is capital indeed. You must be General Wade. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon entering the conference room, Zhao Kuo encountered a middle-aged man in military attire adorned with numerous medals. Despite the graying hair at his temples, the man exuded an aura of authority and military dominance. "Greetings, Zhao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two took their seats and delved into the agenda for the day. Interestingly, after developing the enhancement drug, Zhao Kuo had been pondering how to establish a connection with the military. As an outsider in this world, he He wielded little influence and had no prior affiliations with the armed forces. Who could have anticipated that Thomas, a retired Marine, would possess such connections? Of course, he did not have a direct relationship with General Wade, nor had he saved the General's life. Such plotlines belong solely to novels. Although Thomas had retired, his former commanding officer remained active in the military. Zhao Kuo initially leveraged Thomas's connection to reach the officer, engaged in discussions, and promised certain benefits, ultimately establishing contact with the officer's superior, leading him to the present meeting with General Wade. The entire process was meticulously orchestrated, with every detail accounted for and benefits duly allocated to each party involved. However, Zhao Kuo was untroubled by these preliminary investments, as he possessed unwavering confidence in his product. Once an agreement was reached, all efforts expended would be justified. Once seated, General Wade cut to the chase, stating, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. My time is limited. Please articulate the purpose of our meeting today." Having familiarized himself with the general's character beforehand, Zhao Kuo refrained from unnecessary dialogue. He retrieved a briefcase, opened it, and presented the contents before the general, saying, "General, please take a look. This is our company's latest development, which significantly enhances individual combat capabilities." General Wade picked up the vial from the briefcase and examined it closely. "While I am not a scientist," he remarked, "I understand that a soldier's will and physique are forged through relentless trials. Now you tell me that a single injection can facilitate transformation. How am I to believe that?" In response to Wade's skepticism, Zhao Kuo summoned Thomas, who had been waiting outside. "Have you served in the military?" Wade inquired as Thomas entered, immediately recognizing his military demeanor. Thomas saluted crisply and replied, "Yes, sir. I served in the Marine Corps." Zhao Kuo continued, "As you can see, General, Thomas has a military background. After his service, he joined my company as the head of security and is also a recipient of this serum. Thomas, please demonstrate." Following Zhao Kuo's command, Thomas stepped forward and struck the solid wooden table with his palm, leaving a deep imprint without inflicting any harm upon himself. He then produced a dagger and swiftly made a shallow cut on his arm. The blood flowed for only a moment before the wound rapidly scabbed over. "As you can see, General," he stated, "this serum not only enhances a soldier's combat capabilities, but also significantly improves their recovery rate, thereby increasing their chances of survival on the battlefield." Witnessing this firsthand, Wade began to trust the evidence before him and was somewhat persuaded by Zhao Kuo's words. "Indeed, Zhao," he replied, "but I am curious to know the duration of the serum's effects and its cost." $1 million, Zhao Kuo stated. $1 million? Wade exclaimed, rising abruptly before sitting back down. "That price is simply too steep. I cannot accept it." "General, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Allow me to explain." Zhao Kuo interjected, his hands clasped. "This price is quite reasonable. First, the effects of the serum are permanent. What you see is merely the initial phase. There are 2 additional treatments that will further enhance strength, and the $1 million covers all 3 phases. Observing Wade's reaction, Zhao Kuo continued, "While $1 million may seem exorbitant, it pales in comparison to the cost of a missile or a tank. Given the current international climate, I trust you understand that large-scale warfare has shifted towards urban combat. In such scenarios, individual combat effectiveness is magnified, and the enhancements this serum offers to the military will be substantial." With that, Zhao Kuo fell silent, allowing ample time for General Wade to contemplate and weigh the pros and cons. In the United States, there exist several generals, all of whom belong to the military yet are far from a unified front. Factions, circles, and cliques are inevitable in any domain. On the surface, these generals appear to coexist peacefully, but beneath the facade, they are secretly vying for supremacy. After a moment of contemplation, General Wade spoke, expressing his willingness to initially procure 10 million units of the serum as a trial. Should the results prove satisfactory, future collaborations would surely follow. However, if the outcomes fail to meet my expectations, you are well aware of the consequences. Of course, it is a privilege to establish this partnership with you. But do not be too quick to rejoice." Wade added, "My conditions are as follows. First, your serum must not be sold to other generals, only to me exclusively. Furthermore, for subsequent purchases, I expect you to elevate the price to 1 million per 100,000. I trust you comprehend the implications. Naturally, I wish us a fruitful collaboration." Despite Zhao Kuo's outwardly jovial demeanor, he inwardly cursed in frustration. Such is the nature of capitalist nations, where even the military engages in such trivialities. After accounting for labor costs, the profit left in his hands amounted to merely 300,000, and that was under the most favorable circumstances. Wade, with his incessant demands, could easily walk away with 500,000 in kickbacks, and that was per order. Such insatiable greed could very well lead to his own downfall. Yet, Zhao Kuo found himself with little choice. To open new avenues for business and accumulate capital for future growth, he had to swallow his pride. Fortunately, subsequent collaborations proceeded relatively smoothly. Although Wade's manner was rather unseemly, he genuinely assisted in the tasks at hand. The first batch of serums was swiftly delivered, and upon confirming their efficacy, the second order arrived shortly thereafter, with the price doubling to 20 million. Chapter 50. The Black Spider. None of this mattered anymore. Upon receiving the profits from the sale of the enhanced serums, Zhao Kuo promptly upgraded his research equipment and recruited a plethora of youthful talent to bolster his operations. He reinvested the entirety of his earnings into further production within a remarkably short span of time. Yet, Zhao Kuo was acutely aware that relying solely on the sale of enhanced serums would not sustain him in the long run. These products were costly, and depending on one general alone for continuous purchases was untenable. Furthermore, the contract he signed explicitly stated that he could only sell the serum to Wade. Selling to any other generals would constitute a breach of contract. Zhao Kuo's venture was still in its infancy, and he could not afford to alienate a powerful general simply for greater financial gain, as the risks outweighed the rewards. As time progressed, the quantity of serums purchased by Wade would inevitably dwindle, and once saturation was reached, purchases would cease altogether. If Zhao Kuo wished to increase his profits, he must consistently introduce innovative products. The key to this lies in the kinetic armor developed by Otto and his team. While removing the power assistance system sacrificed some maneuverability, it significantly reduced costs. At a price of 3 million, the armor's exceptional performance was undeniably fair. However, the time for its launch had yet to arrive. Having seized a sheep, one must patiently await the regrowth of its fleece before shearing it anew. However, in the interim, one can certainly take the opportunity to promote one's armor. In a dimly lit chamber, Eric Nidham sat before his computer, perusing the taskbar of the dark web. Should this name ring unfamiliar, he is better known by the notorious moniker, Black Spider. This individual is a quintessential villain, a mercenary willing to undertake any task for financial gain. Clad in a technologically advanced suit, he possesses the ability to scale any surface, and coupled with his agility, the number of lives lost at his hands exceeds 80, if not 100, as Black Spider scoured for suitably lucrative assignments. A newly listed task piqued his interest, the assassination of Zhao Kuo, the chairman of Brainleaf Corporation, with a bounty of $4 million. After a brief investigation, Zhao Kuo's fundamental details appeared before Black Spider. Upon confirming that Zhao Kuo was merely an ordinary individual devoid of extraordinary abilities, Black Spider decisively accepted the mission and began his preparations. The scene shifted to Zhao Kuo, who, as per his routine, arrived at the company's premises. However, just as Zhao alighted from his vehicle, a crimson web shot forth from above, ensnaring him and lifting him into the air. Upon recognizing Black Spider as the assailant, Zhao feigned terror, inquiring, "Who are you? What do you want?" "You have angered someone," Black Spider replied in a somber tone. "Someone has paid for your life. And now you are free to die?" With that, he released his grip, allowing Zhao to plummet downwards. Under normal circumstances, given Zhao's physical condition, such a height would not be fatal. Yet, at that moment, an arrow struck his clothing, pinning him against the wall and granting him temporary safety. Green arrow? Black Spider instantly recognized the archer position nearby. "You dare to invade my territory without prior notice?" He mused, but Zhao Kuo would have no further opportunity. Standing beside him, Artemis showed no mercy, unleashing 3 arrows towards Black Spider. Fortunately, Black Spider's agility allowed him to evade the barrage. "Damn meddler," Zhao cursed inwardly, realizing he had overlooked the presence of these two. However, with arrows now loosed, he was compelled to act. Once Black Spider subdued Green Arrow and Artemis, he could then call upon Thomas and Armor to intervene, thereby showcasing the power of the armor. As a luminary of Star City, Green Arrow's appearance instantly attracted a throng of reporters, their cameras at the ready, eager to capture the unfolding battle. This inadvertently alleviated some of Zhao's burdens. Yet, the pressing question remained. Could Black Spider contend with both Green Arrow and Artemis simultaneously? The situation has become quite challenging. While the Black Spider might have a chance against either Green Arrow or Artemis in a one-on-one confrontation, facing both archers simultaneously has placed him in a precarious position. To facilitate his own plans, Zhao Kuo must covertly assist the Black Spider. As the scene shifts to the 3 of them, the Black Spider understands that engaging the archers at a distance would leave him utterly defenseless. Thus, he deftly dodges while maneuvering closer to them. Surprisingly, Artemis, in particular, seems oblivious to her own capabilities. As the Black Spider approaches, instead of retreating to maintain distance and continue their ranged assaults, she charges forward, adopting a stance more suited for close combat. Green Arrow attempts to intervene with a warning, but it is too late. An arrow is released, and seeing no way to evade it, the black spider instinctively deflects it with his dagger. In an ironic twist, the arrow is deflected, spiraling through the air before inadvertently striking Green Arrow in the ankle. Despite being a seasoned hero, Green Arrow endures the pain, determined to provide cover for Artemis from a distance. However, at that moment, a sharp pain explodes in his head, causing him to collapse to the ground, temporarily incapacitated. Green Arrow's plight does not go unnoticed by Artemis, but this brief distraction allows the black spider to exploit an opening. He swiftly unleashes a web to bind her movements, then lunges forward with a powerful kick that sends her crashing to the ground. This turn of events is disastrous. Among the journalists present, many are broadcasting live, expecting Green Arrow and Artemis to easily triumph over the villains, only to find themselves witnessing an unexpected defeat. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo's clothing can no longer withstand the strain, and he begins to plummet once more. Fortunately, at this critical moment, a figure leaps forth and catches him securely, none other than Thomas, clad in armor. "Go ahead. This is your stage now," Zhao Kuo urges. "Understood, Chairman," Thomas replies. The armor Thomas wears is the latest model, enhanced by a kinetic assist system that optimizes its performance. Coupled with Thomas's modified physique, it represents a formidable combination. Today has turned out to be quite unfortunate, with so many obstacles in the way. Upon seeing Thomas's emergence, the black spider contemplates retreat, recognizing that his recent skirmish with Green Arrow and Artemis has drained much of his stamina. Engaging this armored figure seems a daunting prospect. However, Thomas is undeterred. His purpose is to deliver a thorough beating to the adversary and promote the armor, leaving no room for escape. As the ominous black spider attempted to flee, Thomas decisively drew his pistol from his waist and fired a shot, expertly severing the spider's web. Observing the creature's descent, he seized the opportunity, charging forward with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful shoulder tackle that collided with it. The solid impact, coupled with his terrifying velocity, made the black spider feel as though it had been struck by a speeding dump truck. However, before the spider could be propelled away, Thomas grasped it firmly and forcefully slammed it to the ground. Not one to be easily subdued, the black spider quickly retaliated upon realizing escape was futile. It shot a strand of webbing at Thomas's armor and yanked back, simultaneously producing a short blade in hand, aimed menacingly at Thomas's throat. Yet, the sharp knife merely sparked against the tough armor, leaving no mark whatsoever. This was inconceivable. The astonished black spider, witnessing its blade fail to breach Thomas's defenses, promptly drew a handgun and fired at close range. Thomas, unimpressed by the strength of the armor, showed no inclination to resist, allowing the spider to attack him freely. Ultimately, the result was that the bullets from the handgun were expended, the knife was snapped in Thomas's grip, and a decisive blow from Thomas shattered 3 of the black spider's ribs. The commotion attracted the police, who had arrived on the scene, yet upon witnessing the situation, none dared to approach, retreating behind their patrol cars to await the right moment. "I surrender. Please stop." The black spider, acutely aware of its own limitations, acknowledged that escape was impossible and combat futile. Continuing to fight would likely lead to its demise. After all, surrendering would merely result in imprisonment, with a chance of eventual release, perhaps even an escape, which was far preferable to losing its life here and now. As the battle concluded and the black spider was subdued, the observing police cautiously advanced to arrest the now defenseless creature, feigning gratitude towards Thomas for his valiant intervention. However, compared to the officers, the journalists displayed a heightened interest in Thomas. Eager reporters swiftly pushed past the police, encircling Thomas in a flurry of questions. "Hello, who are you? Where did you acquire this armor? Are you a newly emerged superhero? Do you have any affiliation with the Justice League? Is your masked vigilante persona a mockery of the judicial system? Please, respond to our inquiries." As the journalists aimed their cameras and microphones at Thomas, someone was displeased, Artemis. Clearly, they had contributed significantly to the effort, yet it was Thomas who reaped the rewards. "Never mind," said Green Arrow, supported by Artemis, displaying a gracious demeanor and waving his hand dismissively. "We didn't engage in this endeavor for recognition. Now that no one has been harmed and the villain has been apprehended, that is what truly matters." Thomas, a retired soldier, found himself momentarily flustered amidst the throng of journalists wielding their cameras and microphones, having never encountered such a grand spectacle before. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Kuo, now clad in a different outfit, made his way through the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of the bewildered Thomas. "Dear members of the press," he began, "I am the chairman of Brainleaf Corporation, and this is our head of security. The armor he is wearing is our latest product." Zhao Kuo's words ignited the journalists' interest, redirecting their focus entirely onto him. In contrast to Thomas, Zhao Kuo appeared remarkably composed. Is it fair to say that since this task was undertaken by your employee, the police are rendered ineffective? A journalist inquired. No, 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 Zhao Kuo quickly countered. Such a statement is overly simplistic. I have immense faith in the police force. Their professionalism and courage are commendable. The current situation arises primarily due to their lack of appropriate weaponry. Before the surrounding reporters could interject, Zhao Kuo continued, consider this. The criminals are continuously upgrading their equipment, many armed with heavy weaponry, while our police force remains equipped with merely handguns and inexpensive bulletproof vests. They are human too. This is tantamount to disregarding their lives. Of course, regarding whether our head of security has supplanted the police's role, I believe this is not the case. He fought the criminal to protect me. If anything, it is more accurate to describe his actions as heroic. Following this, the journalist posed several challenging questions, to which Zhao Kuo adeptly responded. This exchange not only promoted his company and its armor, but also helped restore some semblance of the police's image, garnering their goodwill. As fate would have it, the very next morning, new orders began to pour in. Ah, Sheriff Bruce, please have a seat, Zhao Kuo greeted warmly upon recognizing his visitor, offering him a glass of water. After all, Bruce was the chief of the Star City Police Department, and fostering a good relationship was essential for the company's growth in the area. Chairman Zhao, you are too courteous. I am here to discuss a potential collaboration, Bruce stated. Oh, Zhao Kuo raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? It pertains to the armor worn by your security chief yesterday. Our department wishes to procure a batch for arming our police force. Ah, you mean the G3 armor? No problem. I happen to have a batch available. How many units does the department intend to purchase? Just as Bruce was about to respond, he seemed to recall something and inquired, what is the cost of this armor? Not expensive at all, just 5 million. Bruce, having just taken a sip of water, promptly sputtered it out upon hearing the price. For the shock of such a figure was indeed overwhelming. The prevailing discourse regarding the exorbitant funding allocated to the police in this country is not without merit. However, it is essential to note that such funding is a relic of the past. Through the machinations of bipartisan negotiations aimed at courting voters, successive cuts have been levied against police budgets, resulting in a significant depletion of resources. One might wonder why the police have not updated their weaponry for such an extended period. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a consequence of dwindling funds. These finances encompass not only the salaries and benefits of officers, but also the necessary costs associated with the procurement of equipment and operational expenditures. When all is accounted for, little remains. The police chief, along with several high-ranking officials, initially sought to secure some benefits for themselves. However, the prospect of purchasing armored vehicles could jeopardize not only their perks, but also the welfare of the officers under their command. Chapter 52, G3 Armor. Observing Bruce's indecision, Zhao Kuo interjected. Chief, the current situation is as follows. With the advancement of technology, the equipment wielded by criminals will only become more sophisticated. If your police force's gear does not undergo corresponding upgrades, you will not only fail to ensure the safety of the public, but also jeopardize your own officer's security. Seeing that Bruce remained unmoved, Zhao Kuo persisted. The repeated calls for budget cuts stem from the belief that your officers are incapable of providing adequate protection. With this formidable armor, the police will possess the means to confront criminals effectively. Should performance metrics improve, even the most obstinate legislators will hesitate to openly diminish your funding. Zhao Kuo's eloquence was commendable, yet Bruce, a man of resolve, remained steadfast despite Zhao Kuo's lengthy discourse. After considerable negotiation, the chief finally acquiesced to procure 2 sets of armor for trial. Zhao Kuo, disinclined to engage in further dialogue, gestured for Selena to assist with the retrieval of the equipment. Watching Bruce depart, Zhao Kuo felt a pang of frustration, pondering the existence of such individuals in this world. However, this was merely the beginning. It would not be long before the military became aware of the G3 armor. As anticipated, merely 2 weeks later, the military sought an audience with Zhao Kuo. Unlike Wade, this visit was accompanied by a distinguished African-American general named Sam, a rarity in this nation. Zhao, allow me to introduce you to General Sam, a dear friend who once saved my life on the battlefield, Wade stated. Following Wade's introduction, Zhao Kuo extended his hand to Sam, and after the three took their seats, Zhao inquired, "What brings you both here today?" Wade, direct as ever, replied, "Zhao, we are old friends, so I will be straightforward. Recently, your company sold 2 sets of armor to the local police department, and our military has expressed considerable interest in this armor." It became evident that Zhao Kuo's previous remarks were not merely a ruse to persuade Bruce. After he returned the armor and put it into use, the superiority of the new equipment quickly became apparent. Compared to other cities, Star City had not yet reached a severe level of crime. far from the devastation seen in Gotham and Metropolis. Although the G3 armor had only a 45-minute operational time frame, its heavy protection often rendered evasion unnecessary when faced with criminal attacks. The police were not devoid of a sense of justice, nor were they disinterested in achieving higher performance. Rather, the disparity in weaponry had previously placed them in a position where engaging the criminals was akin to courting death. However, the situation had changed, equipped with G3 armor. Even when confronted by multiple assailants armed with submachine guns, officers felt only a slight impact, suffering no harm within the confines of their protection. As for the chest area and other regions with thicker armor, any attack would barely register as a nuisance. With such formidable gear, officers clad in armor boldly charged into confrontations with criminals, for the laws of this land permitted police to use lethal force against those who assaulted them. Consequently, every officer in the precinct clamored to don the armor, leading to an exceptionally high usage rate. Were it not for the need to recharge, the utilization of these two suits would likely have reached a staggering 100%. Bolstered by these armors, the criminals of Star City found themselves facing unprecedented calamity, and the reputation of the police department improved noticeably, culminating in long overdue accolades. The high-profile actions of the Star City Police Department naturally attracted considerable attention, including that of the military. Upon witnessing the immense potential of the armor, particularly as it was produced by Brainwave Corporation, Wade hastened to act, eager to seize the opportunity. General Sam, a close friend and savior of Wade, accompanied him. As Wade feared he could not single-handedly shoulder the financial burden of the armor after inquiring about the funds spent by the police department. Listening to Wade, Zhao Kuo set down his teacup and remarked with calm assurance that the two generals were indeed interested in the G3 armor. Observing their nods, Zhao continued, noting that his company was not large and that he had limited stock of the G3 armor. Wade felt a sense of relief at Zhao's words, as many military orders had already been finalized during this period. He had also learned through his channels the price of the G3 armor, which stood at $5 million. If the quantity were excessive, he feared it would be unmanageable. However, when Zhao revealed the specific number, Wade nearly choked on his saliva. What was that? 100 sets. And he claimed that was not excessive? At $5 million per set, 100 sets would amount to $500 million. The most expensive main battle tanks reached $30 to $40 million, while even budget infantry fighting vehicles cost $3 to $4 million. Thus, at $5 million, the armor presented an exceptional value. Yet, as he had said before, the timing was not right. Had it been prior to the procurement process, Wade would have willingly parted with such an amount without a second thought. Sam discerned the unspoken thoughts of Wade and turned to Zhao Kuo, articulating what Wade hesitated to voice. Zhao, the situation is thus: the military orders are nearly finalized, and our available funds are rather limited. Is there any possibility of reducing the cost of the armor? Indeed, Sam interjected immediately after Wade, who was eager to add, Zhao, rest assured. There is an old adage in Huaxia: good food is not afraid of being late. If you offer us a more favorable price this time, we will ensure that your armor is put to good use. Next year, we will purchase your entire production. Recognizing the goodwill extended by the other party, Zhao Kuo feigned a demeanor of indecision and replied, very well, General Wade. I can reduce the price by 800,000 for each set of armor. Before Wade could respond, Zhao Kuo continued, however, to be frank, with this 5 million, we are barely making any profit. By reducing the price by 800,000, we will need to eliminate the power assistance system from the armor as a trade-off. Upon hearing this, Wade furrowed his brow. Zhao, what is this power assistance system? Zhao Kuo elucidated. The G3 armor is constructed with robust materials, which are nearly unmanageable for an average person's physical capabilities. Therefore, a power assistance system is required. You previously purchased enhancement agents from me, did you not? Those soldiers who have undergone enhancement meet the minimum standards to operate the G3 armor independently, without the need for the assistance system. Moreover, by removing the assistance system, the armor's endurance can be enhanced by an additional 40%. The sum of 800,000 is no trifling matter, especially since it applies to each set. In such times, every saving counts, even if the system might not be utilized. Both Wade and Sam, having reached their current positions, are not fools. They recognize the unfolding dynamics of the situation and the promising prospects of the G3 armor. Aiding a company in its vulnerable phase can only yield benefits for their future endeavors. Furthermore, this expenditure is not out of their own pockets. Why not utilize public funds to pave their own way? While Wade was in agreement, Sam's stance was different. He had never heard of the enhancement agent Zhao Kuo mentioned. Just as he was about to inquire, Wade shot him a glance, signaling him to refrain from questioning, as this collaboration was facilitated through Wade. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, and soon, both parties finalized the specific prices and quantities. with the removal of the power assistance system. The G3 armor was sold to Wade and Sam at a price of $4,200,000 per set. Sam purchased 30 sets, while Wade acquired 70. The three of them signed the contract, and Zhao Kuo stood up with a smile, shaking hands with both men. With this, our agreement is officially in effect. May our cooperation be fruitful. May our cooperation be fruitful. May our cooperation be fruitful. As he observed the departing figures, Zhao Kuo's lips curled into a faint smile. He had indeed struck a lucrative deal. Not only was he engaged in the trade of G3 armor, but it would not be long before orders for enhancement agents surged as well. Did he truly fail to notice the subtle maneuvers of the two individuals? Initially, Sam had refrained from taking action out of respect for Wade, but upon their departure, it was inevitable that inquiries would ensue. Otherwise, purchasing 30 sets of armor devoid of power-assisted systems would render him a fool. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Zhao Kuo had anticipated. Due to the contract with Wade, he was prohibited from selling to others. However, as Wade took possession of the armor, he simultaneously placed an order for 20 million worth of enhancement agents. Zhao Kuo now comprehended the adage, when the cannon fires, gold flows in. No wonder the United States boasted an abundance of military-industrial complexes. This venture was undeniably profitable. By aligning himself with Wade and Sam, Zhao Kuo had successfully entrenched himself in the military sector, and with continued effort, orders would cascade like snowflakes. While Zhao Kuo reveled in his success, others were less pleased. The market share was finite. Although military funding was substantial, it remained limited. The established military-industrial complexes had already divided the pie, each content with their respective portions, despite the undercurrents of tension brewing beneath the surface. With Zhao Kuo's entry, he was undoubtedly encroaching upon their territory, carving out a significant slice from their original share. In a conference room, 4 or 5 impeccably dressed men were embroiled in a heated argument, their demeanor starkly contrasting their usual authoritative presence. The cacophony in the room resembled that of a bustling market. However, this disarray was short-lived. As the door swung open, all disputes ceased. Eyes fixating on the bald man who entered. "Mr. Luthor, you have finally arrived," they exclaimed. The newcomer was none other than the illustrious Lex Luthor. Unhurried, Luthor took his seat at the head of the table. No sooner had he settled down than an arms dealer eagerly interjected, "Mr. Luthor, a company called Brainleaf has recently emerged, signing contracts with 2 generals without so much as a word to us." Indeed, another chimed in. "I have investigated and found that this Brainleaf was merely a pharmaceutical seller before seeking our patronage." As tensions threatened to escalate once more, Luthor raised a hand to restore order, allowing for a moment of tranquility before offering his mediation. Under Luthor's guidance, the meeting concluded swiftly. Once all had departed, he slipped through a concealed door at the back of the conference room, where an individual had been waiting. "I have completed the tasks you assigned. But are you certain about this course of action?" The waiting figure inquired. "Rest assured, if he cannot handle these insignificant nuisances, it will be evident that he lacks the capability to join us. Death would be his most fitting end." Soon, these arms dealers launched an offensive against Zhao Kuo and his company. Initially, they halted the supply of raw materials to the Brainleaf Company, resolutely severing the supply chain despite the substantial penalties they would incur for breach of contract. Subsequently, a plethora of negative news aimed at discrediting the Brainleaf Company flooded the market, overwhelming in both quantity and reach, leaving one astonished. This was not the end. Even the Star City Police Department found itself affected, its recently restored image once again tarnished. "Chairman, you must think of a way out. If we fail to respond, the public outcry alone could drown us," Selina implored. In response, Zhao Kuo remained composed behind his desk, his eyes gently closed, seemingly in a meditative state, exuding an air of indifference to the chaos unfolding outside. Selina wished to express more, but Zhao Kuo raised a hand to silence her. "Relax, everything will pass. Do not allow anger to cloud your judgment." Seeing Zhao Kuo's nonchalant demeanor, Selina was on the verge of losing her composure. "Chairman, I must say, given the current situation of our company, how can you remain so calm?" Just then, a cacophony arose from outside the door. "Wait, sir, you cannot enter." "Our chairman," bang. The office door was kicked open from the outside, and 2 burly men in suits strode in, standing at the entrance to reveal the man behind them. "Well, if it isn't Henry, what brings you to my humble abode?" Zhao Kuo greeted without a hint of unease, gesturing for Selina to step back. The urgency of the situation seemed lost on him. This Henry was once Zhao Kuo's client, or rather, his former client. In the past, while Zhao Kuo was still in the medical industry, Henry had been his largest buyer. However, as Zhao Kuo introduced enhanced pharmaceuticals and G3 armor, the focus of their business clearly shifted, even though the medical sector continued to generate profit. Zhao Kuo had not anticipated that Henry would choose this moment to kick him while he was down. Chapter 54. The counterattack begins. Noticing Zhao Kuo's lack of reaction, Henry raised his voice. Do you realize you have offended someone important? I do, Zhao Kuo replied. Good. Henry slammed his hand on the table, his gaze piercing as he stated, you have crossed paths with someone you cannot afford to offend. From today onward, our collaboration ends here. I, Henry, have no interest in associating with someone like you. Today, we sever ties completely and shall not engage again. And it's not just me, Henry added with a smirk. Before coming here, I reached out to several other suppliers, and starting today, none of us will purchase your products any longer. Is that so? Zhao Kuo tilted his head, a playful expression on his face. But let us not forget, we have a contract. If you unilaterally terminate it, you might find yourselves liable for a hefty penalty. And so what? Hunter's tone was resolute as he firmly struck his fist upon the table before Zhao Kuo. Do you truly believe I am concerned about that trifling breach of contract? When the time comes and you find yourself stripped of everything, you may seek me out. I shall provide you with a pair of undergarments to spare you the embarrassment. With that, Hunter turned to leave, only to find a towering figure blocking his path, Thomas, clad in G3 armor. Thomas, you ought to know better. As the head of security, how could you allow such filth to approach me? In response to Zhao Kuo's reprimand, Thomas sincerely apologized. I am sorry, Chairman. It is my negligence. He then seized Hunter by the collar as one would a mere chick, lifting him effortlessly. Hunter was momentarily bewildered, his mind momentarily incapacitated. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the two men in black who had accompanied him, now sprawled like defeated dogs at the entrance. Enough, enough. I do not wish to hear any more of this. Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively. Get this scoundrel out of my sight, quickly. Yes, Chairman, Thomas responded with alacrity, dragging Hunter to the company's entrance before unceremoniously tossing him aside, as if he were refuse. The two suited gentlemen who had accompanied Hunter were expelled in similar fashion. Henry, having landed ungracefully, rose with the assistance of the two suited men, brushing off the dust with little concern. He turned to one of them and asked, Did you capture it all on film? Rest assured, boss, it's all recorded. Hearing the affirmative response, Henry finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his features. This is splendid. With these videos, I can demonstrate to Mr. Cog that I have decisively severed ties with the Cerebral Leaf Company. With a stroke of luck, I may even secure a swift passage. After Hunter's departure, Selena approached once more, yet Zhao Kuo exhibited no signs of defeat. Rather, his face was alight with a smile. Chairman, how can you still smile? With Hunter's team terminating the contract, how shall we sell our medical devices? What of it? Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively. Medical devices are merely a transitional venture. In comparison to military industry, they are but a hair on an ox, insignificant and worthless. Now that they have chosen to breach the contract, we stand to profit even more. As Zhao Kuo finished speaking, the landline phone rang. He gestured for Selena to remain silent before answering with a calm demeanor. General Wade, I presume. From the other end, General Wade's voice came through. Zhao, at this hour, you still manage to remain so composed? In response to Wade's jest, Zhao Kuo remained unflustered. What is there to be concerned about? As the saying goes, one must plan before taking action. I do not even know who my adversary is. Even if I were eager to strike, I wouldn't know whom to target. Well, you should truly thank me this time, Zhao. You have managed to provoke quite a few individuals. Several arms dealers have united against you. It seems they are intent on driving you to despair. Wade then proceeded to relay the names of the arms dealers he had uncovered. After jotting down all the names, Zhao Kuo nodded in satisfaction, clearly indicating his intention to extend ample gratitude to Wade before concluding the call. Holding the list, Zhao Kuo rose and addressed Selena, entrusting the company to her for the time being, assuring her that everything would proceed as usual and that he would return shortly. The scene shifted to an office within a factory. A flurry of urgent phone calls abruptly interrupted Hunter's brief respite. He hoped fervently that it was not that fierce woman. Initially, the raw materials supplier's owner appeared indifferent as he answered the phone, but upon hearing the voice on the other end, he immediately sprang to his feet, his face contorted with ingratiation. Yes, it is I. Please, go ahead, sir, I am listening. What? The raw materials supplier furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired. I am somewhat confused. We just severed their raw material supply. Why must we resume it now? Yes, I understand. I assure you, the task will be completed. Rest assured. As soon as the call ended, the raw materials supplier angrily hurled his phone to the ground, cursing, Damn it, this is absurd. You were the one who ordered me to cut off the supply, and now you want me to restore it? What a bloody fool you are. Despite his indignation, the supplier recognized his own vulnerability. He was no match for the powerful forces at play. Even if this individual was capricious, survival compelled someone of his stature to acquiesce. He was neither the first nor the most unfortunate of his kind. Due to the machinations of arms dealers, numerous raw material suppliers had severed ties with Brainleaf Company, only to be ordered back into service at the snap of a finger. The arms dealers spoke with unyielding authority, bluntly informing many suppliers that if they could not resume supply, their existence was rendered unnecessary. Meanwhile, after completing his final call, Zhao Kuo wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, from the outset, these so-called arms dealers were but a guise orchestrated by Zhao Kuo himself. At this critical juncture for the company, maximizing his interests in the forthcoming military acquisition required that the supply of raw materials remain unperturbed. To that end, upon acquiring the list of those instigating trouble from behind the scenes, Zhao Kuo promptly launched an investigation and utilized their voices to contact the suppliers. Through this pressure, in order to ensure their survival, Zhao Kuo not only secured the resumption of raw material supplies, but also leveraged the situation to negotiate lower prices, thereby increasing his profit margins. This was merely the beginning. Securing the raw material suppliers was just the first step. The true targets were the arms dealers causing the chaos from behind the curtain. This world is not an ordinary realm devoid of intrigue, and Zhao Kuo is no ordinary individual devoid of capability. Thus, he need not adhere to conventional business warfare to dismantle his adversaries and rivals. Chapter 55. The art of deception. Zhao Kuo understood that if he were to engage in a direct confrontation with this group of individuals, confined by the existing rules, he would stand no chance. Facing so many adversaries at once was beyond his means, and with his limited resources, he would struggle to topple even a single opponent. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo possessed certain skills that could be advantageous in this scenario. After conducting a thorough investigation, he swiftly identified his first target, a hapless arms dealer named Koger, a balding, elderly white man. Despite his advanced age, Koger's spirit remained youthful. He could not sleep a wink at night without the company of beautiful women, indulging in a seemingly endless array of pleasures, supported by his considerable wealth. Koger's fortune stemmed from a rather fortuitous event involving the downfall of a former adversary, which left a significant stockpile of weaponry languishing in warehouses. Brand new firearms and ammunition were being sold by the pound. Seizing this opportunity, Koger had gambled immensely, bribing several military officers to acquire this cash, subsequently selling it at exorbitant prices worldwide. Now, in his twilight years, he had grown somewhat complacent. Otherwise, his youthful disposition would have ensured that no other arms dealers would partake of his profits. Among the arms merchants, aside from Luther, Koger was one of the wealthiest and most powerful. That evening, as was his custom, Koger, attended by several servants, completed his ablutions and reclined on his expansive bed, completely unclad, before ringing a bell placed on the adjacent table. Upon hearing the chime, the butler, who had been waiting outside, knew it was time to commence the evening's activities. With a command, he ushered in a selection of curvaceous and attractive young women. After a rigorous, almost humiliating, inspection, the butler nodded, permitting the women to enter. Unfazed by their presence, Koger waved his hand lazily, adhering to the usual protocol. The women, having undergone professional training, were well aware of the old rules that Koger referred to. However, there was always one who failed to comply, repeatedly making mistakes and creating chaos, which Koger had duly noted. Annoyed by the disruption, Koger wasted no time. He descended from the bed, approached the offending woman, and struck her forcefully across the face. Grasping her hair, he dragged her towards the back room. The remaining women, fully cognizant of what awaited the unfortunate one, dared not intervene. Unlike others, Koger preferred to personally discipline those who erred, though it was less about instruction and more about punishment. Just as he locked the door behind him, preparing to educate the defiant woman, an astonishing transformation occurred before his eyes. The woman's form began to alter rapidly, and in an instant, she had morphed into a man. Koger believed he was merely high and experiencing hallucinations. After all, he had never indulged in such substances. Before he could process this, Zhao Kuo, reverting to his original form, swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap across Koger's face. The immense force caused Koger's head to spin thrice, leaving him utterly lifeless. In the next moment, Zhao Kuo transformed into Koger's likeness. As for Koger's original body, Zhao Kuo first utilized thermal rays to sever it, then employed a freezing breath to ensconce it entirely in ice, ultimately shattering it into fragments that were swept away through the sewer. Having completely assumed Koger's identity, Zhao Kuo ventured out to revel in the company of women. The following morning, Zhao Kuo awoke, still savoring the previous night's exploits. Observing the chaos left in the aftermath, even he could not help but marvel at the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. After breakfast, Zhao Kuo commenced his plans by summoning the butler and presenting him with a list of items to procure, regardless of the cost, demanding results within 3 days. The butler, having served Koger for many years and being his trusted confidant, efficiently memorized the list at a glance. "Sir, is there anything else you require?" Zhao Kuo sipped his coffee and inquired about the offensive against the Brainleaf Company. "Everything is proceeding according to plan. We are applying pressure through media and raw materials. It won't be long before they close their doors," the butler reported. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo feigned a thoughtful shake of his head. "The Brainleaf Company is not as straightforward as it appears. My investigations reveal that there are deeper complexities at play. We risk losing both resources and personnel. What do you suggest, sir?" "From now on, cease all hostile actions against the Brainleaf Company," Zhao Kuo instructed, pausing for a few seconds before adding, "Furthermore, we must pursue a deeper collaboration with them. It would be mutually beneficial." "But sir, if we proceed in this manner, what about the arms?" the butler began. But upon catching Zhao Kuo's warning gaze, he abruptly swallowed his words. Kogue, described in rather crude terms, was indeed a despicable character, embodying nearly every foul label imaginable, yet paradoxically wielded significant social resources. This made it considerably easier for Zhao Kuo to mimic him. A mere glance was sufficient to silence the old butler. Under Zhao Kuo's orchestration, Kogue's enterprises began a profound collaboration with the Brainleaf Company. However, rather than a partnership, it resembled a lifeline being extended to the Brainleaf Company, which, in turn, received far more than it contributed, resulting in an unprecedented windfall for them. However, this was far from over. One must concede that the old butler of Kogue was indeed quite remarkable. In the span of merely 3 days, he managed to procure all the sophisticated equipment listed, storing it in a remote warehouse. Zhao Kuo later inspected the location, discovering that each piece was cutting edge, with individual values exceeding 10 million, and the most expensive item reaching an astonishing 300 million. Collectively, the total value surpassed 2 billion, with many items being subject to government restrictions, making them nearly impossible to acquire, even for those with substantial wealth. Once assured of the situation, Zhao Kuo employed a cunning ruse. On a dark and stormy night, he orchestrated the covert transfer of these assets from the warehouse, leaving it entirely vacant. He then hired 2 unfortunate souls to serve as security guards, ultimately incapacitating one and disposing of him alongside some explosives within the warehouse, ensuring to ignite a fire before his departure. By the time the other guard realized what had transpired, it was too late. The raging inferno engulfed the entire structure, igniting the explosives within. A series of explosions ensued, completely obliterating the warehouse. Chapter 56. A bountiful harvest. Although Zhao Kuo's plan was somewhat crude and riddled with flaws, the fact that he now bore the identity of Kogue allowed him to evade further scrutiny after punishing the involved parties. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity. Nonetheless, it did attract the attention of certain individuals, notably the old butler. Having served Kogue for many years, he was acutely aware of his master's true nature. The current incarnation of Kogue was far too normal, utterly unlike the original. To this end, the old butler discreetly collected and compared samples of Zhao Kuo's hair and bodily tissues, only to find that the results matched perfectly, rather than instilling a sense of reassurance. This revelation filled him with profound dread. Regrettably, all of this was set to culminate today. Bang! The door to the room swung open, startling the old butler, whose fear was palpable upon seeing the figure of Kogue enter. "It appears you have discovered the truth," Zhao Kuo remarked, solidifying his masquerade as Kogue. However, given the circumstances, further concealment bore little significance. "You are indeed an imposter," the old butler declared, his face darkening. "Are you an alien? What have you done with the real master? A man on the brink of death need not be burdened with such knowledge." With that, 2 beams of scorching energy shot from Zhao Kuo's eyes, piercing the old butler's body. The old butler was merely one of many who needed to be dealt with. Now, it was time to address the subsequent issues. The following afternoon, Zhao Kuo continued to masquerade as Kogue, providing blood to the Brainleaf Company. 2 months have elapsed since Zhao Kuo replaced Kogue, not to mention the 2 billion worth of top-tier equipment that was previously removed. The collaboration between the 2 companies has already infused 1 billion into the Brainleaf Company within this period. Even Zhao Kuo cannot deny the immense wealth of these arms dealers, nor can he overlook the rapid influx of capital. However, the 30 billion is the absolute limit for Kogue. To amass this sum, every one of Kogue's companies has been thoroughly drained, with nearly all employees laid off, and even his personal assets sold off completely. It can be said that Kogue no longer holds any value for Zhao Kuo. The only reason Zhao Kuo has not relinquished this identity is to extract the last remnants of worth from him. To this end, Zhao Kuo, under the guise of Kogue, arranged meetings with several second-tier arms dealers who were launching attacks against the Brainleaf Company, as the timing seemed ripe. "Kogue, what in the world are you doing?" Before the person Zhao Kuo was set to meet even arrived, an irate voice echoed in his ears. followed by the abrupt entrance of the young arms dealer. Unlike Kuo, this arms dealer was remarkably youthful, arguably the youngest among his peers. His ascent to this position was primarily due to the untimely death of his father, who had passed the mantle to him. The other arms dealers were notably displeased with Kuo's recent actions, yet they remained silent, reluctant to be the scapegoat given Kuo's substantial influence. However, this young man could not contain his frustration, especially after being invited by Kuo. He was fully prepared to confront Kuo for an explanation. Unfortunately, Zhao Kuo did not grant him that opportunity. With decisive action, he eliminated the young dealer, employing the same method he had used against the former Kuo, leaving no trace. He then staged a dramatic suicide under the guise of Kuo, disappearing into the depths of the ocean, a grand finale of sorts. Once he dealt with Kuo, Zhao Kuo assumed the identity of the young dealer, swiftly transferring all of his holdings to the Brainleaf Company. Drawing from previous experience, Zhao Kuo executed this task with remarkable efficiency, completely depleting the family fortune accumulated over many years in just a little over a month. With the acquisition of the assets from these two arms dealers, Zhao Kuo and his Brainleaf Company truly liberated themselves from financial woes. Chairman, I hardly know what to say, Otto remarked as he entered the laboratory, hastily approaching Zhao Kuo. Not long ago, a group of unfamiliar individuals had arrived at the lab. Otto, initially ready to erupt in anger at their presence, was rendered speechless upon witnessing the state-of-the-art equipment they brought in. Having worked at the Star Lab, Otto had encountered grand spectacles before and was acutely aware of the immense value these devices represented, far beyond what the current company could afford. Zhao Kuo gently patted Otto on the shoulder and reassured him, stating that he need not worry any longer about financial or equipment issues. As long as you diligently fulfill the research tasks I assign you, rest assured that I, as the chairman, will fully support you. After calming Otto, Zhao Kuo prepared to return to his office to thoughtfully plan the recruitment of new talents for the company. After all, talent is of paramount importance. It is only by gathering these researchers together that the true value of money can be realized. Otherwise, it remains merely a collection of cold numbers. However, the moment Zhao Kuo opened the office door, a figure emerged before him. To his astonishment, the illustrious Batman stood there. I never expected to find you here, Zhao Kuo remarked. I assumed you only operated in Gotham. Not quite, Batman replied, stepping forth from the shadows, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Zhao Kuo. The development of your company is rather unusual, and I believe you are acquainted with these two individuals. With that, Batman placed two photographs before Zhao Kuo. Lowering his gaze, Zhao Kuo recognized the images. They were of Kogue and the young man whose demise he had orchestrated. Both are renowned arms dealers in the industry, and they have collaborated with your company, Batman stated. So what? Zhao Kuo retorted, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. It seems there are no laws in this country restricting whom one can associate with. Indeed, Batman slowly approached Zhao Kuo, casting an ever-expanding shadow under the harsh light. Its oppressive weight akin to a tsunami. Yet in the mere span of 3 months, their company went bankrupt, and both took their own lives. How do you explain that? Furthermore, I am aware that you have not made an appearance during this time. What is your explanation for that? The immense pressure Batman exerted would have caused most individuals to divulge everything in a frantic confession. However, the one being interrogated was Zhao Kuo, no ordinary person. Chapter 57. New talent in the face of Batman's psychological pressure. Zhao Kuo, relying on his own mental fortitude, remained largely unaffected. Once he had composed himself, he replied, "And what of it? Whether it be bankruptcy or suicide, it merely indicates their misfortune. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, who are you? Show me your credentials. You come here demanding answers as if this were Gotham." Despite Zhao Kuo's rapid-fire retort, Batman exhibited no outward signs of emotional disturbance. Yet he failed to extract the information he sought. The inability to obtain information, in itself, was a significant revelation. Batman remained confident in his interrogation methods, knowing that ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand them. Even the most heinous criminals complied under his scrutiny. Yet here was the chairman of a company, still so young, maintaining composure and methodically retaliating under his pressure. This spoke volumes. I will continue to investigate this matter. After uttering those words, Batman once again slipped into the shadows and vanished. Once he confirmed Batman's departure, Zhao Kuo couldn't help but sigh. After all, being in the crosshairs of that old bat was truly discomforting. Even if he survived, he would surely face significant consequences. It seemed prudent for him to exercise greater caution in the future. However, what fueled Zhao Kuo's fury even more was the abysmally simplistic security measures of his company, which allowed the bat to enter and exit as if traversing an unguarded realm. Was his establishment akin to a public bus, open to all? Fortunately, the intruder had not stumbled upon his private laboratory, otherwise, he would not have left so easily. The upgrade of security was not a matter for Zhao Kuo to fret over. He could delegate that task to the professionals below. The real concern for Zhao Kuo lay in determining which talents to recruit that would significantly benefit the company's future development. Indeed, there were numerous brilliant scientists within the DC universe, yet most of them were already committed and had strong affiliations with the Justice League. Even if Zhao Kuo devised a way to enlist them, it would carry the risk of nurturing a potential threat to his own ambitions. Who could possibly meet his requirements perfectly? In a moment of clarity, a name emerged in Zhao Kuo's mind. This individual was undoubtedly a genius, although persuading him to work for Zhao Kuo would prove to be quite a challenge. Among the Justice League, aside from Cyborg, there was a hero who had joined as a robot, Red Tornado, created by the illustrious Professor Morrow. Morrow's initial intent in creating him was to infiltrate the League, a goal that had previously seen him fail with his creations of Red Torpedo and Red Inferno. After much effort, he finally achieved the creation of the most perfect Red Tornado, only for it to develop its own consciousness and betray its creator, joining the Justice League as a free entity. The earlier defection of Red Tornado from the League was also orchestrated by Morrow, who later sought to destroy the Justice League by crafting an even more formidable entity, Red Volcano. However, Red Volcano was designed with such excellence that it possessed world-ending capabilities, coupled with a high degree of self-awareness that led to rebellious thoughts. Not only did it eliminate its creator, but it also aspired to annihilate the world. Fortunately, it was ultimately subdued by the Teen Titans, alongside Red Tornado, Red Torpedo, and Red Inferno. As for the young version of Morrow that was killed, he was not the true Morrow, but rather a self-aware robot embodying all of Morrow's memories, effectively a continuation of his will. The real Professor Morrow had long since withered into a frail old man, lying on a hospital bed, barely clinging to life with the aid of a respirator, awaiting the arrival of death. Given Professor Morrow's intellect, his addition to Zhao Kuo's company would undoubtedly provide a tremendous advantage. With unwavering resolve, Zhao Kuo embarked on his mission. Yet he was unaware of Professor Morrow's whereabouts. The few individuals who possessed this knowledge were not inclined to divulge it to him. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo was aware of one person who undoubtedly knew Morrow's location and would certainly assist him. With this thought in mind, he returned to his post, adjusting his body into the most comfortable position before swiftly succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, Zhao Kuo found himself once more drawn into the realm of dreams, or rather, this time he had actively sought to enter. Here, he encountered the world will in its human form. "I sense your thoughts. What prompts your desire to meet with me?" it inquired. "I require your assistance in locating an individual," Zhao Kuo replied. "Locating someone?" "Indeed," he continued, specifying, "his name is Tio Morrow. He holds great significance for me." Noticing the world will's momentary silence, Zhao Kuo pressed on. "I trust you possess the capability to aid me. Furthermore, I believe my performance in the previous task was commendable. This individual can empower me, and only by becoming sufficiently strong can I better safeguard this world, can I not?" Upon hearing this, the world will nodded in agreement. "Very well, I can assist you, contractee. However, I must caution you that you are not yet strong enough, and your time is running short." "What do you mean?" Zhao Kuo inquired. "I sense a malevolent force coveting me. Its minions will attempt to invade this realm, and you must eliminate them at the earliest opportunity, completely eradicate them." "How much time do I have?" "I cannot say. I am currently monitoring the situation. Should anything arise, I will inform you immediately. For now, your priority should be to enhance your own strength as much as possible." "Understood." Their conversation concluded swiftly, and Professor Morrow's location was securely stored within the cube. With this confirmation, Zhao Kuo acted promptly, making his way to Yellowstone National Park. Not far from there lay the site of the battle between the young Titans and the Red Volcano, now restored to the point where no traces of the conflict remained visible. Zhao Kuo arrived at the heart of the park, where a colossal rock sculpture stood in the center. He directed his gaze to the left, positioning himself between the fourth and fifth trees. As he pressed down on the grass beneath his feet, the surrounding surveillance cameras ceased their operation. The 1-meter square patch of grass seemed to activate, descending like an elevator. This was the underground laboratory of Professor Morrow, the birthplace of the Red Volcano. However, following the previous battle, the site had been exposed, and all valuable equipment had been removed, leaving only an empty shell. Chapter 58. I shall grant you eternal life, such is the nature of capital, precisely unearthing its intrinsic value. Subsequently, Yellowstone National Park was poised to develop this site into a tourist attraction, aptly named the underground laboratory of the mad scientist. What they failed to discover was a concealed door within the underground laboratory, which granted access to a deeper chamber. However, Zhao Kuo was aware, or rather had obtained the precise means of entry from the will of the world. "Who are you?" This was not knowledge that anyone here should possess, not even the Justice League. As the elevator door slid open, a diminutive man appeared before Zhao Kuo. Is this the room of Professor Morrow? It appears rather austere. So, you must be his student? Indeed, as Zhao Kuo had surmised, this man was none other than Morrow's pupil, and his most devoted one at that. Otherwise, he would not be sitting vigil in this desolate chamber, watching over a dying elder. Yes, I am Billy Wools. And you are? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can rescue your ailing mentor from the clutches of death. With that, Zhao Kuo proceeded toward the bedside. Wools attempted to intervene, but with a mere glance, Zhao Kuo immobilized him against the wall with telekinesis. Now standing before the bed, Zhao Kuo observed Morrow's frail state. He was so weak that even speaking required immense effort. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo had no intention of conversing directly. Instead, he placed his hand upon Morrow, entering his mental realm to engage in a dialogue on a psychological level. Who are you? In the ethereal space, Morrow gazed at the young man who had abruptly appeared before him, his heart brimming with inquiries. I shall not disclose my true name until we reach an accord, but you may call me Night Owl. Night Owl? Indeed. My purpose for coming here is straightforward. It is for you, or rather, for the wisdom residing within your mind. Upon hearing Zhao Kuo's words, Morrow let out a resigned sigh. You have arrived too late. I am but a dying man now. Even if you could extract the knowledge from my mind, it would be futile. No, Zhao Kuo interrupted. I possess a means to restore your youth, even grant you immortality. However, in exchange, you must serve me. Immortality? Surely you jest. Naturally, Morrow was skeptical of Zhao Kuo's claims, as within his understanding. The notion of eternal life was utterly implausible. Yet, he conceded, very well, do not speak of immortality. But if you can allow me to continue living and to wield my talents, I shall accept your terms. Having acquired the desired response, Zhao Kuo did not linger. Swiftly withdrawing from Morrow's mental realm. Upon returning to reality, he regarded Wools, still pinned against the wall, and released him. Take good care of your mentor. He must not perish before I restore his vitality. After ascending in the elevator to the surface, Zhao Kuo casually settled onto a nearby bench, gazing at the stars above as thoughts began to swirl in his mind. In this world, there exist numerous forces that grant immortality. For instance, within the Assassin's League, there is said to be a fountain of eternal life. Moreover, the powers of Shazam can also bestow immortality upon individuals. Alternatively, genetic modification can achieve a similar prolongation of life. If all else fails, acquiring a sample of his flesh and extracting his original memories to create a clone could be an option, albeit a rather desperate one. After some contemplation, Zhao Kuo resolved to seize Shazam's powers. According to his recollections, Shazam's abilities are shareable. Thus, Zhao Kuo could first harness Shazam's strength for himself and then allocate a portion to Morrow. This strategy would not only grant Morrow immortality, but would also elevate Zhao Kuo's prowess to a higher echelon through Shazam's might. Some may believe that Shazam's power is difficult to acquire, considering he has faced Superman. Zhao Kuo's strength might suffice against lesser foes, but against someone of Superman's caliber, he would likely falter. However, if you share this sentiment, you are thinking too narrowly. One must not forget that Shazam possesses a critical flaw that can be exploited for an easy victory. Without further hesitation, Zhao Kuo began to execute his plan. Under the cover of night, he awaited on a rooftop, where a figure leaped from the side of a building and landed gracefully beside him. Are you the employer? The figure inquired. Indeed, Zhao Kuo replied, turning to face Deathstroke, the most reliable and successful mercenary among them. I wonder if your abilities are as legendary as rumored. You need not worry about that, Deathstroke said, stepping forward. As long as the payment is sufficient, everything will be handled. Rest assured, money is not an issue. With that, Zhao Kuo transferred $100 million into Deathstroke's account. This is the down payment. Per our agreement, once you deliver Wonder Woman's lasso of truth, the remaining sum will be transferred to you. Upon seeing the funds reflected in his account, Deathstroke nodded in satisfaction. Although he did not comprehend why Zhao Kuo desired the lasso of truth, as a professional mercenary with high standards, he understood what questions were appropriate and which were not. Watching Deathstroke depart, Zhao Kuo nodded in approval, disappearing into the shadows. He held a strong belief in the mercenary's capabilities. While Wonder Woman may pose a formidable challenge, Zhao Kuo did not require Deathstroke to eliminate her. He merely needed him to retrieve the lasso. Zhao Kuo was confident that Deathstroke would accomplish this task swiftly, allowing him to proceed with his subsequent plans. It must be noted that Deathstroke's efficiency was remarkable. Having accepted Zhao Kuo's mission, he promptly began gathering intelligence to prepare for action. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo was not idle. Prior to obtaining the lasso of truth, he too was collecting information regarding Shazam. After identifying his residence, he disguised himself as an ordinary individual and purchased property nearby, thereby becoming his neighbor. According to Zhao Kuo's plan, He intended to first build a rapport with the other party through daily interactions, and only proceed with further actions once he had successfully ensnared the truth. However, as Zhao Kuo disguised himself as an ordinary person and pushed open the door to his new home, an unfamiliar figure appeared before him. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Zhao Kuo inquired, surveying the stranger in the room. This individual possessed a somewhat wild appearance, resembling more the primitive wax figures displayed in a museum than a typical human. Yet, it was not merely his looks that captured Zhao Kuo's attention. Rather, it was the aura he exuded, an unparalleled majesty that commanded respect simply by standing there. Chapter 59, Vandal Savage. You may call me Vandal Savage. That is my current name. Wild Man Vandal Savage? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Kuo inadvertently uttered the stranger's nickname, to which Savage appeared unperturbed. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Calling me a wild man is not without merit. So, may I refer to you as the contractor?" The utterance of contractor struck Zhao Kuo as if he had been struck by lightning. "You know, indeed, I am aware of the world well." Despite being in his own home, Savage made himself comfortable, pulling over 2 chairs and taking a seat. "If we are to speak candidly, I should be considered the longest surviving individual on this planet. Living for so long, I have encountered and experienced many things." After a moment of contemplation, Savage continued, "Let me think. How should I be referred to in your terms?" "Ah, yes, it seems indigenous people is the correct term. You appear to possess considerable knowledge. So, what exactly do you intend to do?" At this moment, Zhao Kuo was fully prepared for battle, yet the item Savage produced next left him utterly stunned. "Is that the staff of the Shazam wizard? How did it come to be in your possession?" "Acquiring such an object is not particularly difficult, at least not for me." After handing the staff to Zhao Kuo, Savage elaborated, "I could claim to be the first person in this world to recognize the existence of the world will. I have attempted countless times to communicate with it, but most efforts ended in failure. Yet you, as an outsider, possess the ability to communicate with the world will in a stable manner, which is indeed enviable. However, it matters little." Savage shrugged. "I believe you should understand what kind of person I am, rather than being concerned with justice or evil. I prioritize the survival of the world and humanity as a whole. And although you are an outsider, from the moment you forged a contract with the world will, you became a part of this world. So, you wish to collaborate with me? Is that not quite natural?" Savage raised his hand. "We share the same goals. Why should we not cooperate? Moreover, you have passed my assessment, and your performance has been commendable." The world will had indeed extended some assistance to Zhao Kuo. Upon his arrival in this world, it had conveyed this matter to Savage in hopes that he would aid Zhao Kuo's growth. Savage, an aging ambitious figure, exhibited an astute and meticulous mindset. Rather than immediately extending his assistance upon receiving the news, he opted to observe quietly in the shadows, assessing whether Zhao Kuo possessed the potential to safeguard this world. In fact, several of Zhao Kuo's predicaments were instigated by Savage's subtle manipulations. However, after a period of scrutiny, Savage became convinced of Zhao Kuo's genuine capability to protect this realm. Additionally, another revelation prompted Savage to recalibrate his stance through eavesdropping and other means. He learned of the existence of the World Management Bureau from Zhao Kuo, leading him to deduce that beyond this world lies a colossal entity that surpasses many others. It is plausible that Zhao Kuo could establish a connection with this formidable presence. Of course, as these insights were gleaned from mere snippets of conversation overheard by Savage, he could not assert them with certainty. They merely constituted a potentiality, yet such a possibility alone was sufficient. This world has never lacked for reckless gamblers, and Savage's indelible marks upon human history stem from his audacity to wager. Zhao Kuo's abilities are commendable, and his thought processes are sufficiently aligned. Even if he cannot forge a link with that organization, he remains a competent contractor. However, should he indeed connect with that entity, the rewards would be immense. A behemoth that transcends all worlds would yield bountiful spoils, even from the minutiae that might fall from its grasp. It was this realization that compelled Savage to present himself before Zhao Kuo, candidly sharing his thoughts. Machinations are reserved for those of utilitarian value. For someone like Zhao Kuo, Savage understood that sincerity is the ultimate weapon, as the other party's significance to the world far eclipsed his own. Thus, when Zhao Kuo inquired about the purpose of his visit, Savage shook his head, asserting that it was certainly not merely to present him with this staff. "From all that you have done since arriving in this world, we are quite similar," Savage continued, "and I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Illuminati." "The Illuminati?" Zhao Kuo responded, intrigued. "Indeed," Savage affirmed. "Centuries have taught me that an individual's strength is insignificant. All sovereigns who stand upon the stage cannot escape the fate of being toppled, and even the most glorious dynasties will ultimately fall. To this end, I established the Illuminati. We operate from the shadows. able to gently manipulate the world to function according to our desires, becoming the true masters of this realm. Zhao Kuo was aware of the so-called Illuminati. Each member was a distinguished figure. Although he had amassed some resources and developed a modicum of strength, he still paled in comparison to these individuals. Therefore, when faced with Savage's invitation, Zhao Kuo chose to decline. However, this refusal does not signify Zhao Kuo's lack of interest in the Illuminati. On the contrary, he is acutely aware that joining such a powerful organization could yield immense advantages. Yet, he believes the time is not ripe. Zhao Kuo understands that he must excel in either strength or influence to gain a modicum of authority within the group. Otherwise, he risks being relegated to the status of an inconsequential subordinate, a notion he finds unacceptable. Upon hearing Zhao Kuo's words, Savage rose and shook his hand, expressing his understanding of Zhao Kuo's sentiments and his eagerness to witness his future endeavors. He assured Zhao Kuo that a position within the Illuminati would be reserved for him. Following this, Savage departed. Once Savage left, Zhao Kuo exhibited no signs of relief. Instead, he retrieved specialized equipment and meticulously examined the entire house, both inside and out. Do not mistake Zhao Kuo's actions for overzealousness. His thorough inspection led him to uncover a small box hidden in a discreet corner. Upon opening it, he discovered a complete set of surveillance devices accompanied by a note. Zhao Kuo picked up the note, which read, "Indeed. Finding this note signifies that you have passed my final test. Discard it, for I shall no longer interfere with your development." Chapter 60. Shazam. To his surprise, Zhao Kuo swiftly completed the task at hand. Holding the lasso of truth, he unhesitatingly transferred the final payment of 100 million to Black Adam. Satisfied with the transaction, Black Adam nodded approvingly but advised Zhao Kuo to act swiftly with the artifact, as Wonder Woman was already in pursuit of it. After Black Adam's departure, Zhao Kuo wasted no time and rushed towards Billy's residence. Through his recent observations, he was quite certain that Billy would be at home that evening. However, fortune did not favor Zhao Kuo. He intended to stealthily infiltrate the house, and, should Billy be asleep, to control him through mental suggestion, utilizing the lasso of truth as a contingency. To his astonishment, after a prolonged period of work with the Justice League, Billy had chosen to seize the opportunity for leisure and venture out into the night, inadvertently colliding with the intruding Zhao Kuo. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Billy was no fool. Upon seeing Zhao Kuo, he quickly deduced that he was dealing with an intruder. While other children might have screamed and fled, Billy was not an ordinary child. He turned to run but did so without a hint of panic or outcry. Zhao Kuo realized that Billy sought to conceal his identity and find a secluded spot to transform into Shazam. Naturally, Zhao Kuo could not afford to grant him that opportunity. Redirecting his pursuit, Zhao Kuo swiftly chased after him. As Billy and Zhao Kuo raced through the deserted streets under the cover of night, the saying "delay breeds danger" rang true. Zhao Kuo first used his telekinesis to immobilize Billy, and then he intended to exert control over his mind, compelling him to willingly relinquish his powers. "You are not an ordinary thief. Who exactly are you?" "You need not know." "Indeed, I have no necessity to know, Shazam." Upon realizing that his opponent was no mere common criminal, Billy wasted not a moment and called out the name of Shazam. Boom. Zhao Kuo's attempt to intervene was in vain, for with a crack of lightning, the mighty Shazam made his grand entrance. "Hey, my friend. You are in for a world of trouble." In an instant, the roles of attacker and defender had transformed. Empowered by divine strength, Billy almost instantaneously appeared before Zhao Kuo, clapping his hands together, generating a tremendous gust of wind that sent Zhao Kuo flying several meters away. Witnessing Zhao Kuo suspended in midair only intensified the smile on Billy's face, for it indicated that his opponent possessed superhuman abilities as well, assuring him that his strike would not be fatal. Unlike Superman, Billy had acquired the powers of Shazam for a shorter duration, and thus his mastery was not on par with Superman's. Moreover, despite possessing the wisdom of Solomon, Billy remained a child with an incomplete maturity. "Well then, let me witness the true extent of the divine power you wield." At this moment, Zhao Kuo harbored a different intention. Since his arrival in this world, he had endeavored to survive as discreetly as possible, avoiding conflict whenever he could. Yet now, Zhao Kuo was eager to test himself, to gauge the distance between himself and a true powerhouse. While he did not consider a fortunate child endowed with divine strength to be a genuine strongman, the opponent's abilities were undeniably formidable, evidenced by his tangible victories against Superman. "Bring it on." Bang! The two struck simultaneously, their fists colliding with such ferocity that the surrounding structures trembled violently, shattering every window in sight. It was through this clash that Zhao Kuo gained a clearer understanding of his own true strength. Shazam merely took a half step back to regain his balance, while Zhao Kuo, akin to a cannonball, was sent hurtling backward, soaring several hundred meters before finally stabilizing himself. Upon examining the arm that had exchanged blows with Shazam, he discovered that the bones had shattered into 3 segments. Fortunately, Zhao Kuo possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. What would be a fatal injury for an ordinary person was trivial in his eyes, accompanied by the sound of bones grinding. His fractured arm swiftly returned to its original state. At this juncture, Shazam approached Zhao Kuo, observing with astonishment as Zhao Kuo's arm healed before his very eyes. Glancing between him and himself in disbelief, Zhao Kuo understood that this was not the moment to squander time. Having chosen to engage in battle, he could not relent after a single exchange. He had to grit his teeth and continue to fight. After all, it was only through such perseverance that the disparity in their strengths could be revealed. And only then could he exploit his opponent's underestimation of him to seek an opportunity with the lasso of truth. As Shazam ascended once more, Zhao Kuo's eyes glowed red, instantly making it clear that he had a resolute intention. In the next moment, both sides unleashed beams of thermal energy, which collided in a spectacular display. Regrettably, this confrontation did not endure for long, as the thermal rays fired by Zhao Kuo were swiftly suppressed by his opponent, drawing closer with each passing second. Realizing the futility of the situation, Zhao Kuo decisively propelled himself upward, forcibly breaking the deadlock with Shazam. Upon concluding this maneuver, he immediately employed telekinesis to restrain his adversary's movements, followed by an exhalation of frigid air that rapidly encased Shazam in a frozen sculpture. "Did you truly believe this would defeat me?" "How naive," Shazam retorted. Just as he landed, he effortlessly broke free from the icy prison, leaping high once more to unleash a powerful electric strike upon Zhao Kuo. Observing Zhao Kuo sprawled on the ground, Shazam approached, taunting. "Should I hand you over to the police or the Justice League?" "Perhaps the Justice League would be more fitting." I can only imagine Superman's expression upon seeing his clone. In the face of Shazam's mockery, Zhao Kuo remained silent, summoning every ounce of strength to leap again and launch an assault. Perhaps the recent skirmish had illuminated the vast disparity in their strengths, as Shazam made no attempt to evade or retaliate against Zhao Kuo's attack. He stood resolutely, allowing Zhao Kuo's punches to land upon him. Each strike connected solidly, yet Shazam merely took half a step back, undeterred by Zhao Kuo's successive blows, which failed to inflict any substantial damage. This showcased the stark contrast in their abilities. After absorbing the blood of Superboy, Zhao Kuo had indeed experienced a notable enhancement in power, easily dispatching second-rate adversaries, and even holding his own against first-tier heroes like Batman, who relied on intellect. However, when faced with true titans such as Shazam and Superman, he found himself at a loss. It was precisely because Shazam recognized Zhao Kuo as a non-threat, far inferior, that he permitted Zhao Kuo to strike without countering. "Enough games, it is time for this to end," declared Shazam. Glancing down, Zhao Kuo had stealthily secured the lasso of truth around Shazam's ankle. "The moment has arrived," he proclaimed. As the lasso exerted its influence, Shazam, under an irresistible force, uttered his own name. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning struck, transforming the imposing and handsome Shazam back into the frail Billy. "What have you done to me? You must tell me when you first wet the bed," the reformed Billy exclaimed, instinctively calling for Shazam to transform again. Yet, Zhao Kuo would not grant him the opportunity. One question after another emerged, and under the lasso's compulsion, Billy was forced to respond without the chance to call for Shazam. "Now, tell me the names of all the states in the United States and their corresponding capitals." After posing an exceedingly lengthy question to Billy, Zhao Kuo placed his hand upon Billy's head. Just a moment ago, Billy was engaged in responding to Zhao Kuo's inquiry. However, as Zhao Kuo infiltrated his mind, Billy transformed into a wooden figure devoid of self-awareness. "Excellent, it has succeeded. I must expedite the transfer of power." As Zhao Kuo noted, the clash between the two was far from inconspicuous and would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Justice League, with Cyborg on duty today. Had it been anyone else witnessing such a scenario, they would surely intervene, yet it was precisely Cyborg who, through meticulous data analysis, concluded that Shazam's chances of victory were a staggering 99.9%. With such a high probability, their assistance was deemed unnecessary. However, he had not accounted for the fact that Zhao Kuo possessed the lasso of truth procured from Wonder Woman. Having fully asserted control over Billy, Zhao Kuo swiftly transported him to a chamber entirely encased in aluminum. He then produced a staff, gripping one end while presenting the other to Billy. At this moment, Billy was utterly defenseless against Zhao Kuo's mental manipulation, mechanically grasping the offered staff. "Now say it with me, Shazam. Shazam." Upon uttering these two words, the staff connecting the two was activated, channeling the powers of the Greek gods residing within Billy into Zhao Kuo. The wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the endurance of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the speed of Mercury, and the fearlessness of Achilles. The divine energies transformed Zhao Kuo's appearance, reshaping his visage and rendering his physique as flawless as an ancient Greek sculpture, adorned with a tight-fitting red suit and a flamboyant white cape, emblazoned with the lightning insignia of Shazam. Incredible, simply magnificent. I feel the power, unparalleled power. With the strength now in his grasp, Billy had lost all usefulness to Zhao Kuo. Just as Zhao Kuo pondered how to dispose of the boy, an energy blast tore through the wall beside him. Before the dust could settle, another energy projectile struck Zhao Kuo directly. Had this been in the past, being hit by such a blast would have left Zhao Kuo severely injured, if not dead. Yet now, he emerged unscathed, not even a shred of his attire marred. However, the onslaught was evidently far from over. As Zhao Kuo rose from the ground, a circular shield flew toward him, striking his head with precision before returning to Wonder Woman's grasp after a few rotations in the room. As Wonder Woman landed, Cyborg emerged from the haze of dust. Whoever you are, return the lasso of truth. With that, Diana accelerated, drawing her sword from her waist and lunging toward Zhao Kuo. Come forth. Confronted by the formidable Diana, Zhao Kuo feigned a stance of direct engagement. Just as she approached, he abruptly retreated 2 steps, evading her assault, and with a sudden whip of his leg, sent her flying. In an instant, he surged forward, charging directly at Steel. Empowered by the Mother Box, Steel had yet to react before the artifact within him responded first. One hand transformed into a shield, deflecting Zhao Kuo's attack, while the other morphed into a battle axe, aimed straight at Zhao Kuo. To everyone's astonishment, the sharp blade of the axe struck Zhao Kuo's shoulder, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Instead, the edge of the axe was left with a deep gash. Is this your strength? Truly feeble, Zhao Kuo mused. Initially, he had not fully grasped the extent of his newfound powers, but after clashing with Steel and Wonder Woman, he realized just how tremendously potent he truly was. Gathering a moment of energy, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the shield before him. This time, Steel's shield shattered under the impact, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Since arriving in this world, Zhao Kuo had never felt such an overwhelming sense of security. This was power, absolute power that fostered an unshakable sense of safety. Just as he prepared to pursue, the lasso of truth had somehow returned to Diana's grasp, now ensnaring Zhao Kuo's arm. Fortunately, Diana remained unaware that Shazam's powers could be transferred through the staff, and Zhao Kuo was determined to deny her that opportunity. Unlike Billy, who was merely a defenseless child before acquiring Shazam's powers, Zhao Kuo already possessed considerable combat skills prior to gaining such strength. Now, bolstered by Shazam's might, he was far more formidable than Billy ever was. With a swift motion, he seized the lasso of truth and yanked it fiercely, sending Diana hurtling away. Since you dare to declare war upon me, be prepared to endure my wrath. Noticing that Diana had no intention of relinquishing her hold, Zhao Kuo pulled with all his might, and unable to resist, Diana was drawn toward him. With a buildup of strength, he delivered a crushing punch, sending her flying once more. Gazing at the lasso of truth in his hand, Zhao Kuo refrained from discarding it carelessly. He would need it again, especially considering there was another who wielded Shazam's powers in this realm. Although it might prove more complex than dealing with Billy, the prospect of capturing it remained promising with the right opportunity. Resolute, he carefully stowed the lasso, while Diana had already emerged from the rubble. Without granting her a moment to recover, Zhao Kuo advanced with a series of military punches. Even Diana, faced with such overwhelming force, was rendered unable to rise. Turning sharply, Zhao Kuo fired his heat vision, obliterating 2 incoming missiles midair. Amidst the billowing smoke of the explosion, the Batwings surged forth, a torrent of bullets raining down upon Zhao Kuo. Chapter 62, Zhao Kuo vs. Superman. The prominent members of the Justice League had all arrived. First, Cyborg and Diana, followed by Batman piloting the Batwing, and it was certain that the towering figure of Blue was not far behind. As anticipated, Zhao Kuo severed the Batwing's wings with his heat ray, and Superman emerged, swiftly pulling Batman from the plummeting aircraft. Indeed, Superman had come. Zhao Kuo yearned for a proper duel, a chance for the Illuminati to witness his true prowess. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself skyward, leaving a web of cracks on the ground. Who fell? What happened to Shazam? Zhao Kuo disregarded Superman's inquiries and retaliated with a powerful hook to Superman's face. With a resounding impact, Superman was sent flying several meters away, yet this did not pose any real threat to him. Regaining his composure, he charged back, delivering a similar punch to Zhao Kuo. This was the thrill he sought. Unlike the previous assaults from Diana and Cyborg, which felt merely like a tickle, Superman's punch struck Zhao Kuo with genuine pain. Having landed a blow, Superman showed no signs of retreat. Launching another rapid assault, Two punches landed with such speed and force that Zhao Kuo was driven from the sky to the ground, leaving a long drag mark upon landing. Clearly, with Superman's entry into the fray, the battle had shifted from one between Zhao Kuo and the Justice League to a singular contest against Superman. As Superman pursued relentlessly, Zhao Kuo, no pushover himself, though still becoming accustomed to Shazam's powers, was adept enough to respond. As Superman dove towards him, Zhao Kuo sidestepped, delivering a fierce kick to Superman's back, toppling him to the ground, and followed with a swift kick to flip him over, unleashing two heat rays directly upon Superman's chest. Stung by the onslaught, Superman attempted to retaliate with his own heat vision, but Zhao Kuo, having anticipated this, would not permit it. While maintaining his barrage of heat rays, he landed a solid punch to Superman's face. Realizing that this would not suffice to deter Superman's heat vision, Zhao Kuo decisively transformed his punch into a palm strike, enduring the searing heat to press back against the beam. This very action inflicted significant damage to Superman's sight, and Zhao Kuo seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Superman, each strike causing the ground beneath them to buckle under the immense force. Just as Zhao Kuo was reveling in his assault, a figure materialized behind him, delivering a sudden punch that sent Zhao Kuo staggering. A swift glance reveals a rapidly moving crimson figure. The Flash? Indeed, it is I. And who might you be? Caped Crusader? Skybound Boy? Joyful Lad? Or perhaps Superdog? The Flash's chatter flows like a relentless barrage, causing one to feel a headache. And he does not merely drone on by your ear. He continuously launches attacks from all directions towards Zhao Kuo. Despite the Flash's inherent strength being modest, he compensates for this through his swift running, augmenting his assaults with additional force. Although each strike fails to inflict significant harm upon Zhao Kuo, they do cause him to stagger momentarily. Get away from me. In response to the unrelenting barrage, an irate Zhao Kuo raises his right hand, summoning crackling thunder within his palm. Seizing the moment, he slams his hand down, unleashing a surge of lightning radiating outwards from his position. As the Flash charges once more, he is caught off guard and struck by the bolt, momentarily rendered rigid. Following this, Zhao Kuo delivers a powerful punch, sending the Flash hurtling away. While the Flash is indeed repelled, the impact of Zhao Kuo's strike is far from negligible. However, at this juncture, the Flash finds no further necessity to continue the combat. His role has been fulfilled. With the Flash dispatched, Superman rises once more from the ground, and judging by his current state, that brief respite has allowed him to restore himself to peak condition. It is quite astonishing how resilient Kryptonians truly are. The battle between Superman and Zhao Kuo reignites, their blows landing with palpable force, devoid of any embellishment. Yet, unlike Zhao Kuo, who fights recklessly, Superman remains mindful of the surrounding destruction, attempting to draw Zhao Kuo away to a more desolate area for their clash. Zhao Kuo harbors no objections. After all, this encounter with Superman is merely a means to gauge his current strength, the location being inconsequential. Amidst their fierce tussle, in a dimly lit chamber, several individuals observe the battle via live broadcast. One cannot deny that this fellow possesses an exceptionally formidable physique, mused the leader of the Assassin's Guild, Gu. Had your guild been able to eliminate him from the outset, we would not be facing such complications now, retorted Queen Bee, offering a merciless critique of Gu. This is not Gu's fault. Lex Luthor, the bald mastermind, observed Zhao Kuo's combat with Superman on the screen, remarking, "This individual's potential is terrifying. His rate of growth is astonishing. I have reviewed his initial data. It seems he has undergone some form of beneficial mutation, enabling him to exceed our expectations. Remarkable. Truly a masterpiece," exclaimed a brain encased in a mechanical vessel, marveling at the perfect fusion of modern science and ancient theology. I can hardly contain my eagerness to disassemble him for thorough examination. It matters not, it matters not. Unlike the others, Wudong appeared to be entirely a figure of merriment, stroking the kitten in his arms as he exclaimed, "The more chaotic the battle, the better. The more disarray, the more joy I feel." Ha! Amidst this gathering, only Vandal Savage stood silently, observing Zhao Kuo on the screen. Through careful scrutiny, Savage deduced that the opponent aimed to usurp Shazam's power. Yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of the action and the audacity with which the opponent engaged in combat against the Justice League. Such a commotion, battling fiercely with Superman, indeed testified to his prowess. It seemed he was preparing for a future alliance with the light. As the scene shifted, the clash between Zhao Kuo and Superman continued unabated. As time progressed, their confrontation grew ever more intense, reaching a point where neither side could gain the upper hand. However, Zhao Kuo had to concede that Superman's stamina was remarkable, and his resilience was truly formidable. Despite enduring numerous wounds, Superman showed no signs of faltering. In contrast, Zhao Kuo sensed his own energy waning, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with harnessing his newfound strength or other unknown factors. He feared that if the battle persisted, defeat would be inevitable. Chapter 63. Tomorrow that power does not belong to you. With a powerful punch, Superman sent Zhao Kuo staggering back several meters. Breathing heavily, Superman addressed him, Nightwing, relinquish that power and return it to its rightful owner, then submit to the justice of the law. Justice? In this country? Zhao Kuo scoffed at Superman's naive words. Do you truly believe there is any fairness in this nation? It is merely a placebo for the subjugated, a consolation for the powerless. So, you have no intention of surrendering? Noticing Zhao Kuo's lack of willingness to capitulate, Superman launched another attack. Though this time the circumstances were different. As Superman approached Zhao Kuo, the latter did not strike nor evade. Instead, he nonchalantly snapped his fingers, unleashing a significant burst of green mist that erupted before him. Recognizing the mist as powdered kryptonite, Superman swiftly distanced himself from Zhao Kuo. Yet, despite his quick reflexes, he inhaled some kryptonite powder, causing his strength to diminish rapidly. In contrast, Zhao Kuo, after Superman retreated, quickly dispersed the kryptonite powder in front of him and feigned a few coughs, as if he too were affected. From the onset of their battle, Zhao Kuo had noted that Batman had deployed a new Batplane hovering high above. This figure did not engage Zhao Kuo, but merely observed, evidently assessing the outcome of the confrontation. Previously, during their altercation, Zhao Kuo had intentionally revealed his vulnerability to kryptonite to avoid drawing Batman's ire, ensuring that Batman would be convinced of his apparent susceptibility to the kryptonite's effects. After dispersing the kryptonite powder, Zhao Kuo did not immediately launch an attack on Superman. Instead, he retrieved a breathing mask and donned it, a gesture witnessed by both Superman and Batman above. Once this action was completed, Zhao Kuo advanced once more to engage in combat with Superman. At this moment, Superman remained in a weakened state, still recovering, and was dealt a heavy blow to the face by Zhao Kuo. Although the force behind the punch was somewhat diminished compared to earlier, it was sufficient to subdue the currently weakened Superman. However, one could not deny that Superman's resilience was remarkable. Despite being incapacitated by kryptonite powder, his fortitude remained. Even after Zhao Kuo's relentless assault, Superman did not succumb to the ground. As the weakened state was about to expire, Zhao Kuo steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and decisively hurled another batch of kryptonite powder. Unlike before, he did not scatter the powder but instead aimed directly towards Superman's mouth. Should he succeed this time, Superman would be left without the means to resist. In this critical moment, the Flash rushed forward, using the velocity of his speed to forcibly knock Zhao Kuo's hand aside. Before Zhao Kuo could react, the Flash first removed the mask from his face, then proceeded to throw a handful of raw kryptonite powder over Zhao Kuo. It was time to retreat, Zhao Kuo thought to himself. He feigned being severely weakened by the kryptonite and quickly took flight, leaving Superman behind. Batman, not one to let such an opportunity slip, immediately pursued him in his aircraft. Given Zhao Kuo's current strength, it would have been effortless to bring down the pursuing Batplane. But having begun the charade, he felt compelled to maintain it. In such a feeble state, one should not contemplate turning back to retaliate. Faced with the relentless pursuit of Batman, Zhao Kuo devised a plan. He plunged into the sea and swiftly transformed into a fish, vanishing from Batman's sight. When Zhao Kuo re-emerged, it was already night at Yellowstone Park. Following his previous approach, he once again approached Moro. This time, upon seeing Zhao Kuo, Walls exhibited no extreme reaction, perhaps understanding that, with his limited power, any resistance would be futile. Can you truly save my teacher? Walls inquired cautiously. Zhao Kuo gestured for him to wait and observe carefully. Placing his hands upon Moro, he called out, Shazam. Boom. A bolt of thunder surged through layers of obstruction, striking both of them. As the dust settled, the hospital bed had vanished, and the individual upon it had undergone a profound transformation. I possess an extraordinary power. I feel as if my entire being is brimming with vitality, Moro exclaimed, marveling at his rejuvenated form, devoid of age spots or wrinkles. His skin as smooth as that of a newborn, pulsating with an unceasing flow of strength. Moro, Zhao Kuo's voice resonated again, drawing Moro back from the euphoria of his newfound state. I am a person who prefers to speak plainly. Zhao Kuo turned to the immensely excited Moro and said, I can bestow power upon you, and I can just as easily retract it. However, as long as you diligently work for me, wealth, status, fame, power, and even immortality shall not pose any issue. With that, Zhao Kuo extended a hand. Given that, it seems I have no choice. Moro remarked with a hint of self-deprecating humor, subsequently grasping Zhao Kuo's outstretched hand. I anticipate our collaboration will be quite enjoyable, boss. Once their relationship was solidified, Zhao Kuo brought both Moro and his student back to the company, even arranging for an independent laboratory for them. What? Are you concerned that Otto, the former chief scientist of the company, might feel envious? There is no need for concern, as Zhao Kuo's most capable assistant. He naturally decided to inform Otto of this development. Initially, Zhao Kuo expected Otto to be displeased about losing his position. However, when Otto discovered that the newcomer was the illustrious Moro, he nearly leapt with excitement, hastening towards Moro and clasping his hand without letting go. Moro, a genius who had made a name for himself at an early age, may have faded from the public eye, but his inventions and brilliant ideas remain revered as classics. Not to mention, the legacy of the Red Whirlwind constantly reminds everyone of the name to Moro. Otto was influenced by Moro, which led him down the path of scientific research, but by the time he entered this field, Moro had already vanished from the public's consciousness. Seeing his childhood idol again, how could Otto not be thrilled? All right, Chairman, let us conclude the fan meeting here. I am curious to see what my laboratory looks like. Withdrawing his hand, Moro maintained a demeanor of calm composure. Of course, that is no problem. Zhao Kuo glanced at the still excited Otto and said, Otto, please escort Professor Moro to his laboratory and take the opportunity to introduce him to your research projects, allowing him to offer you some guidance. Chapter 64. The G4 Unveiling. Is this truly my laboratory? Moro surveyed the surrounding array of expensive equipment, yet displayed no sign of excitement. It is worth noting that upon first encountering this equipment, Otto had been so exhilarated that he spent 3 sleepless nights immersed in the lab, fearing someone might seize these devices. In a bid to fully support Moro, Otto had willingly relinquished these assets. Indeed, Professor Moro, these are the most advanced devices currently available. That is certainly the case. Moro approached one of the machines, casually manipulating its controls. This is indeed the most cutting-edge technology on the market, but in comparison to my requirements, there remains a significant gap. Now, do you have paper and a pen? Yes, I do. Upon receiving the paper and pen from Otto, Moro swiftly compiled a list and handed it to Otto, stating, Here, procure everything on this list for me. At first, Otto expected that the list written by Moro would contain various equipment. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that it comprised solely of highly precise mechanical components. The precision required for these parts was quite stringent. Yet the Brainleaf Company had transformed significantly since its inception. With Otto's authorization, he swiftly procured all the components specified in Moro's list. Once in possession of the parts, Moro immediately set to work. He approached a piece of equipment valued at over 100 million, wielding his wrench with force to disassemble it, carelessly discarding various components. After dismantling it to a considerable extent, he rummaged through the pile of parts Otto had brought back and began reassembling them. Within half an hour, nearly all the internal parts of the equipment had been replaced. Although it appeared unchanged on the surface, when Moro instructed Otto to give it a try, they were astonished to find that efficiency had improved by 30%. Otto was genuinely impressed. Over the next 2 days, he followed Moro like an eager apprentice, overseeing the modification of every piece of equipment in the laboratory. Even the most advanced machinery paled in comparison to bespoke customization. After revamping the entire laboratory, Otto was finally able to present his experimental project to Moro. An intriguing design, Moro remarked as he examined the design blueprint for the G3. However, he quickly pointed out several flaws. The battery life was too short, the charging time excessively long, and the overall structure appeared rather cumbersome. Very well, Moro said. Setting the blueprint aside, let us place this here for now. I will make some enhancements and return it to you once completed. Moro's talent in this domain was undeniable. While Otto and his team of researchers had spent sleepless nights grappling with problems that seemed insurmountable, Moro managed to resolve them in less than a week. On the observation platform, Zhao Kuo witnessed the newly transformed armor. Chairman, allow me to introduce the upgraded G4 armor. As Moro pressed a button before him, the test facility slowly unveiled the G4 armor, which ascended gracefully. In contrast to the blue and white G3 armor, the black and white G4 exuded a more formidable presence, with Thomas once again serving as the tester. As Thomas conducted his tests below, Moro explained to Zhao Kuo the capabilities of the former G3 armor, which could only deliver a punch force of 1 ton and a kick force of 15 tons. In contrast, the upgraded G4 armor boasted a punch force of 3 tons, 3 times that of its predecessor, and a kick force of 9 tons, 6 times greater. Furthermore, the alloy used in the armor had undergone compression treatment, enhancing both its flexibility and defense. The newly integrated intelligent assistance system allowed seamless compatibility with various electronic devices, providing supportive functions during combat. It could achieve a top speed of 75 seconds per 100 meters and leap as high as 25 meters. Impressive, truly impressive, he concluded. As Zhao Kuo observed the performance of those below while listening to Moro's exposition, he couldn't help but acknowledge that, following the genius's transformation, The newly designed G4 armor undoubtedly represented a formidable instrument of warfare. What about its endurance? This was precisely the topic that I was about to address. Chairman, please follow me. Under Morrow's guidance, the two made their way to a forward chamber, where an array of newly crafted equipment was displayed. Morrow picked up a palm-sized metallic cylinder from the table and said, "Chairman, behold, this is the replacement battery for the G4 armor." Replacement? Indeed, Morrow affirmed. Given the current technological standards, achieving prolonged operation of the G4 armor is unrealistic. Even I can only maintain its single-use endurance for an hour. However, I have devised a method utilizing external batteries to extend this duration. According to my calculations, each suit of armor can be equipped with 3 replacement batteries, thereby allowing for a total endurance of 4 hours. Considering that the external batteries may be subjected to attack, I have reinforced the armor to ensure its safety. Furthermore, Morrow continued, as he introduced Zhao Kuo to the external equipment outfitted for the G4 armor. First, there was the kinetic saw sword, measuring 1.3 meters, capable of slicing through steel effortlessly while functioning akin to a chainsaw. The recess at its base could accommodate the batteries used for the armor's endurance, providing additional power and offensive capability. In terms of firepower, the G4 armor boasts a dedicated weapons arsenal, which, when opened, reveals a shoulder-mounted Gatling cannon, 2 arm-mounted guns, and a single-shot rocket launcher affixed to the leg. Next came the auxiliary equipment, an adaptation of Otto's mechanical tentacles. Upon witnessing Otto's concept, Morrow had recognized its merit but also discerned its inherent flaw. Direct connection to the central nervous system meant that substantial damage to the tentacles could inflict similar harm on the user's neural core. After modification, the 4 mechanical tentacles would remain contained within a metal box in their normal state, attaching to the back of the G4 armor during use and connecting to the armor's intelligent assistance system. Lastly, Morrow had crafted a heavy-duty motorcycle specifically for the G4 armor, constructed from the same alloy and equipped with various heavy weaponry, showcasing remarkable mobility. Gazing at these innovations, Zhao Kuo was astonished, realizing that all of these were the result of Morrow's singular effort, completed in a mere 7 days. However, upon hearing the production cost of a single set of G4 armor, Zhao Kuo's brow furrowed in concern. The previous G3 armor had a production cost of 3.5 million, even in its stripped-down form, while the unaltered version reached 5 million. The G4 armor, which far surpassed the G3 in every aspect, commanded an equally staggering price, with production costs soaring to a staggering 10 million, effectively doubling the expense. This does not even account for the additional auxiliary armor. If one were to aggregate the costs of all this equipment, the total would amount to no less than approximately 14 million.